Hello, everybody. It's Angie. I'm live. I know I'm at a different time per usual. I wanted to go live just to see if anybody wanted to join in. I actually did a video earlier and I recorded it. Um, just to see if, hey, Free Mind, thank you for coming through. Peace to you as well. Just to see if anybody wanted to come through, but I did do a video, you guys, and what I decided to do was go live and basically play this video and just see if anybody wanted to give their peace of mind, or if I felt like I wanted to pause and give further insight on my perspective. I could um just trying to see what anybody feels about it. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and get ready to play it. And it's in my StreamYard. So look what it's doing. I don't know if it's gonna work that way, so let me see. I know what I could do. I'll go ahead and play it. Let you guys listen in. I want to go ahead and let me see if I can do it this way, because I don't want anybody to not see what I shared on my screen, right? And that's so crazy that StreamYard doesn't allow you to have that double screening. So this is what I'll do real quick. And it's just gonna give some time. I decided to go ahead and download this in my phone. Thank you guys for anybody that comes in as well. Thank you, Free Mind. Shout out to you, man. It's just been a lot going on, y'all. So um with everything that's going on, I question, will there ever be a point, or is there a point? You know, um, it's so many things, especially on the internet, and it just shows the level of emotions and intellect from panel to panel to panel. I know my reason for starting my channel was solely with trying to get, you know, clarity basically for Kevin Wesley and V Bennett and Brother Shaka, you know what I'm saying? And then it just becomes to a point of it's just kind of strenuous, especially when you want to get your point across, and it's just seeming like there's some type of refusal, or just to see perspectives. It's like it's a hard bend of certain things. So I just want to give a I just want to give a different form of dialogue based upon this information, based upon my observation, you know. So okay, so I got this downloaded, and what I'll do is this. Okay. So this is the recording that I did earlier. I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit. I wasn't intending to go online, so of course it's going to state that, but you know, just hear it out. And if anybody has anything that they want to state whenever you come in the comments, comment it. I'll stop the video for a moment and then we can give some dialogue and keep going from there. Hello, everybody. It's Angie. I know it's been a minute. I've been doing a lot of things, trying to catch up. You know, I was sick for a minute. Um, you know, everything, life goes on and on, you know, right? So I'm coming to you guys today just to go over some terms, um, and in hopes of everybody getting a better idea or understanding of oneself. I Well, that is my intent. I don't know where this is gonna go. I'm just gonna, you know, shoot the gun and let the bullet fly, right? Okay, so we're gonna go to sharing my screen. I got some terms, you guys. We're gonna look them up real quick. All right, right here is what I have, and it's perception. Okay, and we just gonna see some of these terms. Okay. Perception is the ability to see, hear, or become aware of something through the senses, the state of being or process of becoming aware of something through the senses, a way of regarding, understanding, or interpreting something, a mental impression, intuitive understanding, and insight. Okay. Um, Everybody has a perception. Okay. And I'll put it like this: we have a family, we have a mother, a father, a son, and a daughter. Well, the mother has a perception, the father has his own perception, the daughter has his own perception, and the daughter has her own perception, and the son has his own perception, right? Everybody has their own perception. And basically, how we can identify this is because they're all, even if you put them in a line, they are all standing in a different point. So, thus, they will see things differently, even if they can see it from a similar point of view. Okay. So, perception is the makeup of your own understanding based upon what you see, feel, hear, and anything in that sort. Okay. Also, with perception, is what I want to say is because of your social construct, your influences, or anything in that sort, these are what helps to build your perception. Okay, so if you go to church, that's going to build a perception to you, whether it may be good or bad. If you go to When you go to school, this will build a perception, whether it may be good or bad. Politics, uh uh the governmental system, finances, social identity, you know, based upon groups and settings and music. All of these things build your perception, whether it may be a good or a bad opinion on it. Not only that, when it comes to perception, um, everybody has ideas, questions, or they can form information based upon their perception, right? And it's a lot of documents, different articles, research factors, and they can further confirm your perception, right? The question is, does it make it the truth? And the answer is no. I mean, it's the most simplest form of answer that somebody can give. It may feel good based upon your own perception, and someone agreeing may make it feel even better based upon their perception. But that is not necessarily true. Okay. Let me go ahead and stop sharing real quick. See if I could exit out of something because it was something next that I want to get to. Okay. Um, yeah, this is the other thing that I wanted to show just to further. Uh, I'm saying confirm, but at the same time, but to further acknowledge um, the the information that I've come across. Okay, and my question was, is perception a good thing? And the answer came as perception is not reality. Okay, it's not reality. It can become a person's reality. There is a difference because perception has a potent influence on how we look at reality, right? So does your perception determine whether something is true or not? No, it does not. Does the some of the factors that you bring in to suggest um that your perception is true or not, does it determine that that is reality? No, it does not. It simply doesn't. um there's the only thing that can be factored in to reality and then to confirm reality is reality. Okay, you can't have suggestions, you can't have opinionated emotions, you can't have all of these things to come to a major point of furthering or confirming something that isn't true. It's just all an emotional tactic. Okay? It may make you feel better or it may make you feel worse depending on what information you are looking for. But perception is not reality. It is not true. For the most part, look for it to be entertaining, if anything. If you're not looking at it as a place of entertainment, is a bad effect on you, and thus that perception is not healthy, right? Let me see something else. I don't think I want that one. Okay. Now there's this discussion that goes on, and it's always seeming to be like the women versus men thing. Okay. Um, and I hate this. I hate this so bad. And the reason why is because um it's not fair to kind of make them go against one another, you know? And that's the thing about perception. Oh, that's another thing that I wanted to show you guys as well. Um, when you have perception, there is a buildup of things that cause perception. And the reason why perception isn't real is because of these certain things. Okay. So let me see. Let me see if I can show you guys. Okay, the question is, the social construct influence cult-like mentality? The reason why I did this is because when you look at the society that we live in a world that basically we're in a society formed. It's formed society. So thus there's an understanding of behavior patterns. Thus we have different forms of social identities within this society. We have different forms of beliefs within this society. It's the entire makeup of one's perception is basically uh the the entire uh civilian society, the entire society. um Basically, when you have this form or makeup, you're born into something. um and a lot of the ideas and questions that you may have within your own mind as things come along, you're either conformed into thinking differently, or and all of these have effects, or you are conformed into understanding within that, right? Okay, so the power of social influence on conformity, as well as the power of an authority figure to induce compliance, have both been made abundantly clear and certainly play an integral role in integration. Okay. So when people say, oh, you got a cult mentality, you have a cult mentality, that's basically what a cult mentality is. Okay. So let's take hip hop for instance. Hip hop, they have a social identity. You got to have a certain way about life, where you dress a certain way, you appear a certain way, you make sound certain way, you behave a certain way. You get what I'm saying? And from the understanding of that, a lot of people take on this cult mentality of, if you do anything different or outside of that, it is unnormal and usually frowned upon. Okay, so are we getting the cult like mentality? That's what that is. Okay. Let me see what I wanted to do. And I'm taking my time to perfect the beat. I definitely appreciate everybody coming, and just seeing what somebody has going on. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. Oh yeah. Let me break down what conformity is as well. Cause I think that's really important that I show that I'm stating, so people can get a better idea, you know. And what I'll do is, I'll after this live, my next one, I'll actually go live and get some questions, or if people want to build up a conversation based on this, we can definitely do that. But I'm getting to a point. I want everybody to just stick with me. Conformity is a compliance with standards, rules, or laws, right? So when you have these certain ideas or understandings, you get what I'm saying? Um, if anything is different, it's different based upon the standards and rules of that conformity. And so most of the time, when people do not conform to certain ideas or behavior patterns, they're considered outlaws, or weird, or even if from an understanding perspective, it's more like just different, or you know you get what I'm saying. So it can be both negative and positive depending on how you perceive it, but for the most part, they're not within the conformed group because they're different. Okay. um Let me see something. Okay, and I want to get back to the men versus women because in this society, there other than reality, reality has an understanding of everything as a whole. But in this society, we have a thing of women versus men type of thing. You get what I'm saying? And it's very contradicting at times, based upon this society or based upon just your own perception. It's very contradicting at times because we'll say that we care, but a lot of our behavior problems or separate thought processes do in different subjects, we show that we don't necessarily care. And that's where the cult like mentality comes from because we identify ourselves within a certain understanding, and so we say certain things, but impulsively, unknowingly, we do and respond con- contrary to what we actually think we're doing. So um it's this man versus women thing. And I just want to give an idea so people can oh, let's do the double standards. Let's show double standards. All right, double standards. Um what they are and how to respond to them. A double standard is a principle or policy that is applied in a different manner to similar things, right? So basically, we'll say we care about something, like I just said, but when applied to certain situations, we'll turn around and say, "Oh, no, 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 that's not where we care. That's not in this matter. It's not as important." You get what I'm saying? Um, These harsh standards, they often translate into unhealthy and unproductive behaviors such as overworking, procrastination, and avoidance, things in that sort. They can also lead to mental health issues like anxiety, depression, and low self-esteem. This is the effect of having a double standard. So, in one aspect, we'll boast our men, we'll say yay to our men, but then we'll have women who feel neglected or they feel depressed because of it. Just like, for instance, if you call a man a hoe, they're not necessarily affected by it, but if you call a woman a hoe, they'll be affected by it depending on how they receive it, right? It's hurtful, it's disrespectful, it's not fun, it's not okay. But men, they're they're already expected to not even care about that type of term, because in society, a man being a hoe in some social settings, it can look as a form of praise, like, hey, I did it. And then in other and from a female aspect is looked at something that's degrading and non-honorable, right? So there's a double standard that's going in building in people's perception. So it causes a form of hypocrisy. You get what I'm saying? It's contradicting. It's not even fair at times, And that's my main point. That's one of my main points for this 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 video right here is to get people to understand um your perception is not real. it is not reality. Okay, your influence based upon your perception can be hypocritical. It it can be contradicting can also now anybody's will change based upon this gathering of information is solely upon themselves. Um, and there's a lot of things that we can or cannot do with that, with anybody receiving information. My hopes is this information would improve anyone who's listening to get a better idea of themselves. I hope, really hope
I don't know why it's
that
glitching,
comes
y'all. I'm sorry.
through. I have something else that I want to show guys. Excuse my sons; they're in the background. You know, a mother's job is never quite over. You know, I'm still working. Okay. Now, there was a topic that I was listening to, and I had so many um or bring it up about it, give dialogue or anything like that. Um and when I go live, if us to talk about it, we can. But that that conversation or reason for me even looking to the video, um it gave me a different idea based upon the conversation that was held. So I don't necessarily want to talk about the sole purpose of looking at this video. Um, you hear me? If you can hear me, go ahead and just put a one in the chat. It seems like there's a glitch that's going on, and I'm not quite sure. Okay, can everybody hear me? I think I'm back. I don't know what's going on with the internet. It just started acting up. Um, I'm going to go ahead and start the video from where it already was at. I did pause it. If anybody wants me to go back, that's fine. Thank you, Ralph. Thank you so much, because I wasn't sure what was that and why it was acting that way. And it was so many times where I was trying to fix it. Hey, Miss Andrea, how you doing, Mama? Thank you guys for coming through. Thank goodness that it's better now, and I hope that it stays this way. It's been fine all day. I've been on it, working on my schoolwork and everything, and I guess it just give out for a moment. I'm not quite sure. But I think that it's working out now. If there's a glitch in the recording that I did earlier, I don't mind stopping it and everything like that so you guys can hear it. um Miss Andrea, you might just be coming in. And I just want I did a video, of course, because I'm working on my perfection, I'm growing. And I did views that I wanted to bring out. And so basically I'm giving an idea of perspective not being perception, not being reality. And giving some points. And I think I wanted to go over the video, and that's the reason why I went live, so that I can go ahead and pause it and interject on my own dialogue, which is weird, but I'm growing, so I don't want to place anything and then contradict myself. You get what I'm saying? So let's see if it's gonna work out now. um okay, and then I'll go back to sharing my screen. I really do thank you guys for coming in. I didn't schedule this or anything because, I just wasn't sure. But while I do have time, I said I'll go ahead and try to do this on a live. So thank you guys for coming in. I know it's probably last minute. And at any time that it starts glitching or anything like that, please don't hesitate to tell me. Let me see. Specific conversation that was being held within that video. Okay. It was a NeoX video. Of course, you guys know that I've been discussing NeoX and Kevin Wesley. And the video was basically her showing the full clip of Kevin and her having different dialogues based upon their perception of what happened between them in a video session that they were in when Kevin was interviewing a man who had 7 children. I wanted to play that video. I wanted to show certain things based upon my observation. I don't know if I will or not, but as of right now, that's not my main focal point. Okay. The reason for this, and I'm going to give the reason in the video, but the reason for this is because there's a bigger point that I'm trying to get to within this whole situation. You get what I'm saying? So let's just hear me out, you guys. Let's hear where I'm coming from. Main focal point is to get everybody on a level of understanding or some clarity as far as to what is going on based upon my observation, and what isn't necessarily being clarified because of this. Okay. So there was a topic that was brought up, and it was a very good topic, to tell you the truth. It was about you know basically the roles of men and women in a certain aspect. And it was talking about childbirth, and it brought up some good questions within me about about childbirth, because a lot of us, even in Neo's video, she was talking about the importance of giving birth and giving life. um and it was like it was a stance between Kevin's response about a man's perception, you know given about things that they men feel they may need to do, and things in that sort of whatever. If you guys want to check out the video to get to that point, it's somewhere in the middle or towards the end or something like that. I can't really remember. But she was highlighting important factors about the woman, and how we face a lot of things that happen in. Hey Diwali, thank you for coming in. Giving childbirth, right? My bad, y'all. I gotta calm my nervousness. But either way, feel like it becomes a friction between men and women. It comes to a lot of things, and this one was a prime example. And I wanted to spark a discussion about this, and basically, if in general help with a lot of different aspects of what has been going on in my head. You get what I'm saying? And so I'll try my point from this. And my question was, does childbirth actually affect men? You get what I'm saying? That is a good question. Let me share my screen real quick. All right, so this question is men's perception during childbirth. Do men have a role in childbirth? And this person identified the following things: men have different descriptions of their relationships. Responsibility was an obligation. Ideal fathers provide support to mothers during childbirth. The health system limits male environment in childbirth. Men have no clear roles during childbirth, and exclusion and alienation in the hospital environment. And I was like, okay, so a lot of people, a lot of us, especially as women, we fail to at times identify if childbirth or pregnancy can take on an effect to men. And so this right here is giving an idea of how active fathers may feel during the session of childbirth within the hospital. You know, they may lose a sense of control or protection towards the child and the mother during this situation. So there's a mental effect, right? I'm going somewhere. You guys stay with me. A man's mindset during childbirth. Most men are willing to learn about their expected roles during childbirth, and we're eager to support their partners, wives, spouses during this time. However, they identify personal relationships, family, and community factors as barriers to this involvement. They found the health system unwelcoming, intimidating, and unsupportive. Should we consider the way our men feel during childbirth or pregnancy? I would like to say yes. This is newfound information to me. I actually never even realized that this could be a possible thought process to a man, you guys. Okay. And this is why, and I feel like a lot of us women, we go on with our lives and our behaviors without the consideration of this very moment. You get what I'm saying? But there's something else that I found further on in my investigation as well. Not only do men have a mental effect, whether it be positive or negative in childbirth or pregnancy, they also can have hormonal effects. Isn't that crazy? Men's hormones change too. It makes them more sensitive and less aggressive. They might not cry at commercials, but they're more emotional. Another change in men during pregnancy is stress, but it's difficult to pinpoint that one sometimes. It's stressful to welcome a new baby into a family. Okay, but I also want to show this as well. Oh, I just want to show this part right here that says that men also they also have postpartum depression. But that's not necessarily what I want to get into, but it's most definitely a factor when it comes to the man's perspective of childbirth. Um but let me get to this one right here. Men can experience a range of mental health problems following the birth of a child. With 1 in 10 dads experience postnatal anxiety and or depression. Ignore the signs that something is wrong can have an impact not only on the individual, but on the well-being of children and their relationship with their partner. The question is, which side is more important? And I hate that question because it discredits one's perspective. It discredits one's point of view. So if we're gonna say that the women, because they're pregnant and because they're actually going through, they're they're affected more because of the pain. Are we hindering our men from having a voice in that instance? Think about it like this. It is in a man's nature to be physically stronger, right? In most cases, but not in all, right? A lot of men are sought to be protectors and providers, right? But in this instance, and it's a beautiful one. It's a beautiful one to give life, right? This is the moment where the woman has to endure to give out, to have the strength to give life. And it's a very painful.
Oh, why it's glitching?
Am I with you guys? Am I glitching? Is it me or is it just the video? Okay, hold on just a second. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but we about to get this thing cranking. We about to get it right. Cause I worked on it, y'all. I really did work on that. I did it like a project. So let's see what it does now. Am I glitching now or am I good? I think I'm good. Hey, break room. Shout out to you, mama. Thank you for coming through. I don't know why it's glitching. No, I'm not muted. Um, I don't know what it is that's causing this glitch. Um, what I can do is I can most definitely upload this video as well so everyone can see it. I really wanted to go over it, but I'll go ahead and just state my opinion and my facts based upon everything. Just let me know if I'm glitching with my personal conversation here. And for the most part, what I've gathered is everybody as a whole within this society, and the reason why we're having a lot of conflict and very little resolution is because, for the most part, everybody has a mindset and a perception that is kind of hypocritical and contradictive based upon gender, based upon culture identity, based upon socializing, and based upon all of these things. They all play a role. And so when I was watching Neo X's video and she was talking about child labor and everything in that topic, I wanted to give an example as to how within that topic, because we could go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and we'll give insight based upon our own perception, but there'll be little to no resolution because we're not identifying the root cause of our understanding. And I wanted to highlight to everybody that perception is not real, okay? And there's plenty of things out here in this world that can confirm our justification within perception, but that does not make it real. You get what I'm saying? Thank you, Miss Andrea. I went ahead and just started talking because that started frustrating me too. And because I'm a new platform and I feel like I have something important, I just feel like, it's causing, so every time somebody come on to my video, they're going to see these problematic situations, especially with my nervousness. So I'm kind of just overthinking myself right now. And they won't necessarily get to see the point. So, and when we have child labor, we'll go back to that. We're not necessarily considering men, right? Because women go through a lot of pain and suffrage throughout child labor, and no questions about it. It is not a easy thing to go through or experience. It's very difficult. It's high risk, and a lot of people can endure a lot of consequential circumstances due to it. Not taken away from that. But I did some research to consider if a man's viewpoint it should be held valid even in that instance. And what I found to me gave me an understanding of yes, it should, because both parties will may endure mental situations and hormonal situations. And based upon men throughout our entire lifespan, they have to work. So physical is more so of the nature of the man, physical strength, right? That's how we identify the masculinity in some aspects of a man. And women, we don't necessarily have to carry that kind of carry strength, except for this most important part. That's based upon my own perception. Okay, that can be we can discuss that as well. But this whole idea of childbirth and men is the thought process of how we see things in every aspect. Am I making sense? And so when you have this type of thought process, which is hypocritical and contradictive, it becomes problematic. You get what I'm saying? And so what you do is you'll say, well, a man is supposed to take care of the child, provide for the child, and when they get older, teach the child how, if it's a son, teach it how to be a man. You know what I'm saying? But when it's time to give birth, we don't consider them. And then when it comes to the mother aspect, whether the child be a woman or a man, we'll say, well, it's her job to nurture this child, irregardless, right? When you have perception and you identify within perception, and then you have a bunch of people that come together that can relate to perception based upon how they identify themselves, and they minimize somebody else because they're different from that perception, that is the problem that we're having here. That is the problem that we're having now. That and then we have different dialogues and different conversations to further confirm our perception, which is causing a problem. And my understanding and what I want to get to everybody else is perception, irregardless to what information you may feel justifies perception, it is not true. Okay, it's not reality. There's no need to have a combative video back and forth. You do a video, I do a video, you do a video, I do a video. The only thing it's like it's like a fight online, if that makes sense. And I'm not really into that. You get what I'm saying? So my whole point of giving ideas and understanding of perception is to give people a broader idea as to why things and conversations and behaviors are problematic, how your perception becomes an effect to someone else. You get what I'm saying? How you perceive things, And I think even in this video, I made a statement basically talking about how we endure certain treatment as children, amongst our peers. How somebody might laugh at you if you fall, or laugh at you if you got on a certain type of shoes, or if your hair isn't done a certain type of way. And this can either this can either be a traumatic situation for you or not, just depending on what's your stance within that setting, or how you feel about yourself, or what level of certainty you have of yourself as a child. But in most aspects, we don't necessarily correct these things as children, especially if we're not informed properly of what this is. So most children either rebel because of this, or they will either conform to that type of behavior. You get what I'm saying? And this is the problem that we're having now. Am I making clear sense to everyone? I know some people came in and left, some people came in and left. Um, but I want, hey, Ralph, thank you. This is so real. People use their perspective to clarify wrong or indoctrination actions. Exactly. That was my whole point. And I didn't want to continue to have like this type of going back and forth with NeoX, because I'm not very argumentative. I'm angry for a moment, and then after that, I'm kind of like, you know what? I'd rather not. And the reason why I'd rather not is because when you walk up to a fight, you can't necessarily determine who is right or wrong in that moment, right? You just see two people fighting, and the overall look is is ignorant. So and what I've realized when it comes to NeoX is that the information she have is based upon her perception. How can I change her perception? You get what I'm saying? How can I it her perception her perception will change based upon herself. She has to learn, or get any knowledge, or just a change of feelings. You get what I'm saying? And so an attack necessarily to me will not help that. If anybody wants to join on live and give their input, that's fine with me. But that was just that was the main factor. Like when we go through childbirth, and that's a serious situation, a lot of us, we have a tendency to discredit our men, and say that they may not they may they're even if we do think that they have their feelings and that their feelings are important, they're not always necessarily considered regardless. And so when you think about this in every subject, they're not considered regardless. Men, well, they're going about crying, talking about their sexuality, and how I might have suggested what I felt like was their sexuality. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I say, if it's interfering or if it affects someone with this type of personal harm, it's wrong. And that's basically the whole point of it. It is wrong. It's just simply that. It's not fun to anyone. So thus it is wrong. There's no further argument needed, right? There's no further, I mean, but because of the societal identity of the conformity to this society, that's not always respected, and that's not always the ideal understanding. You get what I'm saying? Because society, we have different social structures, environmental structures. You could come from the hood, you could be in middle class, you could be in upper class. It's so many things that give you different forms within your perception. So thus it creates your behavior, your form of understanding, your form of response, and all of these things as such. And so when you're talking about someone that you're necessarily in disagreement with, you feel no compass of how to go about that sometimes. And most of the time, perception has a intertwining flavor or relationship with emotions, and a lot of people cannot get out of emotions. Does that make sense? It's okay to have emotions. Let me clarify that. But there has to be a shift in the use of emotions and the emotion identity within one's mindset. You get what I'm saying? The programming of this society, it bases a lot of emotion before logic. And that's where we're having a lot of confliction at. You get what I'm saying? Um and some people don't understand how verbal communication can be effective just as bad as physical. And child labor is an example, with physical and mental, you know. I'm hoping I'm getting to a point, because when I looked at her video, and I did two looks at it. My first look, I was like, oh my goodness. And I have so many dialogues about that. But my second look was, I don't want to. I don't want to give too much of that dialogue because it won't get through, and it'll come off as if I'm being offensive, or I'll seem as if I'm playing into a role that's not necessarily my character. Okay. I had already done that before. I called her out. You get what I'm saying? And so now I'm kind of like, I'm over that in an instance. I don't want to do the beef thing, the back and forth, because it's evident, with the different videos of Kevin Wesley, V Bennett, and Brother Shaka, giving their perspective, coming back with her perspective, and it's continuous. And to me, the reason why it's continuous is because I have my perception. I can give more information based on my perception. I can repeat information based on my perception. I can keep doing this, but guess what? There's even in the midst, there may be change in favor of either parties, but there's not enough change. It's strenuous, it's time consuming. And I want to get to a point where we can kind of get this done a little bit faster. So, with willing ears, is the only way that I perceive that this will be able to help. You know what I'm saying? You got to be willing. And if you're not a willing party, then, um, it's only so much. So hopefully anybody who comes to hear this video and work through the beginning half, which is usually my most problematic, they'll be able to see the pointers. Ralph says European standards are the guidelines for emotional insecurities. When spiritually imbalanced, you will become less logical and worldly. Exactly. Exactly, Ralph. See, that's why I wanted to do this on live, because you guys' input is dynamic. It's great. It's the bomb. You get what I'm saying? And that's the whole reason for people having to understand that your feelings and your understanding is solely based upon how you perceive life and how you perceive information. You get what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with reality. So once we exit the whole perception thing, can we get to a focus of reality and just see it for what it is? When we get to that point, things can change. You know, to me, when Kevin was speaking on his perception of a man's viewpoint, especially when it comes to the roles of, being in partnership, or when it comes to life of a child, it, a lot of people can't honor that. A lot of people can't receive it. And it's because the perception of them is that he's minimizing the side of what women have to go through. And I don't think that that is what he was doing, because that's not what he stated, right? In reality, if it's not what you stated, then it's not so. An assumption, part of your perception, is not real. He did state how it was important, but he didn't go into further dialogue. And so what we have there is an emotion that was connected, and say, oh, he didn't go into dialogue with it. That means that he didn't care. Am I making sense? And that is the problem. That is the root. Perception versus reality, emotions versus reality. Um, I wanted to, it's so many things that I could do, but I just kept thinking to myself, I'm like, what can I say that can actually bring a point to this entire situation? You know, and to me, I can bring a lot of points. And so has so many other people. Neil has brung a lot of points on her stance. V has brung a lot of points on his stance. Shaka has brung a lot of points on his stance. Kevin has brought a lot of points on his stance. And then, but ultimately, nothing has necessarily been resolved. Nothing has been resolved because there's a factor of not necessarily wanting it to be resolved. And there's a point of trying to get someone to conform to my perception. And then there's I'm not necessarily understanding. There's so many reasonings as to why this is not getting resolved. Perception has a major role with mental illnesses. Perception has a when it comes to mental illnesses, you know, if you're in a certain idea of a society or a social group, and then there's a highlight of something that you have that is different, it can affect you mentally. um a lot of people are unaware, but mental trauma is an actual injury to the brain. And a lot of people are very unaware of this. And because you agree to giving perception of this society and your idea of understanding and seeking to conform within that group or society, that mental trauma is effective to you. You get what I'm saying? And so we're having this problem because Kevin identifies in a different format. Neil identifies in a different format. We have V and Shaka. They all have their different identities in a different format. And everybody is playing a role in the emotions, the mental trauma, the damage, the effects. Now, the men on their behalf is not insulting. You know, they're not coming from what I can see from a degrading standpoint. Neil, to me, is coming from emotional standpoint, if that makes sense. And based upon, you know, her further investigation within her perception, it drives further confirmation, you know. So what do we do? What do we do? How do we go from here? Because it only gets worse. It doesn't necessarily get any better. It's either we all walk away or we all continue in this stance in our fight, right? How do we fix this? How where do we see a change necessarily? And from what I can see, based upon a lot of different YouTube videos and different sagas and stuff like that, there is no change. There's only hurt. And the ones who don't necessarily receive correction in their error within themselves, they find that as a place of victory. And a lot of people, they speak of advocacy and, trying to find change and things in this sort, which is amazing. So that brings the question, how do you necessarily get the change? Is it actually resolved? Does it ever get resolved? What is if the overall purpose of speaking doesn't resolve a thing, how how should one feel? I'll upload this video so everybody can hear it. I know I might tend to be a little bit boring when it comes to these important matters and stuff like that, but it's just given from I'm just giving a little bit of my insight. um I can see why a lot of Kevin Wesley's followers and subscribers to his channel may not interfere with things like this. And I think it's because of not necessarily wanting to play in this type of situation. you know Ralph says it only hurts you. You're so right. Culture is the way people collaborate mentally, emotionally, spiritually, food, dance, and education, which people overlook. Exactly. All of these things play a role in people's perception. And this is why I have a huge question about, religion, the Christian faith. They want you to they want you to come to Jesus. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's kind of like you can't necessarily save anyone. They have to want to do it within themselves. You can't convince anyone that you're right, because in their mind, they're saving you. In your mind, you're trying to save them. So we just clapping hands at this point. We're just clapping hands. And I mean, I can confer. Anyone can further this situation for entertainment purposes and continue to give valid points based upon their perception. But what does it necessarily change? And I want to do it for the people, but if the people would have the critical thinking skills that everyone has, I would think that it wouldn't take much to take a look for themselves and see it. Do I continue, just for the sake of that? Because ultimately you get nowhere. It's so many points as to this happened, that happened, this happened, that happened over there, and something else happened because of that, and then this is adding on to it too, and this is because of this, and this is because of that, and it's like you're going to continue to have to, you know, have conflict and go back and show this point and show that point and show this point and show that point. And to be honest with you, based upon these men's personalities and their characters that they already have set in place, and as far as the viewpoint of people seeing them, um, I think it's quite clear of a lot of things. I think it's quite clear that we can see what type of person they are, you know and it's no secret, because it takes practice to be something that you're not only that, but with even the practice or pretending of being something that you're not, you have flaws within that, right? You have moments where it's kind of like, oh, the real you came out, but we don't see that. Anybody who's seeing based upon logic and not emotions, you don't necessarily see that, because you can disagree with somebody in an instance, but that doesn't take away from their character. Your character says a lot about you. And based upon the social construct of this society, you know, we already know what type of character may be better than the other, right? Does it make it true? No, it doesn't. I just said that. No hypocrisy from me. But yet and still, it, the better still kind of shows. You guys just let me know if I'm drifting, or if you would just prefer to see that. I mean, I guess I can, to give more points, but like I was saying yesterday, I felt like if I further give viewpoints on that, it could possibly emotionally become an embarrassment. And not to say that in like a competitive state, but more so of a like, it's it's just the highlight of one's contradiction, if that makes sense. But anybody who watches anything, if you're watching um in full awareness of your own self, it's not something that you can necessarily hide. So what do I do? I need because and I'll give that video, but I was just like, I just don't want to look like something that I'm not. And I don't want to easily fall into the blending of being something, or being a type of person based upon the person that I'm basically speaking against, you know? When you interact in these type of things, you solely start you after a while you start to begin to be the same. And I don't want to be the same. You start to speak from emotional viewpoints. You start to see things in unhealthy aspects. I think the best advice I can give, especially for Kevin Wesley and for V Bennett and Brother Shaka, is to dispute through proof of character and through proof of intellectual topics within your platform. you know I mean, I'm not saying that I won't stop bringing information and highlights, but what I am saying is, um if I could put it this way, it's a new format of a battle within a war, just to highlight different forms of interest and information, and that can give more insight as to why something isn't right or something isn't wrong. And not necessarily in the form of I'm coming to you in an attack format. I don't want to do that. You know, it's clear, it's evident. She stated it plenty of times that she's been through a lot, and who hasn't? You get what I'm saying? But I'm not the type to necessarily further anyone in their trauma. My whole point of speaking out or speaking towards somebody is to help them come from out of their trauma. And that to me is a form of advocacy, because I'm not hindering one person in order to uplift another set of people. I want everybody to come out of this. I want there to be a resolution for everyone, because it's mental illness. The men are suffering most definitely mentally with this strenuous conversation. But Neil is suffering seriously, you know, and that's shown through her works and her acts, right? Am I making sense? Did I lose anybody? I hope I didn't offend anybody. I hope that nobody's upset with that understanding. I just really don't I don't want to she could say whatever she want to say about me. I didn't do this for me. So, that's not even the point of conversation. Just looking at the experience of brother Kevin and what his brother went through in his saga. Um right, divinely, thank you so much. Divinely says you're right. Her suffering has manifested in her actions. Exactly. And if we continue to go back and forth with this situation, it'll ultimately manifest within our own. And I don't want that for nobody. I want everybody to come out of this better, you know. And when I was looking at Brother Latruth's saga the entire time, it was pain after pain after pain, never ending. You get what I'm saying? And it wasn't it had moments of happiness, you get what I'm saying? But throughout it all, it was misery loves company, exactly. And it makes us miserable. The whole situation is miserable itself. So I think that with change, if we're really looking for change, if we're really looking for better, we can defend ourselves in the light of what we already are in. You get what I'm saying? And in some format, it's more so of not considering the ignorance, but more so of giving logic that can help diminish the ignorance. Does that make sense? And his brother, that whole saga, you know what I'm saying? It was it was it was bittersweet. It was it was good to see people standing strong in defense of this truth. And a lot of people had to endure hurtful things. You know what I'm saying? Families were interfered with, jobs were interfered with, you know, people's personal life was plastered on the internet, their character and their looks and appearances and everything. And me personally, coming from being a main follower of Kevin Wesley, and the type of information that he sets out, that a lot of his followers come from a more conscious perception. you know just looking at that, it doesn't shed light on the type of person Kevin Wesley is. And, I'm not defending his name if I result in the same manner from which he's trying to bring people from. you know there's a level of intellect that this man speaks from. Also with brother Vinny, I don't know why I call him Vinny. Just meeting him, so I hope he excuses me. But brother V, brother Shaka, these men are speaking from a level of intellect. And so to fight a battle in defense of their honor, I just think that there has to be a different format. You know, I don't want to fight with Neo. My fight is not with Neo, clearly. You get what I'm saying? Because just like me, Neo was born within this system as well. Neo has a perception of understanding based upon her developmental build within this system. So who am I really attacking? You know? How can I help her by attacking her? We have to attack the problem. And the problem is not her, because there's a lot of problems within myself that can be identified based upon the same society. And I don't want to be a hypocrite. Pros and the cons within herself and not see the pros and cons within myself. I want to represent who I came in defense for well. And I cannot represent these men well if I defend in the same manner as somebody that, is different. I can't. It's not right. And, no one wins, not even the viewers. because the viewers are going to look at this, and it may be entertainment for some, and it may be harmful for some, or it may be great for some, but overall they gain no broader understanding, if any, very little. Ralph, I learned that male leadership is undermined within the world with emotional weak people and is attracted by ungodly people to separate people and things. Yes, and when a lot of people will look at that statement and they'll say male leadership, because that's what they identify as a spark. You get what I'm saying? But it's not navigating away from women leadership. And that's the point that I'm trying to get across. That you identifying the information of male leadership should not be uh seen as a form of disrespect. Our understanding and our perceptions and our thought process is solely based upon what we're comfortable with identifying within this form of society, but it has nothing to do with the truth or reality. And in reality, everybody builds a perception based upon where they stand in reality. It doesn't make it the truth, but it's your impression. Yes, I'm trying not to be nervous, y'all. Please excuse me, but I do have a little secret to my nervousness that I went ahead and started utilizing so that I could get through this. Cause it just needs to be heard. And I think with my nervousness, a lot of people couldn't necessarily hear where I was coming from. So I do have a method to my madness, and I just started to utilize it. Thank you so much, Brother Ralph. Thank you, Divinely. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. I love each and every one of y'all. And I know they'll say, well, why are you saying you love them? You don't even know them. You know what I'm saying? Or you just met them. And me personally, I love. I don't look for love in return. I don't look for love with any exchange. I love. You get what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with it. A lot of people seem to find that to be weird or whatever the case may be, but that's just who I am as a person. You get what I'm saying? You don't have to love me back. My love has no requirements at all. It's just who I am within. I can't be angry that long. Like I did my videos calling her out. I did that short span. She gave me her response. And after that, it was like, okay, I see your response. I honored that response. I wasn't even thinking I was gonna get a response. To be truthful with you, when Kevin showed my video, I didn't even think it was gonna get that far. To tell you the truth, and I have much gratitude for both. You know, Ralph, fight the overwhelming. I go through it too. So I talk slowly. Right. Right. That's why I did the pre-recorded video, because I wasn't certain of my nervousness. You know what I'm saying? But it's something that I'm working on. And it's nothing to blame or for anybody to hold in favor of me. You get what I'm saying? Because this is something that I'm okay with, and I it's something that I understood already. You know what I'm saying? And so I just want to give that insight. I want everybody to understand that, especially, oh, excuse me, y'all, working on my method of madness. um, Especially with given perception as a whole, we all have the same form of fighting tactics or defense tactics. But when you get to a level of consciousness, in some point, in some aspect, you try to find a different way to necessarily fight the good fight. And thus here we are. This is where I am. I don't want to fight the good fight that way, because these men, honorable men, in my perception, they deserve a better look of a fight. They deserve a better look of a fight, especially with the type of information that they give on their own platforms. So, thus, anybody who comes in defense for them, they should represent what they these men represent for themselves. So that's basically what this video was speaking of, perception and not necessarily wanting to be combative based upon somebody's perception. You can't change nobody's perception because that's something that they have to change within themselves. And ultimately, if they don't change it within themselves, that's something that they will have to consequently deal with in on their own time. And I don't see it fit for me to be a part of that. Now, I will continue with giving, different perspective point of views, but in favor of these men. I just won't continue um I won't continue with that combativeness with Neo X. I mean, there's so many points that one could point, um but it won't the whole purpose won't ever be sought through, if that makes sense. I'm so mad that the video would not play, y'all. I'm so upset about that. So I guess I'm gonna have 2 videos up tonight and tell everybody, look at both of them so that you can get an understanding of each one of them. I appreciate you guys coming through. I appreciate each and every one of y'all considering my channel and trying to hear me out. That really means a lot to me. This channel is new, so it's gonna build, it's gonna overcome. I'm probably gonna have to repeat a lot of things because the beginning videos are very it's kind of like hard to get into or whatever, but you know, that's okay with me. I can do that. I can repeat until clarity is in everyone that I reach, until understanding is in everyone that I reach. If anybody wanted to come up and give their piece, that's cool with me. I like my channel to be an open panel because I like to hear everybody's input. This gain knowledge, and this is how I grow by hearing different input. Everybody's input is valid to me unless it is insulting to someone. You get what I'm saying? And then that also reflects in my behavior and response with Neil. If it's insulting to someone, there's no need for further dialogue. It's just not right at all. And if nobody wants to come up and speak, that's cool with me. That's why I did the live, just to see if anybody did or didn't, you know. Um just to see if, anybody wanted to give me any information on, oh, thank you, Ralph, for coming up. That means a lot to me.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Hey,
Hey,
Ralph.
you've been kicking it, man. You've been kicking it spot on today, man. Tonight, I appreciate that. I appreciate everything that you brought to YouTube so far. You came in with a humble soul. Uh, I mean, you just came in just protecting the image of righteousness. For me, I think accordingly the way it should be.
Thank you.
You're not putting down women. You're talking about situations that we should avoid. You're talking about the protection of men and women, and that's where this YouTube thing is getting out of control because everybody is pointing fingers. Now I
Right.
ain't gonna lie, I'm here for the BS, not for your channel, but I love the BS because it's entertaining. I feel like uh some people you don't take the foot off. I'm one of those guys. I don't know how people feel about this, but I'm a fire sign, Sagittarius. I believe once you do something, there's no way you can tell somebody how to stop doing something. You know,
That's right.
don't
That's
start
true.
something you're not willing to finish. Don't throw a punch if you're not willing to get beat down. That's my motto.
Right.
You know,
And see,
so
and I agree. And that's why I felt like, well, maybe I can go at it at a different way. I don't want to end it. I don't want to stop defense. I just want to do it differently so that it can
mhm,
actually, so I can see if doing it differently can bring a form of resolution.
I like
Does that
that.
make sense?
Yes,
Right.
yeah. That's why I've been tuned in, like since probably for the last hour or so. Um, I really realized like, yo, my character is, like I said, to throw that punch, I'm gonna throw a bunch on back. But then we also need people who can set guidelines. They can say, hey, look, um, we all can't just do this. Some of us got to be,
Right.
soldiers, but then some of us got to be caretakers. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then,
Right.
so what you're doing is you're taking care of the issue. You're building character within the issue and getting people to understand. Maybe get Neo to understand. Hey, look, you ain't got to talk about these guys. You can leave them alone. And also, VB and
Right.
Shaka can also say, you know, um, yeah, you wrong, but we are men and we're strong men and we can let it go. But I'm that middle guy that don't want to
Right.
let it go. I want her to get beat down to the point women can see this what will happen to you, or people will see this what will happen to you when you take this route. I take more of a logical street point of view. Um,
Okay.
so like you do the deal and you get dealt with. You know what I'm saying? But then again, I don't approve on beating a sister down too bad, but I do want her to know it's a point you got to stop. You got to know when it's time to wave the white flag.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
I just feel like, based upon just looking at different channels and listening to so many people, especially with different topics, I just came to just to an idea like, everybody is giving opinion and judgment solely based upon their own understanding.
Hmm.
And it's offensive in some of these topics based upon where you stand. And so, how do we fix that? If I'm going to utilize my voice, would it be to fix that?
Yeah.
Cuz I don't cuz I don't want to fall in line with the same, you know, platforms like,
You'll
arguing,
become
arguing,
worldly.
arguing,
You,
arguing,
you'll
arguing.
you'll become worldly. It's like you
Right?
said before. It
It'll be
only it only comes in. You only start hurting people. That's it. That's all you will get is hurt out of it. And it's like the
and
comment.
I don't
I
want
was
anybody to be
responding to
hurt
that.
because
Go ahead.
right.
Good night.
Because if I okay, let's just say like if I'm defending hindering some of the feelings of women because I'll solely be having to speak from an of men. Not saying that that's impossible to do, but I'm saying that's a possibility. And I don't want to affect anyone. I want to be able to to see it in an understanding based upon their own perception and play a role in the division, gender, finances, religion, all of these things can play a role to where you seem in favor of one and not in favor of the other, and it can cause a hindrance, and I don't want that.
Yeah. And the thing about that is, it should be all collective. If we're all on this uh activist or righteous path, the word culture doesn't just pertain to um what people are, where you stay at. It's really a thing of the mind. So
Right.
if you don't mentally think like me, you don't spiritually feel like me, we
Yes.
don't eat, we're not evolving. And that's one thing that the relationships are failing on because we don't know where to draw the guidelines between that. We don't know where to fix those problems at. Well, we might get two or three things right in a relationship. We might want to be spiritually connected. We might eat the same, but damn that we don't think the same. We're not yoked the same. So we'll
Right.
end up getting separated in the world because we'll want different things. You know what I'm saying? And it's easy for somebody to
Yes.
come
It
in
becomes
and ask you and seek validation, and you can give in to them because people love to feel validated.
right. It becomes a blend. Like, where is the line for consciousness and where is the line for unconsciousness? Like, where's the difference? If we don't show the difference, then there won't be anything for somebody to see differently.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like they want to go into an avatar state when it matters. Like, oh, we human today, and now, oh, let's jump into the godly avatar mode, and we can do no wrong, while all the while doing all the wrong you can do. You know, and I have a
Right.
problem. I have a big issue with
Right.
that.
I don't like it. And then I don't want to come off seeming like a saint either, because that's not consciousness either. You can't it's a balance within the two of yourself. You get what I'm saying? The good and the bad. And that's basically
Right.
what I want to give myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm not perfect. I'm not too good. Who if anybody tries to portray themselves like that, they'd be wrong. I'm not bad either. So I can't continue in bad because that's not who I am. Now, do I have moments of being bad and good? Yes, and that's what ultimately builds up the entirety of my character, finding the balance
Hmm.
within the two. And that's who I am.
I agree. I accept bad
And
and
so
good within myself. I know there's going to be a time where I'm going to do wrong, and I know why I'm doing it. I logically think out why I'm doing wrong, and there's a time where I'm going to do good because I logically think what I'm going to do good, and who I'm going to do good for. It's which ways I
exactly.
decide to do. It's how I decide to use that evil or that good, because sometimes you can
Right.
use evil for good, you know. And for
Right.
people who don't understand that, if someone breaks into your home, you know it's wrong or feels a certain type of way. Yes. You know it's wrong for you to harm someone, but then again, this person is in your home. You know what I'm saying? So you might want
Right.
to put a bullet in somebody's head or back. But if they're not harming you, maybe you should let them leave with it. So you got to make
Right.
conscious decisions spot on. Sometimes you don't have time to think consciously, but we always have time to think.
Right. Like the ideas of positivity and negativity. A lot of people misinterpret these terms. And positive does not mean good. Positive is it's positive like in war. If I was to have to go to war to protect my land, it may not be good for my opponent, but it's good for me. But the only thing that makes it positive is because of the action towards a purpose.
That's right.
Ideas of certain words, and what causes some of the confusion in our understanding, because we don't fully understand what these words actually mean. I'm positive in my effort for justifying these men, but I'm negative, but I'm bad to somebody else because it's contrary to what they believe of these men. So it's good for
Yeah.
me, it's bad for them, but yet and still it's positive, undeniably, because that's what positive means.
And it puts you in a compromising state, And it really compromises your mental health and emotional health when you do that, because you are trying to appease everybody. You want people. When you don't want to offend people, that's when you offend people. But if you offend people, you just offend people. You see what I'm saying? So it's like a lose lose situation, but it's a way you lose. You know what I'm saying? You can lose in flying
Right.
colors, or you can lose with a chip on your back.
Right. I prefer to lose. I'm a lose wholeheartedly. You want to know why? Because I'm not
Yeah, all the way.
I'm not caring about the offense. You get what I'm saying? But because I do it from a standpoint of logic and reality, it can be inevitable. It can be undeniable. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what I want to do. I don't want to. I could care less about anybody' emotions toward me. You get what I'm saying? A lot of people are going to justify why I may be wrong based upon their emotions, but if they look into the information that I've set out, you get what I'm saying? They can't deny it. So I don't care if anybody looks at me a certain type of way. What I do on my platform, ideally is not for me anyway. And and what I realize about a lot of people in the conscious community and their platforms, they don't get the respect they deserve because most of the time it's not it's not entertaining for what I would consider a mentally lazy person.
Yeah. Both, baby. I want both. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I don't think you can't be too conscious of just doing it for yourself. If you're in this community, you got to do it for all that are that are abiding by this type of content or about this type of lifestyle. You can't just set the table for yourself so you can eat. You got to bring everybody to the table who eat like you.
Right. And for the most part, I'm not even caring about the eat part. I can take care of that on the back end. My whole care and concern is for the evolvement of the mindset, and especially when it comes in defense of these men. You get what I'm saying? Because this is the topic, right? Like
Yeah.
people, and it's a lot of men out here in this world that have certain mistreatment. You get what I'm saying? So I want to defend all of these men. And in some aspects, women as well, because I am a woman. I want to defend these people in a way that can be honored and respected.
Yeah.
And if I go back
I
and forth
agree.
with Neo based upon the dialogue that she gives, if I play at the same playing field as her, it to me, it won't necessarily be that. It won't be
Yeah.
that. It just won't.
And players got to
Because
keep
I
it G.
mean, let's just be real. Right. I mean, because I you know what I'm saying? I come from the struggle, I come from the hood too. Who hasn't? You get what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So we can call each other bitches all day. You get what I'm saying? And we can
Right.
call each other bluffs on threats and do all type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because that's easy for me. What is a practice of me is becoming better for myself. You get what I'm saying? That's the practice for me. So that's not a
That's right.
problem, especially when it comes to, attack at the attack in that standpoint. I can do that. But is it going to help anything? Not at all.
No,
Not at all.
you're
Because
right about that.
fighting growing up, you know what I'm saying? Fighting growing up, what I realized is I ain't never become no friend with nobody I was fighting. And they ain't never changed their mind about me neither. You get what I'm saying? And I
Yeah.
ain't never cared. And
But
I'm pretty
I
sure
think
they feel the
I
same
think
way.
that's kind of different. But you know what? I can actually say that's kind of different between men and women because with men, as boys, you can fight someone and find respect and become friends. Most women, once they don't like you, it's a for sure we don't like you for the rest of our lives. Almost situation. I ain't saying it's a definite,
Sometimes,
but it's a
yeah, because the
yeah.
perception of this society, yeah.
Cause
Because
like
of the
you can just get
perception
on
of this
YouTube.
society.
Yeah, you can get on YouTube right now and type in any type of female fight, right? And you can see the anger in a female fight. It's 10 times more deadlier than when men fight. You know what I'm saying? It's like women will strip each other naked, defile each other too. They like it gets out of hand when once a woman has a hate is a different hate than when a man has a hate. But I'm not gonna base this on men and women. I'm gonna say for the dudes who are going through these situations, we gotta remember we put ourselves in that situation. There's no way these women should know this much about you so quickly to even get that to even get to this point. And then also if we're this type of leader we're proclaiming to be, we want to be the leaders we want to be. We can't have an abundance of women anyway, because that's the hardest thing to do is to channel their emotions and control their emotions, help deal with their emotions. We can't if we can't deal with one woman's emotional, two, why we keep going for three or four more? Like we're contributing to the problem. But that's my outlook on guys who are doing this, so don't think that you're, off category, not you shouldn't be, what I'm saying, put in the mix. But I can understand how a man is in the mix because he's just going after what nature told him, or his nature told him. But you picked the wrong type of person.
Right.
And I'm
I
going through
mean,
the
we can
same
have
thing going
dialogue
through.
on
I'm
that
going
too.
through
'Cause,
it. Yeah, because
huh?
I'm just really getting out of that situation. And I can say for myself, it was because of the women I were picking that put me in that situation. I put myself in the situation, but the other situations that came along with it, those women put those things in my life, and I got to try to control it. And sometimes we can't control everything. You got good leaders, but everybody, all leaders ain't gonna be good all the time.
Right. You're right. You are absolutely correct. So what you think, Rob? What you think should be my move to help with this? What you think I should do?
I think you should keep doing what you're doing. Honestly, you got the perfect mindset for this. You don't want to tear a woman down. You're trying to build a man up. You're holding men and women accountable for it, and you're just trying to get people to understand. Look where this is leading you. Because this fight, she's not winning, and these guys don't look too
Right.
good. They don't really. I ain't gonna say don't look too good doing it because I think they're doing a hell of a good job. You know what I mean? But I don't think that they should. I don't think they feel
Right.
good doing this. I think they doing it because this is that they put an agenda out there for them to do this. They would have never been on this if she never would have did this. So now they got to stick to their topic, stick to their guns. And I believe that those guys will.
Right.
If Nia would like they said, Nia would just apologize and left them alone. They would have left it alone.
Right. And her point of view is saying if they would have just left it alone, she would have left it alone. And see,
Yeah,
that's the
you
friction.
can't throw a
So
stone. You
it's
can't
like,
throw a
okay,
stone and ask somebody to leave it alone.
true. And that's why it took me a minute to even come live and, just give a statement of my standpoint because I want to see if it can die down, like if it can stop, just based upon, not being bothered, and I know that it necessarily won't stop with certain comments or anything as far as a reflection within somebody's dialogue, but the intensity of it, that was my consideration as well, you know, because I mean, it's not like I can turn somebody's computer off and just say stay off the internet. I couldn't do that. That would be my emotions. That would be
Yeah,
my emotions, and I think a lot of subscribers from both standpoints probably feel the same way, So it's ideal to feel that,
Yeah, I feel you. But like I
I
said,
think
I
that
play that middleman.
just
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
I, I think that us being a middle
I
player,
think it's my
it's cool.
I don't
Yeah, it's because you was kind of breaking
yeah,
up a little bit, so I don't know if you were stopping or not. So, but I think us both playing the middle. I'm more of a go out and kill it. You know,
I don't know what
you're
it is.
more of a
I don't want to say that.
I guess from a guy's point of view, I'm gonna speak from a man's point of view or my point of view. Um, Guys think, hey, look, man, like it's either kill or be killed, so might as well get it out the way. Put the dagger in the vampire heart. Women can see, obviously, they should be the mediators. They know how to calm things down between men. They know how to, if a good woman can come in the middle of a war, they can really stop a war. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Like you can use your own
right,
family example. Mom, and your mom will see two brothers fighting. Mom can break it up faster than dad. Dad might let you fight it out. Dad'll let you say who gonna well, let's see what son gonna win today. Mom would say, stop that.
right.
You get break that up. Listen to the reasoning in this. You know what I'm saying? So women are more, I think conscious women are better mediators when it comes to men fighting. And I think men are better mediators when it comes to women fighting because we don't want to see each other exterminated or eradicated from situations. We want to build each other up, especially if we have some type of care for each other. And what I learned growing up.
Right. And that's my whole point. Like, because what Neo stated was, when she was talking about her understanding of omnism, she stated something. She stated how, we all are one, you know? And when I heard that statement, I was like, well, how can I go about this with consideration of us all being one? Because everybody to get an understanding that we're fighting against the wrong person. We're fighting against the wrong people. We are not the enemy here. We're ultimately the victims of of circumstances. You get what I'm saying? What was the statement? We didn't land on Plymouth Rock.
Plymouth Rock landed on
Plymouth
us.
Rock landed on us.
Yeah.
So with
So
that
true.
understanding, if because and when I look at her dialogue, I try to see the intent with some of the different topics that she speaks about. Um, it's so many different things, but if you look at it from a whole, her effort is to try to spread information, right? So you can't necessarily be offended with that, but you can be offended with you can be offended with the information, to be honest with you. Um, but I guess from my observation, I think I'm trying to see where she's trying to come from or where she's trying to get at. You get what I'm saying? And I can't necessarily be um I can't be inconsiderate of the effort. Now this is based upon off topic. You know what I'm saying? Not talking about the topic of the men. So based upon off topic, I see the effort in that. You get what I'm saying? And ultimately I want that to become the main focal point for everyone to get to that type of thing. The effort and in the growth of our own knowledge, and then this argument is subsequently a distraction. Clearly, it's a distraction. These men, they're not able to come on with information and discussions that are necessary for the growth of the intellect of the people. She's not able to come with her perspective on different intellectual conversations, and it's all because of emotions. You know what I'm saying? and I want to include myself in that because I'm not emotional. I mean, I have emotions, I identify my emotions, I see them within my behaviors in some sense, but I don't derive my logic from that. I can't necessarily relate. I can't necessarily be in an argumentative standpoint with that. But I mean, I can definitely we definitely can give different perceptions and dialogue based upon nation. I'm down with that all day long. And some people they like to give debates, I like to give resource and information, based upon, what is already in existence to give
You know
determine
what?
the term, That's just how I feel about it.
I actually think you'll be the one. I actually think now, listening to you, you might be the one that put an end to this. Um, if you get Neil on your platform, if you can get her to understand your reasoning, your logic like this, I think everything will be over with. Cause it is tit for tat, and I'm going to miss the joy of it, but I understand.
You think that we would get to that point?
I think it's already there by you doing this video. Like, you're not. See, with Queen's Thrones was throwing muscle at her, female muscle at her. You didn't come with no muscle. I mean, I'm not saying that you ain't got the foot on the neck, or not saying that. I'm saying you didn't come through with harshness. Nothing was done to you. You see what I'm saying? Um,
Right. Right.
Kevin Wesley can't do it because he was on there and he had a situation where he couldn't control the situation. VB and Shaka, she already tried to destroy and diminish their name and misuse their character. What can she say about you? What she gonna say? You're a lesbian. You're a gay. You're this. You're that. When you coming through with an open mind and reasoning, so you could be the end of the piece to the puzzle.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would hope that I can bring some positivity with this not positivity. See, look at me conforming. I would hope that I could bring some type of resolution. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not I can't foresee into the future. Um I don't say I would mind it. I wouldn't mind it, but I don't necessarily think that she would necessarily agree to that. Um but I mean she may, because I've seen where a lot of people go onto different platforms and stuff like that. It would ultimately be up to her if that was to happen. But I don't know if that would still make a resolution. You get what I'm saying? I mean, because ultimately she's not my enemy. I'm not her enemy. I hope that she doesn't feel like I'm her enemy, but ultimately, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say that that would necessarily change anything. I mean, all efforts are possible. I'm not in declination of any of it.
Well, okay. Well, look, I got like I'm gonna have to hop
What?
down. I gotta go to work at 11. My ride should be here soon. Um, Man, you're doing a great job, and I actually do think
Thank
so.
you so
You
much.
never know till you reach. You never know till you reach out. Or if somebody reaches out. You're doing a great job, and I actually do think so. You never know till you reach. You never know till you
Thank you
reach.
for coming through too, Rap. I appreciate that for real. Hey, Divinely, thank you for coming through.
Hey, just how you feeling? What's up, Ralph?
Good, good.
Good. And I don't. I'm kind of like on the fence on like trying to extend an olive branch out only because of the
Right,
nature of what happened. Right. I think the best thing
right,
for me, if it were up to me, I'd be like, I would just block them. I would just have to because
right.
because I don't want to go tit for tat, with her because what's that keep going to prove? It's just too much energy spent on someone you can just easily block, boop, and that's it.
Right.
You know,
Right. That's
and
how I feel.
yeah, and it's something because I can only imagine how Shaka and VB feel. Especially after that tirade that Sonetta was allowed to do. Go on for 5 whole hours, what have you. You know, and she was saying
I
stuff
would I
like,
would be
right,
yeah,
yeah,
go ahead.
I'd be livid. She was saying, okay, yeah, well, you have a right to your opinion. Now he's saying all kinds of degenerate, disgusting things about Shaka's family, right? So, and she's just letting him, and then the next thing you know, she's on his
Right.
channel. She's on Sonetta's channel, and then he totally denies what happened to her, what
Right.
have you. Whatever they had another falling out. And then, she starts making these videos. She starts attacking, Shaka and V Bennett. All Shaka and V Bennett said were, "We're not going to deal with you anymore. What happened was foul, but we're going to move on."
Right.
They didn't start really calling her names, and she kept on going. Add boom, 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 boom. So, the best thing about this situation is
Yeah.
it lets you know who's who.
Right.
Sometimes in these types of situations, where it's people um acting a certain way, what have you, and then it's almost like people want to pick a side, you know, and people,
Right. That's the
yeah,
thing.
it's just crazy to me. And then for people to call up V Bennett and tell him, "Hey, man, you're a man. You should move on with your feel." What? No, no, no. No, it doesn't work
Right.
that way. It doesn't work that way. I used to have a serious, serious anger issue. You know, and what
Right.
calmed me down was spirituality. Spirituality calmed me down because I was told that
Right.
my future wasn't so bright if I stayed on the same path. You see what I'm saying? So, and these people didn't know me from Adam,
Right.
and they read me 5 ways a Sunday, and that's what happened. And that also strengthened my spiritual journey and what have you, and got me into doing certain things or what have you. So spiritually, which is for the betterment of me, you know. But some people don't have that
Right.
type of base. They don't have people they can lean on, and sometimes the people who are around them are actually some of the same people who are preying upon them also. And I think that's in her case also,
Right.
because just from the live last night, she was, just like 5 minutes, like 5 minutes afterwards, she was already on her live, and the comments that people are making, I'm like, my
Right.
goodness,
And I don't want that.
yeah, yeah, so
Right. I don't want that at all. Cause it's and see, and I take in consideration both sides when it comes to the subscribers. You know what I'm
uh-huh.
saying?
Right,
People. And so with her subscribers, they agree based upon their own they agree based upon their own perception. And so within a lot of times, they speak based upon their emotions. You get what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
And I don't necessarily want to further affect them because of, what is going on between this level. Like, because I'm a subscriber, I'm a follower, You get what I'm saying? And
Yes.
emotionally, it affects me as well. So, in consideration of that, you know what I'm saying, of the people, that's who I'm for. I'm for the people. You know, I don't want to. I don't want to hinder them. No, on no side, because some of them are probably new to the situation, just as I was new to the understanding with V Bennett and Shaka. You get what I'm saying? Some of
Yes.
them may not ideally understand, and the perception that they're given is solely based upon whose channel they are on. You know, and even though, you know, the channel or the platform that this person may be on may be more so correct, you get what I'm saying? How would
Mhm.
you necessarily, know, ultimately, if you weren't necessarily there, if you haven't seen all of the documentation, if you
Right.
haven't seen all of the proof. So you got new followers every day. You got ones who've been through all of it with you, like me and like Kevin. I've been through it all, watching the whole thing from top to bottom. You get what I'm saying? And a lot
Right.
of people aren't understanding that this right here ultimately was because of a different situation that was in reference to his brother. Get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So now
Yeah.
we're just adding on, and not only are we adding on, but we're including others. And it continues until somebody gets to a point where it's just like win, lose, or draw, just gotta stop.
Right. 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 People like see here on social media, right? People can be maligned so easily. All I have to do is say one thing, and people will believe it. And I can get it to spread, and people will believe it. Unfortunately, that's what's happening here. With social media. Um, and if I have a popular platform, what have you, then more people will believe it because they're following me. They're following my lead. You
Right,
know, so
right,
that's why when
right,
when when Shaka started to question Sonetter's uh, people on his panel, like about people on his panel, um, that's when this problem started. That's when the problem started. That's when people started
right,
trying to come after Shaka and then VB. And then what's so crazy is that I I knew, you know, Shaka's work and everything for years on social media, on YouTube, right? I used to
right,
buy DVDs from Sonetta. I'm from the Bronx, right? So I used to go to Harlem, and when Sonetta was selling DVDs
right,
stuff, I used to stop, talk to Sonetta. I went to the first debate he had. This was like 20 years ago, right? Um, so
right,
yeah, but the one who stayed more constant is Shaka. Shaka hasn't changed. He has not changed. I can
right,
tell you, in years, in years.
right,
And see, that's why I follow Shaka. So I stopped following um uh Sonetter, you know, and years ago, because what he did was he put someone's information out there. And that's, to me, that was like
oh,
that's before doxing. He was like the first doxer.
right,
For real, you know.
right,
And
okay.
do you know who SETI is? SETI
Say it again.
SETI. SETI's
I'm not sure of steady. I know I heard that name. I think I know who you're talking about.
yeah, light skinned brother.
Um,
Um
he used to be on Sinetta doing a lot of those debates.
yeah, that's who he doxed, right? So it was a big thing. And I said, you know what?
No.
Oh yeah. So I said, you know what? and try to say it was by accident. Someone said, "Yeah, okay, by accident." You gave the man's name and his address by accident. Okay. So the thing is,
Whoa.
oh yeah, oh yeah. So after that I stopped dealing with Sinetta or what have you, right? So then I'm looking at Shaka's videos and it's like, wait a minute, what's going on with him and Sinetta? And then I saw that VB got dragged into it too, and Sinetta
Oh
started
man.
going after
So
VB.
this is like a chain reaction.
Chain reaction, all because the questioning of certain people's histories, criminal histories, degenerate criminal histories on Sonetta's panel. And
Oh my
just,
goodness.
and then
So it's just continuous.
yeah, at the root of all this evil is Sonetta. For real. And personally,
Oh, we
I
got
think,
a root to all the evil on Kevin's side too.
well, on the side who?
Kevin brother, what he went through, they got a root to evil for that one. The reason why Kevin is having this situation right here. So oh goodness, it just continues.
See,
That's
and see,
all that I'm seeing is that it just continues.
but see, that's why personally I believe that Neo threw Sonetta an alley oop. I think that was planned. That Sonetta just jumped on her platform, and she didn't allow any kind of retorts from Shaka and VB, right? This man saying all kinds of degenerate stuff, and the minute someone goes at the minute someone goes after a little girl, a 3-year-old girl, I'm going to just like cut their mic off and just boot them off the panel. That's it. That's it. There's no talking down to that. No, there is no discussion. That's it. You have to go. You got to go. I can't deal with you. But she was succinctly over there on his panel, on his channel, asking about the debates and stuff right afterwards. I think that was kind of planned, but it didn't work out.
Okay.
It didn't work out. But the thing is that
I have a question.
sure. Hello?
Mm-hmm. People were throwing slurs in the comments or in some type of video or something like that towards her, like, calling her names and stuff like that. Who was that doing that to her?
Slurs? Like what? The one that called her a BD was
She said
Sonetta?
that no, she was saying that she received, different type of slurs and threats and different stuff like that. I just wanted to see if you knew of that.
No, I don't know about that, but if people are going to come onto their channel, whatever, and hear what's going on or see what's going on, what have you, and react a certain way, they're going to do that. But I don't remember any of that. I'm not going to call her a liar, but
Okay, because she was saying in some type of comments. Yeah, she was saying in some type of comments. I'm not sure which video she might be in reference of, but it was in the video where she was speaking towards me. She was saying how people were in some type of comments, or I think she received messages and stuff like that that were derogatory.
give me 1 second, please. 1 second.
Okay. I hope that for the most part this doesn't seem like a well, I don't want no retaliation. I'm just seeking for a grand purpose of healing and truth for everybody.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, well, I don't remember any slurs or because for the most part, from what I've seen, um, Shaka's panel and VB's panel, we don't act like that. So we don't go off the cuff like that, you
Yeah,
know.
I don't know. Not sure if she was I'm not sure if she was referencing to them or not. I'm not sure. I would have to go back and look at the video, so I won't say that. I think that she was stating that she was receiving that. I want to say through different subscribers and followers and stuff like that. I'm not sure if she was referencing them or not, and I don't necessarily believe that they were doing it in the manner which was perceived if it was Shaka envy. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning if anybody had witnessed that.
No, I didn't.
Based upon I think I want to say it was followers that she might have been. Yeah.
Well, did she pull any receipts up?
No. Well, it was the video where she was acknowledging my video. And so she didn't pull any receipts up, but in her final statements, she did say, people were slandering not slandering her slurs and threats and stuff like that.
Right.
And I wasn't quite sure, you know, where that could have came from.
I'll tell you what. When you say something like that,
Mhm.
you have to show receipts. I can say that I am the king of Poland. You understand? So people can make up stories what
Right.
happened to fit whatever narrative they want to spin. So she would have to show receipts. And
Okay.
see
Cool.
the thing. Yeah, the thing is, and I can't watch a whole video of her. I can't sit through a video of hers. I have to do it like in increments, right? Because it's
Right.
like it's just misrepresentation of what's going on. It's like she doesn't get it. She doesn't want to get it. Maybe she can't get it. I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
I feel that something
Right.
there's a lot.
I had that question as well. I had
Yeah.
that question as well because when it came to the scolding part, I honestly felt like, oh my goodness, she probably does not know. You get what I'm saying? And then I think she stated something towards the end in reference to scolding that gave me a broader understanding that maybe she does know to a certain extent. You get what I'm saying? I don't want to take away her or discredit her intellectual, even though, we can give valid points based upon perception. Again, this is not a form of attack towards her. It's just I'm trying to get an idea of how to get some sort of clarity. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm coming in defense of these men and I don't want
Right.
to cause further injury and I don't want her to feel like it's a form of an attack because I'm not necessarily trying to attack her. She has her perception. You get what I'm saying? And everybody has a right to a perception, but I feel like there's a point where the perception has to come to some type of halt,
Paul.
especially if it's an
Right.
effect of someone else's. You get what I'm saying?
R-
And that's the point that I'm trying to get through. Nobody's trying to say you gotta change who you are. Nobody's saying that you have to change your interest or anything like that. I'm just stating that the information based upon what I've observed and the treatment towards people, regardless
mhm.
of who it is,
Right.
it gets to a point where it's not fair and it's not right. And I feel like honestly, the only place that you can get to that conclusion for anyone else to see is definitely not going to be from a place of bash or anything like that, because that she can bring out and say, well, this happened to her and this happened to her. You get what I'm saying? And then where do I stand in defense for that? I just want to be able to both perspectives with giving a highlight and understanding of these men, in regards to my whole point anyway. Yeah, that sounds all over the place, but it's
No, but see, but I hear what you're saying. But see, if they had understanding, if she had understanding of what was going on and what happened, or if she cared to understand, there would be no back and forth. There would be no back and forth. But I think Kevin Wesley was right when he said I feel, or he feels that she saw something in them that she couldn't get from other people, other men, what have you, you know. And when things turned, or was she allowed whatever she allowed to happen, or what have you, and she got a response that she did not expect, then came the venom. The venom came out. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is that some people,
right.
unfortunately, will never get it, don't want to get it, and then you have to leave them in the dust until or until they get it. But you
Right.
know, I think that
Right.
she's at the point she has, she's just, be left in the dust. That's it. That's it. It's way past that point to me. Way past. You know. Because
Okay.
look at your
I
end.
can live with that conclusion.
Yeah,
Just,
you're
just
because these guys have been nothing but professional to us. Really. I mean, they could have been very ugly. I'm sorry? You're breaking up. I'm
right.
sorry. Oh, yeah, they've been very professional towards her.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So
Right.
so they, because it could have been a lot worse, but maturity, with maturity comes certain things, and maybe she has to mature up a little bit, or whatever she has to do, but it's her picture is not in focus right now. It's just not. It's not. It's not.
I don't know what's going on with my computer and why it's deciding to glitch when I go live.
Are you hardwired?
But
Are you
it is
hardwired
what
into?
it is.
No,
Um,
or are you on
uh,
Wi-Fi?
no, I'm not. I'm just on the laptop.
No, but are you hardwired in? Are you from the router? Are you wired into the router?
Yeah, I have the router on here, but I switched it over to my Wi-Fi because I thought that was the problem, but
No,
it's still acting up.
no, but you were plugged into from your laptop into your router. You were plugged into.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you are. But can you hear
So
me?
I don't know what it is. I'm not sure if it's yeah, I was. I think that it's yeah,
Oh, you're breaking up. Um, yeah,
I think
yeah.
that it's I think right.
How many? Do you have a lot of devices in your home that feed off your router?
I do.
Because I got that
But I
too.
don't have them on. I only have I think yeah, I think it's just the television on in the
You
other
have a
room, but
you have Alexis, like Alexa and
no, I have
or Google or something.
no, I don't really have a lot of
Hmm.
yeah, I don't really do a lot of technology. I just have the TVs and different computers,
Okay.
but my children, they have on their TV and that's about
Mhm.
it. I think it might be a weather thing or something because we've been having weather problem where I'm at.
Okay.
So I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes it could be you need to be
I tell you
wired.
what, I,
Uh huh.
yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, sometimes you can be wired or what have you. You need to be wired. Sometimes your wire could be faulty also. Um, yeah, maybe you have to check your speed. You can have this, you might have things on your computer maybe blocking your speed as well. Your cache and all that stuff, I guess. But yeah. So oh, I appreciate your energy, though. You're very calming, actually.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate you guys for even supporting me. Like it really means a lot. I'm a very, very humble spirit. So, I guess that's I don't I wasn't sure if I was good enough for to be in a stance of a battle either, but because I'm so calming for the most part. Like I can get mad for a certain amount of time, but most part, you
Hmm.
know, I'm real calm. It's just, that's just my personality.
Well, that's how I am. I think,
But
yeah, I'm calm 90% of the time, you know. Um, but when someone throws a punch, I want to drop bombs, So that's I know my nature.
that too.
I know my nature, you know,
Right.
and
I
like
agree.
yeah, thankfully, and being a person like of my size, I'm 6'5", and I'm not a small person, so I had to learn. I had to really. I've been blessed to learn how to control my anger. You know, um,
Right.
and I was shown certain things. Like I said, before I was shown certain things, and yeah, thankfully, I received it. You know, um, yeah. So, but
Right.
but but
Me too.
but my kindness is not a weakness. I am no way lackadaisical about anything. I'm just more observant. I'm just a little slower to jump to certain conclusions. What have you? I have to see certain things. Because years ago, oh my
Right.
god, they- I would have been saying the most heinous stuff that you ever wanted to hear. I mean, really, really, really. And but
Right.
no, no, no. And then also, I um I became a union official actually, and that helped a lot also, and conflict resolution, because I was dealing with 500 guys on my job site. You know, I was representing 500 guys there, and I was
Right.
also a district steward for the whole Northeast Bronx. So, so the thing is
Okay.
that afforded me, and that's why I was trained. Also, I had received training, conflict resolution, um, and it's really sometimes not even worth getting involved, getting yourself involved in certain conflicts, whatever. But if it comes to you, you got to know how to deal with it. If it comes to you.
I think what
Hmm.
happened for me was, Kevin was in defense of his brother for like a whole year. I want to say about 2 years now.
Wow.
And it was so much going on. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And it they talked about the deceased mother, you
Mm.
know, They brung up their backgrounds, just including a whole bunch of personal information. They created pictures, you know, just all kinds of things, and it was so hurtful. And then, but the way Kevin was trying, you know, just holding up in his stance with just basically being a person of character, you know, it said a lot to me. And
Right.
then it was an add on that happened. And that's why I'm here, because I got to the point where I was just like, goodness gracious, like, is this gonna end? Like, what is this? Why is this happening? And then you know, when he was on Neo's panel, you know, I listened to the end of her video. And when I listened to the end of her video, I I felt her hurt. And so I
Right.
was in the comments and I was basically like, I promise, Neil, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not Kevin. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not him, I promise. You get what I'm saying? I don't know if she saw my comments. You
Right.
get what I'm saying? And so I went and looked up her channel. Then I started
Okay.
seeing like different, and then she started making more videos about Kevin
Yeah. See.
and just adding on in the midst of me doing my research, you know what I'm saying? And
Right.
then I just got on live and I was like, I can't take it anymore. Like, why are we continuing this? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I that's why we're ultimately here today, because it was so much going on, and then including his wives, and then they were including in the other part of the saga, they were in children, and it was just like, you know, there's no boundaries, you know. And
No.
then the fight in me was just like, I gotta do something. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do something because I have a brother, I have sons. You know what I'm
Right. Right.
saying? And then, you know, reanalyzing what's happening now is because I'm ultimately realizing that a lot of this is happening because of misplaced emotions. You know what I'm saying? And how do I get clarity across to anybody if I further them in misplaced emotions?
Right. And see, the thing is,
Like,
how
he's
you?
not deserving.
Okay. Hello.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, he's not deserving. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. You hear me?
Yeah. No, it was like you were breaking up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's not deserving of. No, he's not deserving of what has been happening to him, and nor is his family. Like, they stuck together so hard, divinely. You should have seen it. And if anybody understood, like, you know, from an outer point of view, just you trying to relate that to family, like, two brothers and they sister went to battle. Oh, I hate this, and this brings out my emotions. But they went to battle against an entire social network. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was so that was powerful. You know what I'm saying? So when I look at it, I'm just like, you know, and then you got a lot of content creators who came in battle with them. Like, that was a whole movement in real time.
Mm.
In real time. And I saw it. And then, you know, it's like they were tired. You know, they were drained. Like, how long this gotta go on? And I said, you know, in representation of that, you know, and just understanding what they were doing, you know, I gotta come in. I
Right.
got to. Because if it was my children, if it was my family, if it was my brother,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, even if you disagree with them, even if you don't believe them, why can't we have enough boundaries and morals to understand that certain things is just off limits? Off
You know.
limits.
You, you, you know. And see, you're right. You're 100% right. And that's what drew me into the fray. And I said, wait a minute here. When it came down, with Sa Neter attacking Shaka, I said, oh, hell no. No way. No way. I have to get vocal on this now, because this is not how things are supposed to go. And because Shaka doesn't bother anyone. He asks you a question, either you answer it, yes, no, maybe so, or whatever, and then he'll disagree. If he disagrees with you, whatever, and if he uses your own words that you said, you cannot be upset because you said them. And this is why I don't agree with so-and-so, and
Right.
boom. And so now everyone started coming at the cut. Whoever was down with the HOK started coming after Shaka. And then it was going on for a while. It was going on for a while. And I didn't even know, because I wasn't even paying attention to that. And so one day I said,
Right.
you know what? Let me look up stuff about ancient Egypt, whatever. And then and then it was like, wait a minute. What's going on here? So from then, I started, I was more vocal about it, because I said to myself, how the hell am I going to be an elder, someone's elder, and I don't help people who need to be helped, who need support, or what have you. You see what I'm saying? How am I going to just sit there and let somebody say any kind of
Right.
old kind of shit about people, someone? You don't do that. You don't do that. You're right. There should be boundaries. And if you don't have them, then you have no business interacting with people. You shouldn't even be on this,
No.
because we're all
No.
black folks. We're black folks, man. We should be
Right.
all together,
Right.
but unfortunately there are some of us who live contrary to what should be done, how we were raised.
Right.
Our generation,
You're
how we were
right.
raised. So the thing is, in fact, I didn't even know anything about Kevin West, or his brother, or whatever. But when he started speaking on Shaka's panel, or I think it's VB's panel at first, but
Yeah.
I said, wow, this brother speaks with dignity. So it makes you wonder about the people who's casting slings against him. Like,
Right.
I don't
That's
believe.
true.
I don't believe him. And then also, are there charges against him? No, I didn't see any charges against him.
Not at all.
So if he's done,
Not one charge.
exactly. So there should be something. So something's not right. So the thing is that
It's not.
it's almost like an assailant of black men. And it's like, where is this coming from? Not everyone is the enemy. Like, people are, and see, but the thing is, you do have people in our community who deserve every rock and sling and stone thrown at them that we can possibly muster. And that would be the Sa Neters,
Right.
the Polites, anyone down with that whole HOK, and platforms like that, but and unfortunately,
See, I gotta take a further look at it, because
with the HOK,
because I used to look at the debate. Yeah, I used to look at the debates, but I never looked at, I guess I wasn't that deeply involved to look at those the personal insight. I just saw the debates.
Yeah, but one thing about this dude, Sa Neter, if you run afoul of him, he's going to tell your whole business, because these guys, they confide in him. I guess they hang out, do whatever they do. But the thing is that it's stuff that he should have told the community about these people who he associates with himself from day one. You don't expose black folks to these types of people. And you have a platform of 300,000 followers.
Right.
And you sit there and you double down on
Right.
why you're with them or in supporting them or what have you. And they're doing all this dastardly shit. Excuse my French, but that's what they're doing. And I mean, he had 200 videos of polite support, and I think he still has polite videos up there. And Polite's in prison right now. So
Oh,
yeah,
yes, he is. Oh
yeah,
my goodness.
for being a chomo, for real. So not for nothing. And then there's this possible scamming that he was doing. I'm gonna say possible because no one has charged with anything yet. But I believe that he did.
Right.
But now he has a fixed address now. Now he could be subpoenaed inside the inside the prison. You see? But for years, Sarnetta was
Right.
supporting this dude.
Right.
And knowing what kind of person he is, knowing, and not saying anything. You can't allow people who prey upon our people.
Oh my goodness.
See, yeah, you so some of the people that look like us, all skin folk ain't kinfolk, right? So let's leave it at
That's true.
so that's male and female.
That's true.
And unfortunately, some of our people do not deserve our undivided attention, our full attention, any assistance, what have you. You can try to make them see the light, but if they're still in the dark and they're so entombed in that darkness, they're not going to come out. They love it in there. They love it. They love the darkness.
Yeah.
And misery loves company. And
It's
people,
it's like loving the torture of yourself.
right. And you'll be in that darkness with them because that's where they want you to be.
Right. Right.
And I'm not going in nobody's hurt locker. I'm not going to go in there. You ain't dragging me in there.
Right.
I
know that's right.
Oh, you ain't dragging me in there because I was already in something like that already. So, but I'm not going back in there. Hell no. No. Mm-mm.
Man.
So, yeah. So it's something, hurt people hurt people.
That's true.
Real. That's for real. So, I mean, if you want to, try and get through to through Neo X, you can still try, what have you, but
I mean, I won't try in the aspect of trying to talk to her because I don't know how that would necessarily work. I don't have everything planned out or
Right.
anything planned out. I just want to come from a perspective that can, broaden the thought process of people who come in and hopefully they'll have a different understanding of what's ultimately the problem of it all. You get what I'm saying?
Yes. Oh, I can. Let me correct myself. The first time that I even heard Kevin Wesley speak, I think it was on Queen's Throne. That's the first time.
Right.
Yeah. And he was kind of like in a fight for his life there, I think. And then
I saw that video.
I didn't even know who he was. I didn't know what was going on. I follow Queen's Throne.
Right.
But everyone has, has a right to their opinion or what have you. But
right.
To me, I like to hear both sides of the story. I like to see for myself, what's happening, who's who, what's what. No one does the thinking for me. That's for damn sure.
Right.
No.
I think with Queen's Throne, I think it was solely based upon the information that was given to her.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that happens. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
sure.
And that's nothing against anybody. That can easily happen. I don't think that she had any intent
No
to
matter like that.
to harm someone who didn't deserve any harm.
I don't think so either. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. But but yeah, because I like what she does. All in all, I
Right.
like what she does.
I gotta check out her channel. That
Mm-hmm.
was the only video that I saw, and I only saw clippets of that. I couldn't take it. But I think I'll go and check her channel and see, you know, what type of topics she brings up. I know she spoke about the LaTrue saga and she had the discussion with Kevin, but ultimately I don't hold a lot of things against people. Like I don't hold a lot against Neo either. You get what I'm saying? It's just the ongoingness about it, and then the insinuations, and
Yeah.
it's kind of like it's further confirmation based upon somebody who was wronging him in the first place. And that was the whole point that I wanted to get to Neo ultimately. So maybe she could see, all right, maybe I added a little too much. Maybe
Right.
I can disagree with him, but not have the exaggeration of false information based upon malice. You get what I'm saying?
Right. 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 And because believe me, there's 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 better things that we all can be doing. You see what I'm saying, with our time than
Right.
dealing with this type of thing. You see what I'm saying? And because once you recognize where someone's coming from, and you'll say, well, she probably can't even help it. She probably can't even help it.
Right.
So maybe the best thing is to do is just to block her and keep it moving. You know, that's
Right.
that's that. Keep peace within yourself. I block people on Facebook every day because
Right.
with certain groups, what have you, and sometimes their cognitive dissonance is so strong. It's like, okay, you don't even believe that water's wet, so what am I going to do? I can't
Right.
contact a controvert how many years of cognitive dissonance, man. I can't do it. Can't do it. I'm not going to do it. Not going to try.
Right.
So block. You
Right.
know, block. But
You are
are
absolutely right.
yeah, can I ask you a question? Are you from the South?
Yeah, I'm from the South.
Yeah, okay, I hear.
I'm in the South.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, it's a
I got
different way.
an accent sometimes, but
Oh,
I
you have
try
right now.
to
I hear it loud and clear. That's what's up, though.
when
Yeah, because
I try to give when I try to give my dialogue, I try to get away from it, but it's
why?
still there a little bit.
Why? That's you.
Cause I want people to understand me.
Who
I
can't
want people
understand
to
you?
understand what I'm saying, cause my accent can get thick sometimes. It's real geechy. That's what we call it, geechy. And
Oh,
so, it can get real thick sometimes.
yeah, but it's funny. Oh, so, but are you from the like Hilton Head around? Are you from the islands and stuff from there?
Oh no, I'm from Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, you from Savannah? Okay,
Hmm.
okay.
I'm from I'm in GA.
All right.
I try not to tell a lot of people, but my platform not big enough. I don't think any damage could be done by that.
I mean, you're just giving a basic general location. I mean, I don't think so either. You know,
All
but
right.
well, it's funny because yeah, that's where I moved to. so I'm from the Bronx. So it's a whole
Oh,
different.
okay.
Yep, it's from the it's a whole different culture down here. Whole different,
Yes,
you
it
know.
is.
But
It and I like to get into that type of stuff too, like talking about the different cultures based upon location. Like that's a good conversation.
yeah, and I was talking to VB one night, and he's from DC. So we were talking on a panel, and he said that in DC, folks look at each other in the faces, in the eyes, and they embrace each other, what have you. Nah, in New York City, you can't do that. If you're on the train, let's say, you can't do that. Heads down, mind your business.
All right.
Because so much, I'm sorry to say, but it's just so much craziness can happen in a split second. Because the question will be, what are you looking at? And that's it. That's it.
Right.
And
And
some
that's
things,
it. It'll go from there.
and some things you don't want to see on that train. You don't want to see. You don't want to see. People get butt naked and start bathing
And
right in
see
front of you.
down south. Oh,
Oof.
oh
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And let's not forget, like let's not feel the wildlife that's on the trains too. You got rats, like big rats, like so it's a combination of things. You have to keep all right, you have to kind of mind your business, but you have to stay aloof as well. It's an art to be a New Yorker.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Yeah, see, it's an art to be a New Yorker. And someone told me they wanted to come ride the train. I said, "You better not ride that train. You better get on the bus is not that better, but it's way better than, well, actually, it is better than the trains. You have people that live on.
I read the train in Chicago.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Mm-hmm. My daddy he from Chicago, so we went to go visit my family in Chicago, and we my uncle he took us on the train, me and my
Mm,
siblings.
mm, mm. Yes, so I don't know how the Chicago trains are, but I can tell you how those New York trains are. Woof. And I can tell you from firsthand experiences that when I say, keep your head down but your eyes open at the same time, I'm telling you, all types of things happen. All types of things happen. You have people that just go crazy, doing all kinds of things, what have you. Especially like, in the city, oh, forget about it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So,
Forget about it. See, my granddaddy, my grand and my uncles, they from New York. Well, my granddaddy, he's from Puerto Rico, and he moved to New York after the military. So, I got like 7 uncles from my granddaddy, and
what
they
part of
was raised in New York. So I call him.
I'm sorry. What kind? What part of Puerto
I'm
Rico?
not sure, but I want to say they from. Oh, from my granddaddy from Puerto Rico. Where he from in Puerto Rico?
Yeah. What part?
I you know
Okay.
I didn't meet my granddad till I was in the 5th grade. So
Oh, okay. 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 Yeah. My grandfather. Well, I never met my father's father. He passed away before I was born, I believe. And but he was from Virginia. My grandmother's from Virginia. His mother's from Virginia. And then my grandmother's, I'm sorry, my mother's father's from North Carolina, and her mother's from Harlem, and but my mother's grandfather
Right.
was from Louisiana, and so yeah, so I have a strong like Southern background in my family, and our reunions,
Right.
we would go like biannually down to Virginia on my father's side, the Brown family reunion, and we even know, okay, our family hired a genealogist and tracked our progenitor. So his name was Scipio Brown, born 1760, died 1834, Surrey County, Virginia.
Oh,
Oh yeah, my
okay.
my sixth great
I
grandfather.
got some Browns in my family too now.
Say what? Okay, you might
I
be
got some Browns in my family. I do.
that's what's up. That's what's
And
up. If if they're related,
so, mhm.
I'm sorry, if they're related to Scipio Brown, then we could be some kin right here. You know,
That might
that's
be some possibility.
yeah, yeah. You know, I mean, I really don't share this too much, but you know, when you look at, because he was a slave, right? So
Right.
when you look at, we have his emancipation. Well, actually, his letter of manumission, I should say, his letter of manumission. We have it.
Okay.
18, yep, 1804. We have it. You know, um, and it's very interesting, but it's heartbreaking at the same time when you see, like, because in Virginia they were doing taxes, from in census like in 1790. From
Right.
17, you get to see your ancestors. Like, okay, if if the if the slave master had family that had a farm or whatever, so what he would do is he would lend out your ancestor to his sister, let's say,
Mm-hmm.
and you would see that reflected in the tax and census, because she had to pay taxes on him like she paid taxes on the mules she had. And I'm
Okay,
looking at
so I
all
got a
this.
question. I got
Uh-huh.
a question based upon this information you gave me.
Sure.
Because in spirituality, a lot of
Yes.
people have the Pan-Africanism or they have the Aboriginal
Mhm.
aspect, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming that you might be more so a Pan-Africanist.
Well, no. See, the thing is, when people say Pan-Africanism, they're referring to the movement that believes that all people
Started
in the
from
diaspora
Africa.
in Africa should come to some sort of common ground and act accordingly, right? Not
Right.
right. So not all Black folks are like that. You know,
Right.
I am, and then I'm not. Is I'm not. RBG hardcore like that. Not like I used to be, but I'm not that way pretty much anymore. Right.
Right. I'm not
Um,
I'm not I'm not in the same sense I'm not that for Aboriginal, but I
mhm.
did some research in my genealogy as well.
Right.
And I found some information that made me question the whole slavery thing as far as the paperwork.
What's that?
Um it it showed, okay, like from my grandfather. I did from all of my family sides or whatever, but my
Right.
grandfather, um in one aspect, he was his people were considered Indian. And then what I noticed was they changed the race, but then they also included slave. And then when I looked at it was some type of document that was in it, and it basically was identifying, what I could gather was, because one one of my grandfathers, he was the head of household,
Right.
And he had his children and family listed as slaves on this document. And then it was some written letter about his land
Right.
and information that he had, and it basically was saying um it went into further information of explaining how basically the slaves, they weren't the slave as far as what we understand now, but it was basically an interpretation that a slave was a worker.
Huh?
Right. That means they were employed. And so when we look at slavery now, like it'll say, like one of them said a free man, and then one of them said a slave, and that was crazy. And so on my grandmother's mother's side,
Uh-huh.
I did some genealogy research, and she was transported, I want to say from it's a point either on one of those islands, I want to say the Caribbean island or something like that,
So like
or
Saint
from mhm,
No, Saint Thomas or
or
something?
no, from I can't remember, but they gave her Creole. They said that her
Oh,
nationality was Creole.
she was Haitian?
That's what they were saying, and then that she was transported to the ports of North Carolina and ended up in Georgia through transportation of the road, I guess. I'm not sure.
That's
But
Haiti.
somehow she ended up in Georgia.
That's Haiti. And because the thing is a lot of like Haitians, like a lot of Haitians came in um through South Carolina, right?
Right.
And they, because South Carolina was a huge slave port, right? So then they
Right.
filtered down into Louisiana. They went to land in Louisiana also, right? That's why Haitian Creole and Louisiana Creole very similar, you know.
So my
Yes,
question is, if they transported them from the islands of
sugar.
Americas,
Hmm.
what do we gather with that information based upon us coming from Africa?
Because the whole nature of Creole, right, is that you are a mixture of certain things, right, of certain people. I should say people.
Right.
You're a mixture of certain people, and most of the heaviest mixture, right, is African, because Creole and French are two different things, two different languages. Just like how Gullah like Geechee is different from English. They have their own Bible. They're a recognized language,
I
right?
got that Bible.
You have the Bible. Okay,
I got
cool.
I got the
Right.
Gullah Geechee Bible.
Off the rip, that lets you know how African it is. Because even when people say tanks, the thing, right? Thank you very
Right.
much, right?
Right.
Give thanks, right?
That's how
Africans
my
don't.
grandma used to talk.
There you go. So Africans don't have th in their languages. There's no th. Th what? There's no th. And then also, there are certain wrecks. And I think the last one they found was the Clotilda, and I think that's off the coast of Georgia. Yeah, is it Georgia or South Carolina? One of those two. And and it's a black diving team that found that. Actually, they're going around looking for wrecks for and also you see the religions, right?
Right.
Now look at my avatar on the screen there, right?
Yep, I
Those
see
are,
it.
those are three of my Ogun tools, right? So
Right.
so that's they're from Nigeria. Now I received my ileques, you say in Spanish, mis collares, my religious beads, let's say, right? My spiritual beads in the Lukumi, better known as Santeria system, right? Of Orisha worship. Okay. Um,
Okay.
so the progenitors of that system of Orisha worship, Ifa Orisha worship, in this hemisphere, they came from Africa. They were enslaved here. They were enslaved
Okay.
Africans.
So what if we say it like this?
Mm-hmm.
What if that could have been um the same culture within the Americas? And what if we identified these things? See, I think in
You mean like
some aspect we might give colonism too much credit. And
what?
I think that there was a transportation between different lands, even within, um, the so-called black people of different lands. Communication, weaponry, language. We have brains. So how can someone teach us certain things or misplace us in different parts of the world? How is that possible from a new race?
Well, okay. All right. Now let me get to the nitty gritty here.
Okay.
Okay. All right. The transatlantic slave trade, right?
Right.
It existed, right? There are ledgers, there are plans. You had the East African. I'm sorry. You had the Dutch East Indian or East Indies company. You had the Portuguese, you had the Spanish, you had the French. Later on came the Americans. They were going back and forth from the motherland to the islands to America, and it got to the point where it took 3 weeks from Ghana or from the west coast of Africa to Brazil. And then from Brazil, they would transport the enslaved up to the islands, what have you. And then from the islands, they hit America, what have you. So the thing is that you can ask me, how can a new race, how could white folks do what they did? Well, at first they had help.
To be honest with you, how I feel is
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's a misplacement. I feel like even if we consider this history correct,
Mm-hmm.
I think that the Caucasians were placed in those idea of identity so that there can be a misinterpretation of who actually did it.
I mean, of who did it? I don't understand. Like, you,
Like, for instance,
mm-hmm.
let's say that the French and um, all of these what we would call when we say these terms, we identify them automatically as Caucasian people, right? What
Right.
if we identify them as black people and that white people? Because have you ever heard of the orphan trains
The
or
who?
the orphan train?
The orphan train. No.
Okay, the orphan train it was a train filled with a bunch of white kids.
Uh-huh.
And they would drive this train along the United States, dropping off a bunch of white kids in the middle of nowhere. And in the north area, most of those kids ended up being factory workers. And in the south, a lot of them was raised by black people. You get what I'm saying? And not only that, but they also have evidence of white servants or white Caucasian what you would consider peasants or convicts. They also have documentation of them coming to Americas in boatloads. And
Okay.
what happened? Uh-huh.
Okay, I got to stop you there. You're referring to the indentured servants, like Irish, what have you,
Right.
indentured servants who might have like owed people money and couldn't pay their bills,
Right.
or so in trade they came over here and other places like in the islands, right, to work,
Right.
but they were not
Right.
slaves. They were not
No, they
slaves.
weren't slaves. They weren't slaves.
No. In fact, in fact, there were black indentured servants also, but I don't agree with that term because although they would like be, enslaved for like 5 or 7 years and let go or whatever, but black folks didn't go into contract with any white people. So they were snatched.
Well, see,
So they
that's
were
the
enslaved. I'm sorry?
thing. They I think that the contrast between black people and white people were used as I would want to say they were used in a form of the what they call it when you're the front ground uh and what we would call the military. So basically they were the face that was used, or the groundsmen that would actually do the physical fight against. But I don't think that they were the actual people. You get what I'm saying? I don't think that this war was necessarily. If you heard of they call them the Seminoles. And when you look up the term Seminoles, they say a mixture of different tribes or runaways.
There's two Seminole. There's
But
two.
yeah, it's two.
You know,
Um,
right?
yeah,
Black Seminoles, and then the Seminole Nation, right? That are
yeah, I got
comprised of
a question
black
about
natives.
that too.
What, like what?
Um, I question the theory of the group of people that we identify as Indians on this land, because it's some historical information that I think I ran across, and it was basically stating that they came here as slaves, and the sole purpose that they have, or the contractual agreement that they have, is based upon keeping the true identity against the black people. You get
No,
what I'm saying?
no, my sister. I have to stop you there. That's so dangerous. See, that's
Go for
why.
it.
All right, they did not come here as slaves. Okay. Um. In fact, I think the earliest was like Clovis, man, or what have you. And we're talking now. We're talking like 30,000 years. They have remains now.
Yeah, but look at how they taught. Look at how they were taught. They were taught in the Catholic private schools, and see, this is their history that we got to include, because this is what they stated based upon their history. They
No.
stated that a lot of their wives and children's ended up having to go through education programs. And in the education programs, they were taught their cultural identity and information. And it was Catholic school systems, Catholic Christianity, or something like that.
They were not taught their culture, ma'am. They were not taught their culture. They knew their culture. They
Okay.
knew it. They knew it. And see, the thing is, they know their culture. They knew it, and in those boarding schools, they were being stripped of it because they were not able to
That
speak.
is
They were not able to speak their language. They couldn't dress the way they tribally or culturally dressed, what have you. They couldn't. If they were caught doing any of that, they would get their lights beat out.
But that
Also,
was the same thing that they said about the slaves. They did
also,
the same thing to black people.
it's indoctrination, it's assimilation. But the fact of the matter is that when you look at all the voyages that came from Africa, let's go back to the slavery thing, right? It's
Go
like
for it.
15,000 plus documented. And Also, our DNA says so. The majority of the average black folks who get their DNA tested says what? West Central Africa. You have
Well,
some folks.
that's a question in that as well, though,
How,
divinely, because how somebody brought up a discussion stating that you can't base genetics off of no blood.
of course you can. Now, whoever said that doesn't understand the basic tenets of science and of
Okay.
DNA. Because let me tell you something. If 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 DNA didn't work, they wouldn't use it in court.
No, they saying that you have to be alive. And if you're basing off of historical information, those people aren't alive anymore. So
Well, no,
that's what their standpoint was.
the average Y DNA, your paternal line is E. I think it's E31. That comes from the west coast of Africa. Your maternal line, the average for black folks is L. Those are the hunter-gatherer groups. We're
Oh,
talking people
okay.
who are like 80,000 years old. That's what we're talking about. There were nobody else on the planet during that time. Well, as far as like Homo sapiens sapiens, right? So the thing is that everything that happened to us is documented, and it's documented and proven and verified through DNA, through our culture and our subculture. There's no real native aspects or no indigenous aspects to our culture significant. I should say there's no significant native presence in our culture and our subcultures. It's all pretty much African based, right?
Right. But what if that information was um what I'm basically stating is, what if the idea of it being subsequently from Caucasian colonizers is false?
Well, well,
What
well.
if all of this, because this is my theory.
Uh,
Think about history in school. They told us that we were slaves here. And then hundreds of years later, they decided to free us based upon whatever reasoning behind it, but they decided. Now let's think about this.
it wasn't just a decision to free
You
us.
think
It wasn't.
that
It wasn't just certain things were.
no, not just the decision to free us. I know that there was reasoning behind it,
Hmm. And slavery wasn't self-sustaining either.
but I'm saying like just the whole point.
Well, the thing is that
You don't think that we might have
what?
you don't think that we might have uh what I was considering was some information that somebody was stating that everybody wasn't a slave. A lot of people they weren't even considered slaves. They were considered what it called um um when you capture somebody of war.
What, a prisoner of war?
I can't remember the
A prisoner of war?
prisoners of war.
But who said that? Where are you getting your information from?
I gotta look into it. This last minute.
Yeah, I hear you. But see, you have to check your sources too, because some people, unfortunately, are in the business of misdirection and miseducation. And I think a lot of it happened during the time of like Trump or just before, when it was proven that they were like Russian, like Russian agents or bots or whatever, spreading misinformation. And a lot of people who were hit with that misinformation were black folks. You know, See, the thing is that all these, science, history, you hear how our people talk, how we speak, whether it's Gullah Geechee, whether it's like Creole, you have hoodoo, you have voodoo, you have condomble, you have palomayombe, you have lukumi, you have Shango Baptist in Trinidad, you have
Right.
you have obia in Jamaica, right? So
Right.
the thing is, you have all of these Africanisms within our culture, right? Then you have certain
Right.
laws also. You have the Anti-Slavery Act of 1807. It says not to go to Africa and get more slaves. It killed pretty much the shipping of slaves,
Right.
right? So, and then you ask yourself, how could 350,000 people turn into 40 million later on or something, right?
Right.
You have to understand the nature of slavery also. We were bred like mules. You go to
Okay.
Virginia, where my family's from. You had a breeding farm in Mecklenburg, a breeding farm.
Right.
They didn't do cotton. They didn't do molasses. They did niggas. You understand? That's what they did. So,
But who did? Was it actually Caucasian men
you
or
better
was
believe
it?
it. You better believe it. So the thing is, if anyone knows our history, it's them, because they did it. They're the ones that are perpetrators. That's why. See, that's why they don't want to teach. They don't want to teach CRT. They don't want to. In Texas, they changed the wording in their school system to say that we were some kind of like workers that came over here for a better life or whatever, right? So they want to. And in Florida, they're pretty much banning books speaking about this as well. So this is very, very important. And also, you look at the foods that we eat, right? You like rice, right?
Right.
How did that come here? There was two rice. You had Oryza glaberrina, which came from West Africa. And if your family's from South Carolina, let's say, right?
Right.
Then they were picked. The Gullah Geechee, they were picked from West Africa, from the rice coast. These white folks knew that the land in South Carolina was arable for rice production. And then
So
you
how
had
did we learn to produce crops here in Americas? Who
we were
taught
doing
us?
crops for thousands of years in Africa. The rice, we were
But wouldn't we
expert.
consider that the land and the temperatures within the land
The
and
same thing,
everything in that sort would be different?
sis. It's the same thing. Dirt is dirt. Heat is heat. Water is water. You understand? So they knew. They knew that these black folks were expert rice producers. And you can see slave sale adverts saying, we have a shipment of fine Negroes, what have you, coming from the Windward and Rice Coast. That's Sierra
Well,
Leone.
what about this? What about this? And I'm only playing devil's advocate because you're giving me dialogue that I really be wanting to get in.
Well,
um, well, mhm.
no,
What about
uh-huh.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, but see, and see also, you have all these slave adverts. You didn't have the slaves' names, that would run away. We're looking for Juba. No, whose name is Juba in the United States? So we're looking for, and it'll say, he can't speak English, right? So what language is he speaking?
But
His name
think
is
about
Juba.
this.
Uh huh.
Well, look at this. With and I have something about that too. But look at this.
Mhm.
My great grandfather's side, there's a total replica of his first family that was placed in the Caucasian family. I'm talking down to from the parents to the children and everything, the where they're from, all of it. And it was so crazy to me because I'm looking up my genealogy and I see this family that is stating that they're, but I see a whole nother family with the same identities and the same birth dates and the same everything, but they're Caucasian.
Yeah, that's the nature of
And that
slavery.
was so crazy to me.
But that's the nature of slavery. Oh, I have a question for you. You said on
Uh-huh.
your great grandfather's documents that it said that he was a
Mhm.
slave. His family was from were slaves.
First it said that he was Indian. And
Uh huh.
then it said, I don't want to, I'm not sure which came next, but it was like three different changes. And then the documents and the land was being transferred to, I want to say, one of my grandmother, it was a female, and
Hmm.
she was given this documentation to her husband's son. Basically, I guess through marriage is how they got the rights to certain land parts. So she basically through marriage ended ultimately giving her land to her Caucasian husband and his children.
Ah.
And
Oh.
so after that point is when they started becoming black or stuff like that. And then it was stating something about dang, my mind just went blank. But it was so questionable because my great grandfather,
Hmm.
his mother is okay, his mother was one of the one her side is where they first started categorizing as Indian because
So where is?
one of my grandfathers on his side was was Irish, was a
Hmm.
white man, hunter. In Alabama, he had the Hunter slave plantation.
Okay.
But that was Irish because her father and her parents were what we would consider is black, but they were labeled as Indian.
But okay. So
They were
here's
labeled as Indian and then they were changed into
black.
mhm.
Okay. Was that in Virginia?
No, that was in Alabama.
Alabama. Okay. Because I know that happened. That happened also. Um, in Virginia, you had someone. His name was Walter Plecker. He that he had the Racial Purity Act I think it's 1920, and I think that only pertained to
Right.
Virginia, but it might have happened. Excuse me, in other states. But the thing is that um, I had that with an aunt of mine, great aunt of mine, um, and
It could have been Virginia. It could have been.
oh,
But they ended up ultimately Alabama.
oh no, but that could have happened in
Yeah, it could have been from amount of time. It could have been Virginia, but ultimately that's where they are now in Alabama.
cool because that's where Walter Plucker did that mess. But I'm gonna tell you this. So now you can label me whatever you want to label me, right? I mean, it's messed up. You're trying to exclude me from my rights because if I am
Right.
mixed with any indigenous population here, then I am rightfully able to receive whatever they're getting by treaty, by law, what have you, right? So that whole thing was to exclude mixed black folks right? From being counted as so-called Indian
Right.
to exclude them from rights. It was a racial thing that they did, you know, um, and you will see that, you will see it, right?
Right.
So the thing is that so that's Walter Plecker. You have to look up Walter
Right.
Plecker, Racial Purity Act of, I think it's 1920, right? So so that's what he did.
Oh, that
Yeah,
sounds about right. That time right there.
yeah. But the thing is, they can never erase your culture, right? And and to me, if
Right.
your family lost anything because of that, I think that there's a good opportunity for a lawsuit, because you were basically swindled out of land rights or what have you. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
so no,
Right.
But see, like I said, like I would say half of my genome is from Virginia. Half of, so from Surrey, and from like Amherst or Lynchburg, one of those, like one of those two, right? So the thing is that um um yeah, Virginia, you talking about slavery. Oh my goodness. And see, the thing is, Virginia, North Carolina, right? It's like triracial states. Like there was so much mixing going on, all over, right? Um, but them
Right.
folk, but indigenous people, they're not what you consider to be black, right? Their their people aren't from Africa, right? Now,
Right.
did I believe? Do I believe that some fit a certain phenotype that look
Right.
mighty familiar? Yes, yes. I'm not going to even deny that. I can't.
Well, see, the thing is, when I when I when I look at my family from that side,
Hmm.
um, and even at the family reunions, they would, identify as being Indian. Like they would have, like my elders, they were dark skinned people. And then they had long, wavy, like kind of cotton hair. And I mean, they would braid their hairs at the family reunions and stuff and sit on them. You get what I'm saying?
No, no,
And it, to me,
yeah,
growing up, because my grandma always told us that her daddy was Indian. I already thought I grew up thinking I was Indian.
yeah. See. Unfortunately, a lot of that happened. Now, I'm not going to say that it's not in your family, right? Because
Right.
it be. I think the average African American is like 0.8% Native American, and that could be because of
Okay.
our proximity towards each other, and in fact, some natives were enslaved and sent to Barbados and sent to other places, right? And lived alongside of us, that kind of thing, right? So, and some of them owned us too. How about that, right? So, like the five civilized
Yeah,
tribes,
that's what they were saying.
some of us were owned by natives.
Cause my right, cause my grandma, she said we ain't never been no slave. On her daddy's side, she said we ain't never been no slave. She said the hi her great grandfather was a slave owner, but her great grandma was black and she was Indian, and they got married and had children. She had white stepchildren
Wait
that
a
the man already had.
wait a minute. They got married when?
And they
Yeah.
got married, and that's how he got control of the land and everything that came with it. And when they got married, um her children were considered what you want to say like passing and stuff like that. But my great grandfather, he was labeled as black, and a lot of them as children was considered slaves according to living in the household. They wasn't slaves though.
Yes. No, no, ma'am. I have to tell you something. I have to tell you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So now I see. Because I thought you were referring to your Puerto Rican side. At first. No, you're talking
Oh
about
no, my Puerto Rican side, that's from, yeah, that's new generation in United States. My granddaddy is straight from Puerto Rico. No, that's not who I'm talking about.
but you know
He's
this, but
Puerto Rican. I would say Caucasian Puerto Rican.
oh, okay, okay. But you'd be surprised at them too. because
Right.
because I knew one lady and she said I'm 7% West African, you know, and there's one guy on my job, he's 28%, and you would never believe it.
Right.
Only if
Right.
you saw a picture of him with his afro. But now it's like salt and pepper, and it's, you know, and it's wavy and all this now. But when he was younger, he had a big bush on his head, you know. But and he's from PR also. But if that's in Virginia, um, white folks couldn't marry black folks up until recently.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because they were documented as Indian. They weren't documented as black.
Oh,
They
that's
weren't
how.
documented. Yeah, and so, but my grandma, she was telling me that they were dark skinned, and the history was passed on through, every time we go to the family reunions in Alabama,
Mm-hmm.
um I see more than that, of course, but in the family reunions in Alabama,
Mm-hmm.
they have like a history session. And like also when we had to leave Savannah for like the hurricane or whatever, I went to some of my family members in Dublin off that side, and they had letters and documents, and they basically talk about it all the time.
So let me ask you a question. So, because this is your picture for your avatar, right? This is you, right?
Right.
Okay.
I
So,
am the light. I'm what you would consider the lightest of my family. My entire family is dark skinned.
but you
Like
still look,
my
but
grandmother, huh?
you still look African.
Yeah,
You have a
my hair is what you could tell by my hair. Like when people see me in person, sometimes they may say, "Oh, you look like a white lady," or they got to get close up, and then they'll say, "Oh, I've always grew up with this whole thing of, oh, you're not black." And they would consider me not black because I'm light skinned, but I don't
you,
think that came from my black side. Yeah,
you. No, no, no.
but yeah, I
Light.
get that all the
All right.
time, and
This is light.
even with my family.
This,
I'm
this.
your light. You my daddy light. You and my
See,
dad are the same complexion.
see that. So
I'm
enough for
your
nothing.
light. I promise.
Right. So I have green eyes on top of it. So no.
Me too.
Oh, you do too?
Me-
Yeah. So
yes, I have. Well, my eyes, I think they kind of change colors. They're hazel and green,
yes,
whichever,
mine
depending
does too.
on which lighting I have.
So you know that you know that's from, right? White
What?
folks. From white folks. That's what it is. See, years ago we'd be considered to be mulattoes,
See,
right?
scientifically, that's from science. From actually, the piece of melanin within the eyes, and actually people with light have worse vision.
Yeah. Well, well, I'll tell you something. Like, um, I believe that, you know, melanin. See, we were actually. Hey, hey, what's up, bro? See, the thing is, because of slavery, the nature of slavery, and what happened to us, this is how we come in these different complexions, different shades, or what have you. And some people will say, yeah, well, my granny had straight hair and high cheekbones. Yeah, because she was part white. Shit. I mean, unfortunately, that's most likely what it is, given the data that's out there now. Like, if we had a strong native presence, right, culturally or what have you, it would be in our culture. We would call certain things certain things. Now, some folks who do have it, they have that in their culture. Like I had an aunt, God bless her dead. She had a native middle name, but when I speak to my aunt, her sister, right? It's like, how did she get that name? Because we're all named. I'm named after one of my ancestors. My father is. I'm named after him, actually. He's named after one of his ancestors, what have you. So everyone's named after our ancestors, right? So my aunt would ask my grandmother, my great grandmother, "Hey, where'd she get that name from?" Right? And it's like no one would answer though. It's like mind your business kind of thing. It's kind of funny, right? Hello? Just me? Yeah, so if you can hear me, yeah, that's what happened. So my father came out 2% native, which is pretty high for black folks. That's pretty high, you know, on the average.
Hello.
Yeah, you hear me? Okay.
Hey, Kevin. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with my computer. Thank you, Kevin, for coming through. Kevin, you got to see the beginning of this live, okay? And I'm also going to drop another video that I did. Um, I want you to take a look at it, okay?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's okay. Yeah, so we, basically, you know, like most of us do not have any significant native ancestry in us, and that's the truth. Now maybe you should take a DNA test though, for real.
Yeah, I
Your family history sounds very interesting. Do you subscribe to ancestry.com?
yes, that's actually where I was doing some research,
Yeah.
and that's when I found that my separate my family, it looked like my family's identity was literally
Uh,
being taken from them
they did. And
into a different family.
that's what they did in Virginia. They sure did it. They did it. They did it. You know, and but what's crazy is that um, they did it, and that really swindled a lot of people out of their natural born rights.
Right.
Their natural born rights. What people are you related to? Which nation? Which tribe? I should say.
Well, based upon a lot of information, I hear Cherokee and Seminole, but we already know some of that was just like messed up or whatever. But it was also one that they gave me that I can't quite remember. It
Okay.
was years ago, and when they told me it, I looked into the information, and based upon that information, it made more sense with that one. It's not a popular name. I'm telling you, I have this information, and I really want to go through it with you too.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm definitely down for that. I'm always interested in history, whatever. So, like, let me see, like, What do you have? There's quite a few, and they're heavily admixed. A lot of people say Cherokee, you know, um,
But
'cause-
we know Cherokee is a mixture of things, and it's also a given term. And so I tried to tell my grandma, like, you got to give me another name. She gave me another name. I can't remember it right now. And not only that, but my father's side, they gave me the same name that my grandma gave me. I wish I could pull it up. And it's on that map talking about the tribal names. I want to pull it up.
the Cherokees own slaves too.
Yes, yes. My grandfather's side of the family,
Mm,
um, for a majority or historically,
mm,
they are wealthy. I don't know how big it is, but they actually own the hunt not the Hunt's ketchup, but it's a ketchup line. And because their last name is Hunter, so they have like a Hunter's type of ketchup, but it's not the main brand. It's a different brand. And it's not major, but it's a major one as far as most of the locals within Alabama in the grocery stores. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like a ketchup brand. And not only that, but one of my cousins, he he used to be what it is, like something like a secret, not a secret agent, but something like a secret agent, I guess. He worked for the president.
Oh, so he worked secret security. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
So and I have a lot of distant family members that are in like great positions, what
Mm.
I would consider. Um and so it makes me question a lot of what they know.
You-
And mhm.
yeah. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Yeah. So I mean, I mean, if they're in the military, if you have like military members in your family,
Oh
like
yeah.
like NARA, NARA.gov is a good resource. You see people's military records going back to the Revolutionary War.
Right.
I saw let me see, my 3-time great grandfather's Civil War record there. In fact, I
Okay.
saw 2 of them. No. A relative of mine, because Goodman Brown, um, he was he was he was on what you call it, he was on a ship actually, as some kind of, like, they call him a first class boy. That's kind of messed up, right? Um,
Mhm.
yeah, during the Civil War, right? So, I was out of Virginia, right? So, yeah, I mean, I even have a 3-star general who passed away. Actually, he was a cousin of mine. His name is Lieutenant General William Earl Brown Jr.
Okay.
And yeah, and you want to hear something really, really messed up? This man had
Hmm.
over 200 combat missions flown between Korea and Vietnam.
Okay.
And he was on the History Channel one time, just one little time. A 3-star general he was, right?
Wow.
Oh yeah. I said, man, I mean, I even saw on NARA.gov when he got shot down over Cambodia.
Oh goodness.
His records and everything, what they said. And because he flew an F4 Phantom, and that was like it provided 2 roles, like air superiority and then like a bomber, because it could hold a lot of like rockets and bombs, right? So
Right.
it was also a fighter. So he flew that. So he's the pilot, and he has weapons officer in the back of him. So it's like a 2-seat, you know, aircraft, right?
Right.
So they had to eject because they got shot. They got shot down. I mean, they you know, and it says in the record, right, when
Right.
his electronics officer found him, he said, "Look, I think he said to the fact like I'm 38 years old. I'm too old for this shit," and that's what it says. Boom. So then he started working, I guess, inside more. You see what I'm saying? After the
Yeah.
war, he started working like I know he started working in the Pentagon. You know?
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know, so um yeah, I mean one day when you know, like when it's early or something, you know, I'll show like pictures, or I can show pictures of my family, what have you, you know. And we're all like it's like over 100 of us in this hall, and he's sitting down in the front, and I'm all the way in the back, you know. And yeah, you know that out of that line, you know, out of that line came quite a few people famous, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can, let me tell you. Well, see, uh, even though I have that information, my great granddaddy was a he was a runaway convict.
It
they
happened.
said they said that and I think I was reading some type of history book,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know if it was him or not, but it was relative. It related like so much, where my great grandfather, um my family told me that he killed the Klansman, but in the documentation they stated that he killed a white woman. And they stated that he went to prison, the chain gang,
Mm,
and he escaped. Now let me tell you how the Browns come into play. Okay.
mm.
um my great grandmother, her parents were Parkers, and that's a major name. Everybody knows about Parker's gas station, right?
Okay.
um well, they they ended up getting some land, and the house of the owner, the slave master, when him and his wife was, older or whatever, because they had the most kids on the plantation.
Mm-hmm.
And the slave owners didn't have no children, and the Browns come into play because they were family friends with the Parkers. And my granddaddy, he was older than his wife, my grandmother.
Mm,
He was friends with my great granddaddy and a member of the Brown family. And they said that it was a Brown, it was a Parker, and they went and they helped him to get away from the chain gang. And when he came here, he changed his name from Kizzy Hunter to Joe Hunter. And they never found him. They
good.
never found my granddaddy. He lived here in Savannah up until he passed away. And they said, my grandma said one day, at a couple of days after he passed away, it was some white man who came to my grandma door. And I was about 6 years old, I think, when this happened. They came to my grandma door, and they was looking for her to give some information, but she was scared, so
Mm.
she slammed the door in their face.
Oh. Oh wow. Wow. I something like that. No, well, not the same nature, but when I was 12, maybe 11 or so,
Mhm.
I um I was visiting my grandmother in Virginia, and where she lived in Surrey, it's an unincorporated town where it's like the woods pretty much, right?
Right,
So you have to drive into the woods to see where my grandmama used to live. And she lived in like a double wide trailer um on the same property and across from the same house she was born in.
right.
The house was dilapidated, of course, but it gave me perspective because when I went into that house was pretty much a slave house, or shortly after slavery, or what have you. You see, so I was 12. I was 12 because I was already 6 feet tall, right? So not for nothing, I had to hunch myself, down because my head, it felt like my head was going to go right through that ceiling.
Oh wow.
And from the blessing it was for me to see how our folks lived in a house that had like no electricity. You see what I'm saying? And then my
Right.
aunt told me, she said, shit, when I was a kid, when she was a kid, they used to have to go in and out house when they would go
Mm.
my grandmother side of the family, what have you. They would be in that house and they have to go in the outhouse out. They didn't have a toilet in there, you know.
Right.
But my grandmother and my cousin Edith, her last name is Savage, they grew peanuts. And then on the other side of that, I had another cousin, and he had bulls and heifers and cows and stuff, So he had livestock, you know. And to tell you the truth, I couldn't stand Virginia. I couldn't stand being out there. I couldn't stand it. I'm from the Bronx,
Right.
So I never saw lightning touch down to the ground before. That scared the crap out of me. And my grandma's like, don't move. Don't move. She turned all the lights off and everything. Don't move. And you hear the thunder. Boom, 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 boom. And then you see the lightning hit. I said, oh, hell no.
Right.
Mm-mm.
I love it. I love the rain.
But see,
I'll sit outside on the carport and get me a cover and lay on in the chair and just let it rain. I love it.
see, now, now I do. Because I'm down here now. You see? So the rain down here is different than the rain in nasty ass New York City. I gotta say it like that. Because it rain. First of all, my allergies haven't bothered me at all since I've been down here for like a year and a half already. My allergies haven't bothered me yet. I can stand out, be in the grass, be by bushes and trees. Now in New York, please, I'd have to have my inhaler hardwired to my hand because that's how many times I'm going to use it, especially in the summertime. It's something about that air does not move in New York. It's like you're living in the city. It's like you're living in an armpit. That's what it's
Right.
like.
I can imagine.
And then it's all the congestion from all the traffic and all the, everything's giving off fumes.
Yeah.
Where there's one place in the Bronx off the Bruckner, off the highway, and it was a turkey processing plant, and they had a pipe that would blow out this white smoke every day for hours.
Oh my.
You understand? You had people. You had these dubious toxic waste disposal companies, and they would dump it. They would dump where I used to work. So nothing. There's a whole lot of crap that
It
that
smells.
I'm sorry.
Does it smell?
Yeah.
Oh.
Listen, let me tell you something. Like, whew, this is a blessing for us to be down here. Because it's like you see the difference, you feel the difference.
Yeah.
I mean, you go in some people's buildings, it's urine. You're smelling urine, you smell feces, you smell all stuff. People throwing up, and you smell that too.
Oh, that's depressing.
You're on top of each other. Number one, and then
So is it true that they have like piles of trash on the side of the road and
oh hell yeah,
everything? Oh
you go to
man.
Harlem, you're gonna see all that. You go to the South Bronx, you'll see all that.
Oh, see, I like it in the South.
And then you,
I went I went to Chicago and I think I went the worst time. I went during the winter time.
oh my God, why? Oh no.
My grandmother's birthday is on Christmas. And so so we went out there for her birthday and I said, take me back to the South, baby.
I tell you, yeah, I tell you what, you know, the only thing that I think I don't like down here is that this daggone power goes out.
Yes.
We don't get that up there. That's one thing I can say that New York has over, down here in Georgia. There's no power outages like that in New York.
Well, you see, I have a lot of trouble with my connection.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. See, but see, the only thing is that, and also the building techniques, like when things are built, it's like, you know, a lot of concrete is poured. It's crazy concrete, slab concrete on the floor, and the walls are all, concrete and everything. It's different because I could yell in my old apartment. I could yell, nobody's going to hear me. You wouldn't really hear me,
Right.
But here, I got to watch how I'm talking because my neighbors can hear this whole conversation. You know? but it's something because but I do not regret coming down here at all. Not at all. Not at all. And yeah, I don't have to worry. I come in and out. You don't have to worry about someone plotting on me.
Oh yeah.
I'm armed anyway. I have.
Chicago was tense.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
See, see. I tell you because when people are jammed into a situation and they're forced to live on top of each other, right? See,
Mhm.
during
That's like the
during
projects. That's exactly like the projects.
that's where I used to live. I used to live in a project. I used to live in two actually, right? And in fact, the kids I grew up with in one of them, right?
Hmm.
They started. You see New Jack City?
It sounds familiar. I don't really watch TV.
No, that's a movie from back in the '90s. But Wesley Snipes, and
Um,
Chris Rock was in it too.
oh, you got to
And,
think of my age too. Now, consider my age. I'm young. Well, I'm not that. I hate the idea of saying young because in some aspects, I learned that people take away people's accountability because of age. But I'm 34, so
get
some
out
of
of here!
some of those movies I have not. I probably
Oh my
haven't even seen.
goodness! I thought you were much. So you're so mature. I thought you were much older. I thought you were almost my age.
Oh,
Oh,
thank you. As far as wisdom concerned, that is a ultimate what I want to say compliment.
compliment. Yeah, I'm 20 years older than you. Over 20.
Yeah,
So not so not for nothing. I'm like, what?
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so now I see. Okay. But what they did was they took where we grew up and they ruined it. They started slinging crack and everything, and then, you know, they were making a lot of money, but ultimately they all got arrested and they all, and so,
Oh, I think I know what you talking about.
oh,
Was it a movie where they had like these funny hats on and it was the thing back in the day, I guess. And they they were supposed to be best friends growing up and they started selling drugs and
yep, yep.
okay. I think I seen that a couple of times.
Not the funny hats. I used to wear those hats, man. Shit. Back in those days, in
They
my day.
Let me tell you, I'm sorry. Let me tell you what I realized.
uh
It was a time in culture where they were wearing those hats frontwards. And then before you know it, it seemed like they turned them backwards.
hmm
Do you notice that I don't know, I'm a deep thinker, and I take everything into some type of reasoning or idea. And I was just like, what does this mean? Does this mean that this can this be like a stamp of when certain ideas and understandings of culture identity within the community was like a mission of going backwards?
Hmm. Oh,
Hey, thank you for joining. It's good to see you.
Timmy, what one? Yo, what's up, man? Yeah.
Because think about it, when they had the hats frontward,
Mm-hmm.
they most of the time were wearing suits and trying to go into professionalism, and the family structure was a focus. And then when they turned those hats backwards,
Peace.
it
Yeah. Well, wait, what? I mean, the hats. Are you talking about the? We call them Dutch boys.
the
Um,
kangaroo hats.
the Kangol hats.
Yeah.
Man, let me tell you something.
Mhm.
We used to rock the fur goras, the ones with the fur on it, like the fur. You had, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
Um, I used to wear, I used to wear a derby. I wore a derby. I used to wear a Rasta crown. Now, that was very interesting. You know, I wasn't a Rastafarian. I just liked the way it looked. You know,
Right.
and you know what I mean by a Rasta crown?
Is it like the knitted hats?
No, it's mudcloth. It's mudcloth,
Mudcloth?
and it's for you if you had like a lot of dreads, right? You stuff them.
Yeah.
You for Ross's
Yeah,
Rastafarian,
I got
but
dreads.
yeah, you do have. There you go. So, yes, you're not. You know, you're Rasta.
Okay.
You're not Rasta, right? No, right?
No, 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 no. I'm not Rasta.
Okay, okay. So yeah, you would wear. I mean, they would wear that. It was a place in Harlem that made these hats. You know, and they had metal leather, all kinds of stuff. So, but yeah, so yeah, I used to love hats. Now, don't put nothing on my head. I don't care if it's like 10 degrees outside. Don't put nothing on my head.
Right.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Well, see, my hair is so thick. I don't even look right with hats on. I used to wear hats all the time before I locked my hair up. And I used to love, having my different swags, just switching it up. But when I locked my hair up, I was like, man, I can't put nothing on this. I'm gonna look crazy.
No, because you have hats for that. You
I
could
know.
you can get a crown. I'm telling you, it would probably look nice on you. You know, um, yeah, you can get a. Oh my goodness, forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. You would definitely get hats. Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, Femi said he never got into hats himself. Yeah, I used to love hats, but and so it's something else too, because I was so upset because when my grandfather passed away, he used to wear a lot of hats,
Mhm.
and I wanted one of his hats so bad just to take, and my mom and my aunt, they threw him away. I was like, oh my God, but yeah, that would definitely go on my shrine. My poor shrine. My shrine right now is, I gotta do something with this shrine. But yeah, so you know, yeah, I used to definitely love wearing hats, all kinds of hats. But yeah, those Kangol. Sure.
I wasn't a part of that era. I wasn't. I'm not sure if I was thought about or not. Was that like was
Yeah,
that the 80s?
yeah, like late 80s, early
Yeah,
me.
I'm 89 baby, so
Goodness.
I came at the end.
Mm. I mean, what crack did to our community. Oh my goodness.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
And and you know, people would just do it right there on the street, like right in front of you. They would have like these, crack pipes, and it's crazy, like, well, they would take a can and put a hole in the middle and bend the can in or something or whatever, and then light up the can on the bottom of the can and put the crack rock on top of the can. Oh,
Man.
it's, and seeing that, it's like one thing about growing up in New York, you got to see a lot of stuff, and it's and you would become like you know how to see a lot of BS coming your way,
Right.
and you know how to handle it. I had a big fro mostly growing up, and that don't look right with hats. Oh, okay, that's what's up. That's what's up.
Caps over it. I don't blame you. See,
Yeah.
my down south, they had the perm thing down.
Mm-hmm.
My grandma used to perm my hair. She used to mix the perm in the kitchen, perm my hair, and put the hot comb to it. And so I I didn't, have the fro hairstyles growing up. I had those perms.
I tell you what, I let my sister when I was 19. Sheesh, I let her put a lye relaxer in my hair,
Mm.
and said,
Mm-mm-mm.
look, it's gonna look so nice. Because I used to have a high top fade, like from watching Kid and Play. Right, I wanted a high top fade too. So, or actually, yeah, well, no, not. I don't think Kid. Well, Kid and Play, but Big Daddy Kane definitely. Right. See, he had an S curl. That's what's up. So
My cousin did. My older cousin had one.
I let my sister relax my hair. I said, what the hell? It started burning, burning. I had to wash it off, and you know what I look like? A Dominican.
Oh goodness. I know. I know it.
I had curly and nappy hair at the same time. I said, what the hell is this? And it would not wash out or anything because my hair was fried. So I had to ride it out. So I was wearing hats, definitely. I would cover that up with a hat though. You know, you ain't gonna see me with my hair like that. No,
Mm.
nope, nope, nope.
The era I went through where different ponytails or different
Mm,
curl styles. Those hard curls. They
yes.
put all that spritz on it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
that was my era.
Yeah, you know, and it's so funny because every now and then I said, you know what, I want to put waves in my hair, but I'm like, nah, I ain't doing that. You know,
Mm-mm.
I usually shave my hair bald or keep it very, very low. Um, I really don't like other people touching my head. That's a spiritual thing. So
Right.
I've been cutting my own hair for years. You know, um,
See, that's hard for me because I love when somebody, like, if they washing my hair, and I don't know, I just love it. It's so therapeutic, and they
it
just
is, it is, it is. But you can't. But see, the thing is, for me, right?
Mhm.
You know, spiritually, my my crown.
Right,
One is supposed to touch. Because your ancestors speak through your head,
right. That's true.
and when you receive your orisha that guides you, it's presented on top of your head. So your
Right,
head, your ori inu, your inner head, you know, it's very important. And if somebody touches it and they have like bad ashe or something, or they have like bad spiritual energy, man, they might inadvertently snatch what you got or take a piece of it or mess up your vibes, man. I'm putting in that, in terms like that. But yeah, I can't allow people to touch my head. I can't
right.
stay with a brush. Only brushing his waves.
Yep, I
Yeah,
remember them days.
yeah. So I mean, not for nothing, every now and then I think about getting waves, whatever, if I hear like my father would jump in the pool with an afro, right?
Mhm.
Come out and it'd be like all like in plaits, like all down his back, like all down his shoulders. And it'd be like, what the heck? I didn't inherit that. I got straight Nigerian, Ghanaian hair. For real.
Let's get back to that topic right there.
Okay. All right. All right.
Okay, now let's do this. Let's
Mm-hmm.
think about it like this. Could it be possible from anything that we we've as a people from America, we've given a lot of people credit of the control of us as a whole, to where even with the logic given, with the information given,
Mm-hmm.
um we we still don't have a we still don't give a question that we are possibly not from Africa based upon what they these statements imply.
Wait. Hold on.
Like,
That.
could it be like this?
Uh-huh.
Because I'll go back into my my idea setting.
Okay.
Um, could it be like the British and the French and all of these places? Could it have been actual black people that were behind this, and the people of Americas, which is us, could it be that we a lot of us, I just I just want to say it like this: a lot of us couldn't have just all come from slavery.
Yes, we could. Yes, we could.
It's so many of us.
Yes, we could. So you've never researched the numbers, like every year of the census. You've never seen how we grew, like.
Yeah,
And
but I also feel like a lot of that information um was for a purpose, to further on this statement, but there's so many contradictions within it.
so, okay,
Like,
I'm sorry. Let me ask you a question.
right.
Our first churches, right?
Mhm.
Um, do you know about our first churches, like during slavery, like when people
Um,
were freed, what they named these churches?
no.
They were African Methodist. The the
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Our
could,
ancestors.
could it be that some of this information, like when it, like you were stating earlier about, language, and
Yeah.
it was a name, and you was like, that's not no American name. But could it be that our names and our language wasn't necessarily from anyone else, but it was ours, and in the history given is only stating that it wasn't ours.
No. See, the thing is, we are we are African descended. Unless you're admixed, the majority of us are African descended. Do you see Afimi's name?
Hmm.
You know what that means?
No.
For me, it's for me,
Okay.
one on one. So the thing is, that
For me, 1-1.
right, that's how people of African descent, and Africans actually, spoke
Okay.
in Jamaica. The
Yeah,
Jamaican
that sounds like Jamaica. I was gonna say that.
right. It's for me, right? Afimi, right? So, so, and that's how our ancestors spoke down in South Carolina and
Yeah.
Kenya, and in these Gullah Geechee, in these Geechee places. Yeah, right.
Right.
So they didn't. There's no like. Let me say Indianisms. Yeah, really. Well, you want to say canoe? Okay. You want to say tobacco? Okay, you got it. Right? But those are loan words, right? The way we
Right.
speak, African American, yeah, it is mine. Right. I for me, right? So
FME
right,
11.
it is mine, right? So
Okay.
so 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 the thing is that um these Africanisms in our everyday vernacular, African American vernacular English, AAVE. It's a real thing, right?
Right.
Um, there's nothing else that we don't we don't represent ourselves any other way. It's what it is. And then when you go through people's other history, in Suriname, there's a community that speaks Akan.
Right.
They still speak Akan, and they had an Akan brother go there, right?
Right.
And it's on video. And they ask him, "Do you understand me?" And this man
Right.
started to cry
Right.
because he's from Ghana. He said, "Yes." And they were there for 500 years. You have the Palenques, San Basilio in in Colombia, right?
Right.
They speak Palenquero. It's Kikongo Spanish mixed. Kikongo is from Angola.
Okay.
And see, we have the Gullah Geechee people here. And it's the same thing because of the isolation of those islands. And that's right. And the Creoles of the Caribbean are very similar. That's right. Afimi's right. Right.
Yeah,
And
I got that Gullah Geechee in
folks
me.
from the Caribbean were brought here too. Right. And even with Creole, even with Haitian Creole,
Right.
very similar to Louisiana Creole because the French brought
Right.
their slaves from Haiti here.
Right.
Right.
But
So
what if these ones that did it were black?
women that
Like African American, like the same complexion
what we mean did it? Like what? Did what?
that actually did these things. What if we're giving the credit to the skin complexion? You get
No.
what I'm saying?
What
And
do you mean?
I
Did the actual slavery you're talking about?
Yeah,
No.
like the Gullah Geechee and all of these different languages, of course, because a lot of the people it's just a what if. I know it may not be making sense based upon, information given, but what if these people were actually like the Europeans, the Germans and Spaniards? What if these people were actually people of color?
They're not. Because we know what they look like because their descendants are here today. They're in the islands today. We know what they look like. We know what they look like. They've been painting themselves for hundreds of years, right? So we know. We yeah. So we know what they are genetically. We know by how they speak their languages. We know they're white people. They're
Okay,
Europeans.
I
They,
got a question because I was on somebody's channel not too long ago,
hmm
and this man he stated what happened in the Dark Ages was that black people,
Uh-oh.
um, right,
I heard
black people, huh?
I heard this before, but go ahead.
Black people went into the caves, and because of the cold, they ended up turning white, and
Mhm.
that's how Caucasian people came about.
definitely pseudo, definitely. Now, it just wouldn't take you're referring to depigmentation, and that would not take a couple of years. That would literally, and it did take, oh my goodness, like what? Let's see. When you look at Cheddar Man was found in the UK, right? And he already started the process of pigmentation, but he was still brown with
But
light eyes.
wouldn't that be like
But that was 10,000 years ago.
wouldn't that be like a from my understanding of mutation is basically when
Adaptation.
some form of information is subtracted from the genetics. And basically what we're stating is that the melanin that protects the inner layer of skin, which helps give us complexion, was taken out from the genetic information.
Well, you talk about it's adaptation, right?
Right.
So if I'm no longer on the savannas of Africa, right, I don't really need that much pigmentation. Now, if I'm dealing with some place that has like that's cold, what have you, and I need to absorb a lot of sun to stay warm, or what, you know, I don't need skin that's going to reflect the sun. I need it to absorb it to stay warm to live, you know.
Okay.
So yeah, but basically, that that light or white skin genetic, I think it's called SL2445. It's a gene, right?
Right.
It's ancient as hell. It's ancient.
So how did we gain the genetic information back?
But check this out. That started in Africa. And I'm gonna
Okay.
tell you who it started with. It started with the earliest Homo ancestors, what have you, right?
Right.
Earliest what you would call hominids, right? It started with them. Because when they had fur, they had light skin underneath it. So that gene is very old. That allele is very old, right? So but as people started to migrate from Africa, right? Well, as we started to evolve, we lost that fur. What's going to replace it? Dark skin, right? But as we started to migrate out of Africa, right? And human beings migrated in waves, right?
Okay.
So you
But
had,
how can we change our hair? How did that change of the hair? Like, how did that turn into fur?
it's not fur.
Well, you just stated fur. Fur in reference
Oh,
to,
you're saying how did the fur change into hair?
yeah.
Okay. So, oh man, what happened? It was like temperature changes or what have you. So it's adaptation. So curly hair, straight hair, is just adaptive reflexes, let's just say, right?
So
So
fur can turn into hair
it did,
because my understanding is that hair and fur are two different things.
yes, but we're talking about two different species of in the Homo family, and we're talking about evolution that took millions of years.
So we went before the dark ages, we had this, and then during the dark ages,
Wait, dark
we
age. If you say dark ages, you're talking like 1400s, 1500s. You understand? So you're talking about something that's very recent, very recent. That
right.
ain't the dark ages. You understand? So you're talking about stuff like 600 to 800 years ago, what have you. No, what I'm talking about is super ancient. You
Okay.
understand? It's prehistoric. So talking about like when we might still been, we're just walking around. Yeah, fur is hair. Yeah, but we're you know, you talk about walking around bipedally. So that's millions of years ago.
Okay, so you know how we have a North America and a South America?
Yes.
Would you consider would it make sense that there's a North Africa and South Africa?
There is.
Like as far as like the what I want to say.
There's a northern part, there's a southern part. Just like there's,
No, not with that one area. I'm talking about the area above that, like
above above
um
above the Sahara.
but above Africa, all of that landmass, could it be considered North Africa?
No,
Why not?
because it's not even on the same plate.
Okay,
You have tectonic plates. So
okay,
so when you go towards like Israel is not on the same tectonic plate as Africa.
okay,
It's not. It's the start of Asia, actually. It's on the Asian tectonic plate,
okay,
right? So then, but above Africa is Europe.
okay. Yeah, right. That's what I was considering. All of that.
Yeah, that's not connected. That's not connected.
Okay,
That's Europe. So they have different continents and on different plates, right? Um, 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 yeah. So you have Asia.
so do we not have what we would consider as plates here on the Americas?
Yeah, but okay. Look, at one point you talk about like 170 million years ago. It was all connected. It was called Pangea back in that time.
Right, right. I
So
heard that name.
yes. So but no one was here. Nothing. No human family. No nothing. Right. No human beings. Nothing. Right. So
Right.
because that people teaching that too, which is crazy because the human family is not. I think the oldest sample is 4 million years old or so, if I'm not mistaken. Right? They
Okay.
said it was Lucy, but I think they found something that was even older than that.
Yeah, they did. I think
So
so too.
so now, which is still all in Africa, right? So now, right?
Mhm.
Um, um, when our ancestors left those trees and came down and started walking, bipedally, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Did they have fur? Yes. Did they lose it because they started to, I guess, venture out, migrate, and go to other places within Africa? Because you have to remember, Africa is the home of the most phenotypical differences, right? So you have
Okay.
so many different phenotypes in Africa. You have several of them, right? You have people with straight noses, curly hair, straight hair, but they're all Africans. People who are of lighter skin, people who have darker skin. You go to the Sudan, right? People there are like some of the darkest on earth, right?
Right.
Um, and people from Mali are dark. From Senegal, they're dark, right?
Right.
So, but certain other people, like from Rwanda, from Ethiopia, they may be lighter, and not necessarily due to mixture either.
Okay.
Okay, so the thing is that it just depends on what your ancestors adapted to.
So everything was based upon adaptation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how long does it take for
Ooh.
somebody to actually, or their family to necessarily adapt or change appearance based upon their adaptation? How long does that take?
I don't exactly, but to tell you the truth, if Cheddar Man is like 10 to 12,000 years old,
Hmm.
and if you want to look him up, Cheddar Man, right? So
I
he's
think I heard it before
he's
too. Yeah.
he's he's like the oldest human ancestor in the UK, right? And in fact, through DNA, right? Because
Right.
they found his remains through DNA. They found like his what is it? His 9,000th or whatever. grandson. I forgot. It's some crazy number, right? So they
Right.
found him, and he's living in the UK. And he's a white man,
Okay.
but this dude looks like he you know like like a brown skinned dude with a Jerry curl. That's what he looked like. With light eyes, whatever. That's what he looked like.
Okay.
And see his dimensions weren't yes, the most genetically diverse people on the planet as well. So the phenotypically and genetically most diverse, right? But here's
Hey,
some.
brother Mayart. Good to see you, bro.
Hey, Shaka, what's up, brother? Hotep. And see, the thing is that right, that color change, and it looked like it took, I don't know how many thousands of years, for people
Right.
to depigment like that. So they found a sample up in Northern Europe as well, and it's a female, and she in her representation looked like Eartha Kitt to me,
Okay.
you know, and that was up in either Sweden or Denmark, one of those Germanic countries, whatever, So, and she was like 5 to 7,000 years old or so, you know.
Right.
So it is what it is. So it depends on what kind of change we're talking about. To walk
Right.
on all like from all fours to bipedally, whatever. Yeah, that probably took a long time from the earliest Homo to Homo sapiens, or Homo sapiens sapiens, what have you. Yeah, that took millions of years.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. So I'm soaking all of this in because
Mm-hmm.
I just had a lot of questions. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Especially, and it just made me question a lot of the history that we were taught and everything. And then it sparked more question. Like if I have a disbelief on the information that I learned based upon the colonizers' information, it made me question, well, what is the understanding based upon Pan Africanism? Because automatically just growing up with my understanding based upon my granddaddy's side and
Uh-huh.
my grandmother's side being very limited based upon her coming from you know based upon being Creole. I want to say that a lot of her family was from Louisiana and stuff like that too, but I'm not certain. You get what I'm saying? So based
Yeah.
upon my granddaddy, I just grew up with the understanding that I was Indian, and most of my information was lied to because we clearly black. You
Right.
know.
I grew up with a similar understanding in my family, and then
Mhm.
when my uncle took his DNA test, it was like nothing, like no type of Native American, right? But my grandfather always maintained that his father was a Cherokee. But
Right.
but I never, because I joined Ancestry.com also, and I never saw that. I never saw that, you know. And I found my grandfather's grandfather, you
Right.
know,
Well,
and
see, I got the Cherokee information. It's in there, but my grandma, she gave me a different name because she said Cherokee was basically it was just like Seminoles was like a classification of Indians
oh,
and stuff like that.
you're talking about, yes. So any any young Weya, there you go.
What's that?
That's Cherokee. That means the
Okay.
me, right, in Cherokee, right? In
Okay.
in Chalagi. Chalagi is the language, and I think it's Ani Yun Wia,
Okay, good.
okay, or Waya, one of those two. Ani Yun Waya.
Okay.
Okay? So that's how they would say it, right? But
Right.
but Cherokees owned slaves, and then
Right.
after the Civil War, right,
Right.
the the slaves became freedmen, and they
Right.
became legally part of the Cherokee Nation
Right.
treaty. And the Cherokees, the Cherokees, the Chickasaw, the Creek,
Chickasaw, I heard it.
right, and
Chickasaw and Creek.
the Seminole and the Choctaw. They held.
Choctaw. That's it. That was one of the names.
Oh, okay, the Chata, right? So they they um um they held on to their slaves longer. So the federal government had to send troops up there to
Ooh.
free the slaves. I think so.
From the Choctaws?
From the so-called five civilized bands
Uh,
of
of
Indians.
Indians, yeah.
So that's
And when I was looking to my information, all of this starting to sound very relevant.
so yes. Could you be Cherokee? Yes. Cherokee freedmen? Yes.
Yes, they
Now
were
some
freedmen.
now some freedmen were part native
Yeah.
because the nature of slavery. How did slave masters make more slaves?
Okay.
By breeding the women out
Okay.
and turning the men into what? Into studs.
Yeah.
And they would literally use the same wording, the same terminology that they would use for animals. You have a sire and a dam. Woman would be the dam, the man would be the sire.
Okay.
And they would force folks to get together, and you had women who were called breeding women, and they didn't do anything except for breeding and having babies would be turned into slaves.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what happened then? Because when I want to go back to the part where you was stating how they had transitioned into freemen.
Yes.
Um, I think it was something about they have this history thing talking about the $5 Indians and stuff like that, and how they would go and sign or buy documentation
Yeah.
into being an Indian or something like
Some
that.
people
What
did do that. They would pay the census taker
right.
money to be listed as Indian because Indians had land. They had you get grants, you can get all kinds of things if you were listed as an Indian. You know,
Okay. So
so
you think that's what happened with my family?
I'm not saying that. That's why I said you have to take a DNA test to be real.
No, 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 no. I'm saying like based upon like because of the paperwork. And because remember I told you my family they didn't get they land and everything because of the husband that my grandmother had married.
Yes.
And you see what I'm saying now?
See,
Okay.
so you can take that documentation that you have,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And because it's well established that Walter Plecker's Racial Purity Act of 1920, what they did, right, is well established. That they were switching people around, talking about if you look colored now you are colored, and
Right.
to exclude people from their indigenous rights.
And
So
that's what they did to me too. I could see it in the information.
yeah, so if
Like
you right,
we really went from all of these different categories to being black.
yes. So, but if what you can do is for your own, you could take a DNA test, see what your percentages are, right? But what you can also do is hire a genealogist,
Yes, I need one.
and to see your check your family records, because they probably can go back way further than just doing it on your own. You see what I'm saying?
It
So
was so confusing.
yeah, so and they can probably point to you which so-called tribe you may belong to or what have you. Now, if your family's saying Choctaw, right?
Mm-hmm.
That it could be. It could be because like I said, in Virginia, that's what they did. They started switching people's if you were mixed with black, they would switch you and have you misrepresented on purpose.
Okay.
So that did happen. That did happen.
Okay.
I have to know about all this because I battle abos all day long on Facebook. So,
Okay.
and people try to claim certain things, and it's like, okay, if you can prove, I mean, if you're admix, cool, but you can't say that none of that our people did not come here on those boats. And then when people say, well, where are the boats then? Well, where's your father's car from 30 years ago?
Right. Okay.
You
I
understand?
got you.
Where's your pair of pants from 10 years ago? You understand?
Right.
So a wooden ship that was used to the point of ad nauseum, all right?
Right. Okay.
You're not going to, 500 years, you're not going to get, you ain't going to see that,
Okay.
So yeah, so the fact of the matter is that you need to get, at least hire a genealogist to see what actually happened, who you're actually related to, like your family line, what have you.
Yeah, because my dad's side is like a similar resemblance. It's he said his daddy's side is mainly Indian,
Mm-hmm.
and his mom's side, her grandmother came from Portuguese.
Okay.
So I got two sides stating Indian. You get what I'm saying?
Ye-
And then so it's kind of like, okay, so with me growing up and having this understanding of what Indian is, it builds it gave me question. Like, I understood I was black, but so I've always identified as a black person.
Right.
But when it came to, like, family information, we knew we was Indian. And so, like, I always have these questions, and it's kind of like, when do we get to the full answer, and what is the whole answer, especially based upon, because a lot of people will say, well, Africans don't even like y'all, and
That's the,
I'm like, okay, so, and that could be based upon perception. I
yeah.
I don't think all of them, you
Not,
know.
yeah. Right. And see, the thing is, people will have a bad experience with one or two people and say, oh, they'll condemn the whole group.
Right.
You know, so you can't do that. You know,
Okay.
um, like within my spiritual practice, of course, I had to come in the presence of Africans and
Right.
Caribbean.
Right.
So the thing is that if they didn't like me, they're like, get out of my house. I'm not gonna do
Right.
this. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do that. I don't care how much money you pay me. I'm not gonna do it. You know?
Right.
No. I never really got that from Africans and Caribbeans. No, no. Um,
Right.
but what I can say is that even if it comes up that y'all are freedmen, right?
Right. Right.
You're still able to get certain. Oh crap! You know what I can point you to? I forgot.
Tell me. Tell me.
The the freedmen rolls. Did you check them?
Yes.
You did. You checked
Yes.
the Dawes rolls.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you find anybody like
Yes. A lot of people in my family.
on the Dawes, like which by blood or by or freedmen?
Um, I I I don't know the exact categories, but I want to say Freedmen.
Okay, freedmen.
I
Yeah.
want to say Freedmen. Um, I'm I I might have seen blood. Don't get me to lying,
Mhm.
but I do recall seeing their names.
Okay.
And I just gotta pull this information up. It's in one of my laptops. Look, I'm not good at taking my laptops to get fixed. I took one to get fixed, but I have a bunch of them sitting in the corner that can get fixed, and I just leave them there. But my best computer that I got this information on, I'm definitely gonna open it back up because I got all of that information. I saw the whole thing, you
See,
know.
see, see. The thing is, the the right, Afimi, right. Um, um, the thing is that um, what the Cherokee did recently,
Hmm.
they kicked the freedmen out
Mm.
because they said, "Oh, we should only be here by blood." Now that goes against the treaty they signed in 1866.
Yes, I saw this information. Okay,
You
bring
know,
it back.
and see, the thing is, you know, whether whether they have are admixed or not, they are legitimate members of that tribe.
Okay,
You know, now I'm going to tell you how insidious some of our people are.
right,
Born in America, right?
right.
They have formed fake tribes
Mm-hmm.
and are selling memberships like for dues, like and one in particular has has I think she has 3,000 members now, or maybe more than that.
What?
And I think their dues are like $150 a year or something, some crazy mess, right?
What?
Allegedly, right? So so the thing is that um yeah, we have a lot of things on our plate over here to worry about people hating on us or some you know no no
Well,
we straighten
what
out
about the culture in New Orleans? A lot of them
what
believe to be Indians.
what we mean called well let's look at that, right?
Okay.
Now every now and then, right? Like during
Hmm.
Mardi Gras, you have the Mardi Gras Indians, right? You see them, they have the big plumage and everything, and they dance, what have you. You know what that is?
Hmm.
That's to commemorate their ancestors, right? Running away from slavery and the natives there helping them, hiding them.
Okay.
But
Okay.
yeah, Afimi, it's crazy, man. It's crazy, bro. They're called a Waya tribe. Waya. And
Well,
it's Fugazi, bro.
I don't want to pay to be a part of my family.
You're not supposed to pay. Well, but I'm gonna I'm gonna tell you like oh yeah, so there's something called like ancestral masquerade,
Okay.
and that's heavy African. In Nigeria with the Yoruba, it's called egungun,
Hmm.
right? And they put these costumes on and they dance, they twirl, what have you. It's like they get mounted, possessed, you know.
Right.
Okay, so that's their interpretation of that. You understand?
Okay.
Of
Okay.
the ancestral masquerade, but at the same time, they're paying homage to the people that helped them. Because
Okay.
let's face it, ain't no Indians dressed like with 300 pounds of feathers on or whatever. You know these big feathery things. They didn't wear that. You know. So see, yeah.
Okay. I
Yeah.
got you. I was I was just, and a lot of my information has been formed based upon Aboriginal understanding. Even though I don't have like I'm not able to give a lot of information in depth,
Mhm.
but it was easier to adapt to that information based upon what I was told. Like I had, like are you familiar with Dean Calloway?
Yes.
I don't I don't know if you guys know him or not, and I know him based upon some of the videos that I watch him with, right? But I'm not that deep into it because I'm more my spirituality is primarily based of just knowing myself within. So I'm big on that type of information. But on one of his videos, I commented, and I and I be in fear of that because people tend to attack you. And somebody said I was stealing somebody's culture, and and so it and what a lot of people don't understand is even though I see these videos and some of the because of the information, perception information, I may be in agreement to some of them. It doesn't take away that I might have my own personal questions. I just don't really ask. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. See, he just wrote a book,
Hmm.
want to call it that, saying that the slave trade happened in reverse, and there are no records that support that claim.
Okay.
Once again,
Yeah, I
people
heard about this book.
exactly. You see what Afimi wrote? Wire me that subscription money through the bank, and it's
Right.
about money. If we didn't have scruples, right,
Right.
we could write a book saying that the the Peruvians came to ancient Egypt and showed them how to farm. Right?
Right.
Do you know for real that people believe that for real? I'm not even joking.
Oh yeah. People believe a lot of things.
Yes, but there are people promoting that for money, and they're preying upon um
The ignorance of others.
the ignorance of others.
Okay.
So the thing is that when what you're talking about is the same thing, sort of same things that Dane Calloway pushes, that this sister Bethy pushes, right? She's the one that behind the Wire Tribe, right?
Right. Okay. I never heard of her.
And that other so-called Aboriginals push,
Right.
and it's also easily debunked because there are millions of pieces of our of evidence of you know um archaeological pieces of evidence. There's DNA evidence. There's the way we speak, right?
Right.
There's the way uh, 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 that we that we that we look. You
Right.
understand? You know, so the historical evidence, the genetic evidence, right? Um, in most cases, the phenotypical evidence, it all points back to Africa. And then, like I said, when people say, "Oh yeah, my granny had long wavy hair," and so yeah, because she was part white,
I
because
mean,
that's
it
what.
could have been cotton hair. My family, they got the cotton hair, but it does have a wave in it and it's long.
Okay, so not for nothing, go take a DNA test, and you'll see what what your components are, your genetic component,
Right.
you know, and that will settle that. You know,
Okay, so what about the black people of the Australias? What
what about
about them?
the Aborigines?
But see, they're black.
Yeah.
So is it possible that because if we have black people there, we got black people, could it be possible that black people were just automatically on every parts of this world before anything of slavery?
Well, it's possible because it's possible because it did happen that way to a certain extent.
Right.
But
Okay.
but how many years you talking about? What, 75,000 years ago?
So what we all just a lot of people just ended up in Africa after a certain span of time.
No, ventured out of Africa because humanity started in Africa, no place else.
But that's what I'm saying, like with Australia and things like that. I'm talking about before slavery in Americas.
Yes,
Could could it have been possible that black people are already here, right?
it could be very possible that people of a certain phenotype.
Okay, I
Yeah,
get what you're saying.
understand?
Okay,
So yes, because why? How do we know? Right? Because
right,
okay, the Surui, Surui. They're a Native American tribe in South America, right?
right,
They're shown to have like 3% Pacific Islander and Andaman Islander DNA.
right.
So that means, what does that mean? That could possibly, most likely mean that either some Andaman Islanders or Pacific Islanders were present in the Americas uh, pre-Columbus, during pre-Columbus times, right?
Right,
And
right.
you know what an Andaman Islander looks like? They're the darkest people on the planet.
Okay, yeah. Is that like that the black blue kind of complexion?
Yeah, they're off the coast of India. That's where they live.
Right.
So,
Okay.
so what they are, they're genetically Asian, but phenotypically tropical African,
Okay, okay,
and that's
okay.
because of isolation over in the Andaman Islands, the Sentinel Islands, right? Then you also have Pacific Islanders like the Fijians, right? Um,
Okay.
who are also what? They're also considered to be Asian, right? They're very
Right.
short, Asian, but they are phenotypically, let's say, um, like tropical African as well. Some look very African actually, right?
Okay.
Um,
Right.
but the thing is that are we related to them directly? No,
That was another question
no,
because
yeah,
they always there's this thing as a whole because of darker complexion and hair, they categorize us as one type of people.
N-
And I know, and a lot of us know, that just because of that, that does not mean that we are all the same type of people. They classify us as if we are the same, and we're not.
well, as far as like we are a conglomerate of, or actually, we're people of a conglomerate of different African peoples, right?
Right,
Because we were forced all together. Our ancestors were forced to intermarry or breed together, what have you, And then, of course, here comes the slave master, of course. So he was raping women. Let's keep it a buck, right?
right,
He's raping women, right? He's forcing people to breed together, right? So,
right.
so that's why the majority of us are 70%, 70+% African, and 20+% European,
Right,
right?
right,
There's Dr. Rick Kittles is uh he's a geneticist, right? He's a brother. He's a brown skinned, dark skinned brother, right?
right.
His haplogroup, his paternal DNA haplogroup is from Northern Europe.
Right. Okay.
You see? So he said that because he has his test also. Now his test costs $299. Um
Okay.
yeah, he has two tests. For mtDNA, which is your person's mother's side, and paternal DNA, Y-DNA on the father's side, right?
Right.
So each of those tests cost $300 a piece.
Right.
But he says that he can actually pinpoint the tribe, the tribes in Africa where you're from.
Okay.
You understand? So, but the thing is that he said that 30+% of all African American men, right,
Right.
have paternal uh, uh, ancestry from Northern Europe.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So that damage that was to our people. You understand? So
Right.
because the whole nature of slavery is to make more slaves.
Yes, it is.
So once a young girl, right,
Right.
got her period, you know what happened. You understand? So these people were terrorists, they were pedophiles, you know, they were genocidal maniacs. It
Yep.
just is what it is.
So okay, so somebody stated, and you know what I was thinking while we at this, we definitely gonna start having like some type of informational sessions based upon this
That's
too,
that.
because you know this is good information. Because I don't have any resources to give right now. I'm just going based upon memory, right? So I would love to like do like I love stuff like this. I could do this all day. But it was somebody stating how at first it wasn't possible for the mixed breeding of Caucasian and black people.
How's that possible? Look at me.
Right.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, they were saying it caused a lot of effects. It was hard. It was like the woman's womb wasn't able to like it was rejecting the baby, and so the mother would get ill and stuff like that.
No,
Like they saw it as a disease within the womb, like the genetic information. And then they were stating like um after some time they came up with uh different what I want to say form of medicines and stuff like that that could help with the black woman being able to hold or carry a white man's baby in her womb.
no, man. No, man.
Okay.
That's absolutely incorrect. Because
Okay.
how are interracial babies made today? It's the same.
Right. They were trying to relate it to the fact that that's the reason why we take supplements and stuff like that.
No,
I
man.
mean, it didn't make sense to me when it was said, but I wanted to bring that up.
See, here's the thing. Do you know what a white person is? A white person, we're basically, oh wow, EP252. Oh wow, L0, man. That's what you see what Femi put.
mtDNA.
Yep. His mtDNA is L0A1A2. So that's like the Hadza people. That's like really ancient actually.
Okay.
Right? So that's hunter gatherer, I think. If he, that's right. You know, the mtDNA is yeah. See, so the thing is, and that is basically that's the norm for us.
Okay.
So you see that L right there?
Yeah.
That's showing you that in Africa, that's where life started. You see these, you'll see like A, Y-DNA A
Okay.
haplogroup, right? A is the oldest. A double O. You know what A double O?
Mm-mm. What's
Matthew
that?
Henson, the brother that went to the North Pole.
Oh.
So he carried that haplogroup.
Okay, so does this have anything to do with the classification of blood type?
A blood? No, no, not that I know of. No,
Okay.
but it does. Afimi, it does.
No, I think Afemi was answering to
Uh,
something earlier.
yeah, because no, no, but the thing is like your haplos show your like your genetic history. Let's say, so yeah, right. Nope, exactly. So no,
Okay.
it doesn't have to do with blood type. So your haplos reflect your genetic history, and also show like migrational patterns if you look at that, like the E haplo, right?
Okay.
So the E haplo is your father's side, your Y haplo, right?
Okay.
Which would be my side, as a man.
Okay.
So the thing is, you will see, right, nothing to do with blood type, right? You'll see you'll see how it started in Central Africa, Central East Africa, and it goes straight up all over, and it leaves, right? And then it comes back in through Northern Africa, right?
Okay.
Excuse me. So even you see these light-skinned Berbers, they look white, quite a few
Right.
have E haplos.
Right.
And that ties them into the motherland with everybody else, with Nigerians, with people from Cameroon, right? You know, um, so yeah, so no, mm-mm, mm.
Okay.
Um, um, so yeah, so so these haplos really show the age of people, and the oldest haplos are from where? From Africa,
Right. Okay.
you know,
Why DNA is passed down from father to
Mhm.
son. mtDNA passed down from mother to daughters
And
and
sons,
sons, but
daughters,
only daughters can pass it on.
right, right.
Oh, okay. So mothers and so the daughters they can pass on the MT and the Y DNA, but they only carry the MT DNA.
No, Y-DNA is passed from father to son.
Oh, from father to son, and the mothers or the daughters are the only ones that can pass on.
mtDNA, your maternal
Okay,
DNA, yeah.
okay, okay. Oh wow. Okay, you guys are so intellectual. This is great. Um, so what blood type? I have blood type A positive.
Okay.
What is the meaning behind that?
Oh, I don't know. I, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you know why, right? I don't know at all. Trust me.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I don't know. I think I'm O negative. What am I? O positive?
Yeah, they said I wanna say that somebody was saying O is like the original something and I know that O means something different as far as the terminology, right? But what they were saying is they have more blood type has nothing to do with ancestry. Okay, thank you. I needed to know because some people I find a lot of channels that talk about it and I just wasn't quite certain what you run into a lot of things and I have an open mind so I like to take consideration.
Right, right.
Okay.
But
What does it have anything to do with?
I don't even know.
No idea.
No. But
Okay.
but you know, and it's very interesting. Yeah, you can't tell him from blood type. Yeah, people
Oh,
say.
okay.
And people say that thing too. They say, "Oh yeah, well I'm oh so yeah, so I'm from so and so." Like, how do you?
Right.
No, man, it don't work like that. You know,
Thank you.
E-
Okay.
even your haplo, because like I said, you can like Rick Kittles has Dr. Rick Kittles has um um a Northern European haplo,
Right.
you know,
'Cause
but
the
he's
lady the lady that was speaking on it, she was talking about the blood types and because I've had blood transfusions before,
mm,
she
mm,
was stating how blood type O, even though you can blood type O can transfer to most of the different blood types, she was stating how it can still have an effect with the breakdown of your immune system and basically your energy levels and things like that. And relatively speaking, um it somehow adds up to what basically been experiencing after receiving blood transfusions.
mm. Mm.
So that's why I had to ask, because I think from the understanding that I received about blood transfusions, it was a determination of who you are historically or ancestral wise as well. That's
No,
why I wasn't sure.
yeah, no, and it's something because being being active on social media, you see a lot of things. People believe that they even come from outer space, so they
Right.
they say a lot of things that are really so whimsical and so nonsensical. It's like, oh my goodness, you really believe this?
Okay.
You So, but yeah, you have to understand. Yeah, because this stuff that we're talking about right now, like haplos and everything, not everybody knows about this. Not everybody talks about, But if you believe that black folks built pyramids on the moon, then there's something a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So, because how do black folks build pyramids on the moon? You see what I'm saying? So,
Right. Okay.
there's a PhD that teaches that also.
Right.
There's a
I don't even think that man landed on the moon. I think that was fake too.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Cause who held the camera? I know y'all seen that question, that clip it on social media somewhere.
A tripod? Put it on a tripod?
No, I just question a lot of that stuff, and not to place judgment, but just to have an open mind of the possibilities. And some of the possibility to me is that it could be that it didn't happen as well. I never take that out of consideration.
Well, the only thing I could say is, right,
Hmm.
there, we have satellites up there, right?
Right,
Of course, because we're on cell phones right now, right?
right.
And laptops and, you know, um, the only thing I could say is that I believe that they did going to the moon, or whatever. Um, but I don't, well, you know what? Yeah, I believe they did. I believe that they did.
Okay.
You know,
I'm not saying that it's impossible because technology is something else,
yeah.
but I can believe, I can see if it's possible that they didn't as well. I also have a different understanding of, or um a form of understanding of what outer space can necessarily mean. Do you believe in the flat earth theory?
No,
No.
can't. I can't.
Okay.
I can't
Okay.
because let me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
If they were a flat Earth, right?
Right.
Let's take your table for instance, right? And you show if you were to shine a flashlight over
Hmm.
your table, right?
Hmm.
Wouldn't that table receive all of that light at the same time?
Right.
There you go. That's how you know the Earth ain't flat.
Okay. I mean, that's a good point.
You
But
know?
I think they got something similar too. Like, if you look across the ocean or something like that, and far into the distance, they were saying something like, well, it's like a straight line, and there's no curvature.
Yeah, because you're here on now.
Hmm?
However, if you will go up into the atmosphere, then things
Right.
would get more rounded for you.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? But you can't see on Earth because you're on the same level. You understand?
Right. Right.
Um, 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 then also when you see like because you do have people who do halo jumps. You know what a halo jump is?
Falling from the sky.
The, the high altitude joints
Right.
where they have to wear damn near a spacesuit to jump, and they you know and and you can see from how they how high they go that they man it's like curvature to this. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
The spy
Right.
you have U-2 spy planes, right? You have uh, uh, Lockheed, what they call S-371, the Blackbirds. You have them; they fly very high, and they have to put on spacesuits.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So you can see from their vantage point that there's a curve. It's a curve to to the world. You see what I'm saying? And then when they you have these satellite feeds and space station feeds, whatever. There's an actual NASA camera
Okay.
that you can actually access through the internet. You can see it for yourself.
Okay.
So no, that flat Earth stuff, nah. And
So us living in a dome just doesn't sound realistic.
a dome, that's from the Bible. See, the the,
Right.
the firmament. See, the thing is that if there were a dome,
Hmm.
how would the space stations be and satellites be out there? How could we get them out there?
Um, See, that was the thing. Like, I'm from Florida. Pancake flat. Can I go to the edge and poke my head over the side and see underneath? Well, I don't know. But from what I gathered was that there's different forms of land with separated through waters and separated by waters, and basically, like, when they reference the moon or Mars, they're basically identifying space mass separated from out the sectional of what we know as the world or Earth here. And there is an edge actually, but it's actually not able to surpass. You're not able to get past it, and basically most of it is covered through ice, and that sealed dome starts to curve through it throughout the sky area, or something like
So
that.
so how far does the dome go?
I'm not quite sure.
See, that's the dome killer right there. Because
Right.
you know we have a rover on Mars. So how did it get to Mars?
Well, they're saying basically a lot of us are unaware of these things based upon governmental control, and but they classified people, I guess, are able to get to these different places, and they actually have beings living in existence on those different places as well. And basically, the understanding that I got from some of the flat earthers or dome believers is that we are what we would call prisoners of an actual war, and that is why we are not informed.
No, this. See, people are putting this information out, and I think that it's a lot of misinformation that's put out there, and it's to confuse people, right?
Right.
And there's a book called Menticide, and Menticide, right?
Okay.
It talks about soft weapons and hard weapons. Soft
Okay.
weapons hit harder than hard weapons.
Right.
You shoot somebody, boom, they're dead. Bow, right?
Right.
If I can control your mind with certain information, right? Then what do I have at my disposal?
Could that not go into play for both sides though?
It could, but
Hmm.
then you have basic science that dispels what you're talking about.
Basic science based upon what though?
based upon.
Because the science that we have, even to some extent, we have to acknowledge that the information that we even know, like the language, the how we identify objects, shapes, numbers, all of these things as a whole was taught to us to some extent. So even if we can come to a different understanding based upon what we were taught within education system, we still are basing that information from from that common understanding, right? So what if what we know isn't actually what we know? What if it's not true?
Well, well, a lot certain things we were taught in school, which straight up BS.
Right.
Like George Washington, I cannot tell a lie, and all that chopping down the cherry tree.
Oh
Christian
yeah.
discovering America, right?
Hmm.
Um,
So that leaves room for questioning of the credibility of the information.
but yes, but once you start, you know, uh, going into is the Earth flat, and there's basic physics, um, and other evidences that can actually debunk that, right?
Right.
Or if there's a firmament over the Earth, and we know that we have, you know, like the Voyagers out there, we have rovers on Mars,
I
right?
mean, we're yet and still with that information, we're still, if you think about it, we're still basing what is correct and not based upon somebody else's information. Because can we personally do it? I ain't never been to the moon.
No, but
I
but you can actually see it though. You can see the moon, right?
I mean, I can see the moon, or
Hmm.
what they tell me is the moon.
That's the moon.
But and what we've all agreed to be termed as the moon. But as far as being able to determine, you know, if it's possible to actually be on the moon, personally I can't identify with that experiment, because you know I wouldn't necessarily know how to do that without the proper technology or information, and I don't have that information personally on hand, you know? So I would have to believe that somebody actually touched the moon. And I've never been to Africa. So I would have to believe, based upon somebody else's information, that the pyramids exist and the pyramids are what they are for. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of people can tell me a lot of things, and I'm open to that understanding.
Hmm.
But would it be wrong for me to question if that understanding is actually true?
No, you have to question all things, right?
Right,
So I understand that, but there are certain things I'm going to have faith in, and
right,
you see these rhetorical questions that Femi's asking, right? Because
right,
you have to have some kind of counter evidence.
right.
What's the counter evidence to these things actually being in existence or not being in existence or whatever? So you have to weigh both of them. You know,
Yeah.
like
And
what?
see,
Right.
that's what led me to that's what led me to give up the figuring out, because I was just like, after so much information from either side, none of this I can personally prove at my own hand. But what I can prove is my own within experience. Now I can talk about that.
Right. Right. I mean, I've never been to the moon either, but I know that something. I see something in the sky, and I see, you know, I know it affects the the tides and the current. You know, so the thing is that um, certain things you have to have, you know, faith in, right? And then there are certain hard evidences also, right?
Right.
That we can all see.
But see, faith to me And that's what that religion come from. And I can't stand it. Faith, believing in something that you can't necessarily prove.
Well, and that's a good question that Femi asks also. Are all the other planets flat too?
Well,
So,
I think they got different land, like they go up and down, they waver, but as a whole, I mean, think about it. We live in a spinning ball.
yeah.
That's possible. Like
We have,
we really in motion right now.
there's gravity. Of course.
Okay, but see, gravity was a theory.
It's not a theory.
Well, that's what the statement of gravity was, that it was a theory.
Who said
And
gravity's a theory?
it was the school books said gravity was, well, the
What's
reason, the idea of gravity ultimately was just based upon a theory.
what school book says that?
The
Because
public education system.
no, because I'm gonna tell you why. Because let's say if you were um like the military does training, right? For astronauts, whatever, right? And they do they they have like negative G plane rides. They call it the vomit comet, right?
Right.
So what they do is they go up and then they come down hard, right? So now for a quick period of time, the the gravitational uh force or pull, whatever, is restricted, is released. So these people actually float within the hull of the aircraft. You see
Right.
what I'm saying? So that shows you right now that there's a gravitational pull to the earth. There's gravity at work here at all times.
Okay, so think about it like this.
If there weren't, you would just jump up and probably just touch the sky. There weren't gravitational pull. If
Okay,
gravity,
but do you feel a pull when you necessarily are like standing up, walking, or like do you feel a pull, or is it just the automatic uh touch of the ground kind of thing?
well, I mean, not for nothing, you're used to it. So whatever it is, you know, you're used to it. So
Okay, I could take that into consideration.
yeah, so it's something that just automatic type of thing, whatever. But there's a flat Earth spin or just chilling. But the thing is that like gravity, uh, like what else? Um, the Earth being round. Like I said, you can go high up. There are pictures of this. There's videos of this. Like I said, there's on the space station. There's a camera looking down. You can access that You can access that camera at all times, right? And we're in the system where all the celestial bodies around. So why wouldn't we have? You see what I'm saying? Why wouldn't this be round? This can't be the only flat celestial.
Right. Okay.
So things don't work that way. You know. Now, if you want to get into whether or not this is a simulation or not, I'm all ears on that.
Oh, I definitely believe in the simulation theory.
Why?
Um, because I understand this. Basically, I understand like the when you think about science
Uh-huh.
and we think about matter. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You have solid, then you have liquid, and then you have gas, and then you have what's the last term? Plasmic energy. Um, and I think it's plasmic energy. But solid is basically our physical, and the liquid is within that physical, and then you have gas, which I think is a format of understanding of the spirit, and then the plasmic energy is which is actually our soul. A lot of people can connect am I wrong? Am I going off?
No, I mean, if this is what you believe in, like, look, I can't tell you what to believe.
Hey, Jay.
Who's that, Jay? Hey, Jay.
Yeah.
Big up yourself, brother. Yeah. So the thing is that um 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 as far as like spirit energy, let's say, well, no, hold on, I digress. Going back into simulation, right? Have you really studied that? Did you ever really check that theory out?
A little bit.
Talk about how.
I don't have everything at hand. I perfect the craft of mindset and mental understanding. But for the most part, what I gathered is we're not actually here.
Well, well,
We're here, but we're like the body is a suit, and the spirit is your actual self. Your consciousness is your actual self.
well.
And
Yes, I believe that. I believe that we're your physical body is pretty much a vessel, you know,
right,
and um and your spirit is what drives you, you know.
right,
But right, is you. Your spirit is you.
right.
Um, but that whole simulation thing
Mhm,
and looking at certain astrophysicists talk about that,
mhm.
it's so deep where it's like, okay, things resonate at a certain frequency.
Right,
And when they slow it down, it goes down. It it breaks off into binary code.
right.
But check this out: Ifa, Afa, and Fa.
Mhm,
I Ching, right? Uh,
right,
The Arabs use because I Ching is Chinese.
right,
Ifa, Afa, and Fa are from Africa, right? They
right.
use binary code divination,
Okay.
where it's a system of ones and zeros. You ask a question, one is yes, zero is no.
Right,
Sometimes you're given like a little stone and a big stone. Big stone is the yes, little stone is the no, right?
right.
So and you're given like in each one in your hand, right? So your little stone, the little stone maybe in your left hand, your big stone maybe in your right hand, right?
Right.
And the the diviner is is uh is in a trance,
Okay.
right? And the diviner is, you're gonna ask, they'll ask you a question. Is it yes or no? You know, and they'll tap your hand, your right hand, and
Right.
whatever is in your right hand, that's the answer. I'm kind of mixing it up. Hold on. Your whatever's in your hands, right? Whatever's in your right hand. So if the big stone is in your right hand or whatever, that means yes, right? You see what I'm saying? So
Okay.
so it's like and then they'll have a story that will correspond with that,
Okay.
and that is your law for life. That is what you have to go by for life.
Oh, okay.
That's what. So Ifa for me is my Odu. So my Odu is Ejiagbe, and that is um literally slowly one eats the head of a rat. So
Okay.
that means that and the person actually the person, excuse me, the deity on my head is Obatala. Obatala is the uh is the owner of the white cloth. He's the oldest of all Orisha. He's the most wise of all Orisha, right?
Right.
And and we think first before we act. We you see what I'm saying? So that's his trait. Clear thinking, patience, that nature, but the thing is that string theory corresponds with that binary code divination.
Okay.
And it's fascinating. That's so fascinating to me. Yeah, like right. The diviner will say something to you, and the way you answer is whatever you have in your hands. Because he gives you the ball or the shell or whatever it is. He gives you two. And you mix them up under the table so he can't see, you can't, you know what I'm saying? And so there's no cheating or anything. And then he'll ask you a question. Boom, he'll say, open your left hand, open your right hand.
So, with that, do you think that it's possible to I know a lot of people believe in God.
Mm-hmm.
Um, do you believe that it's possible to actually hear a voice from God?
I believe, no, I ain't gonna believe, I know that you can hear your ancestral voices. You can hear them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I Now see, I heard a voice before,
Mm-hmm.
and it actually spoke to me for about 2 weeks straight, and it was it's I learned in that moment that there's a difference in the Almighty or a higher source or a higher power and in God.
Mm.
Um, I don't believe in God.
Okay.
Because based upon my understanding of what God actually is, and based upon what religion, you get what I'm saying?
Right.
Um, but the Almighty is what this voice came to me in reference of, and my understanding is the voice speaks to you, um, based upon your interpretation or understanding.
Yeah, they'll make it simple for you to understand.
Right. And so the voice spoke to me. And they also say it could be your higher self. I've heard that before too.
But you're higher.
But
Okay, I'm sorry.
mm, it's in but this voice was kind of like it was like a whisper but in a microphone.
Okay.
And I knew that it wasn't my voice
Right.
or my mind voice. And you got many voices that you can relate to as far as your thought process, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but this voice wasn't mine, and it it felt like I knew it was in my head, but it did. I felt like I had no control of it, and uh, and when this voice was speaking to me, this is how I came up with my understanding as far as religion stands and stuff like that. Started reading the Bible and starting
Mm-hmm.
seeing things, and basically was like, it's a lot of deception going on in my name, and
Mm.
that's what brought me into a lot of looking into like the spirituality things and like
You may need to have a seance done for you.
huh. Hmm?
You need to have a seance done for you.
What is a seance?
A seance is a communication period or means, whereas you can have like a senior spiritualist, right,
Right.
help you to speak to your ancestors and for them to
Well,
speak back to you.
see, they were speaking to me. Well, it was speaking to me. And it's so crazy. Like, I bought so many books.
Mm-hmm.
I reread the Bible from the beginning. And let me tell you, the interpretation of reading the Bible
Mm-hmm.
while having this voice in my head, oh my goodness.
It was
And not
different.
only, but it was an effect on my body as well. It was the greatest feeling of relief I've ever experienced in my life.
Mm-hmm.
I literally felt nothing. I almost lost my job. I really didn't care. I was so free.
See, see, that is right there. That is what being spiritually free, you know, and to because it's a that's what it's all about, and to be cleansed, because it's a
Yes.
cleaning when you're contacted,
Okay.
and when you're mounted, like people
Okay.
say possessed, what have you. That's
Yeah.
also that's
I,
also cleaning.
what I like to say about it sometimes is because I actually was it was the deepest form of depression that I was going through,
Mm-hmm.
and I was questioning because my mom is Christian
Mm-hmm.
and my dad is Muslim,
Mm-hmm.
and so I grew up Christian, of course, because my mom. And based upon traumas in life and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
and just the whole, I was wondering like which one do you go to? You get what I'm saying? And so I started looking in. I started looking in different religion and history and information. I even looked up Satanism just to see like what, and they have this fear thing where they say don't look up that, don't question God. And I got to a point where I'm about to question it because I'm about to lose my mind.
Mm-hmm. Mm. But let me ask you a question.
Hmm.
You said that you were a spirit spoke to you.
Hmm.
Right?
Hmm.
Now, did they tell you to do anything?
Basically looking up the information that I was looking up. And not only that, but they told me this. Because
But
I have this thing with my mom where,
all right,
you
I got
know,
sorry,
how,
sis. Let me cut you off.
hmm.
If it's something spiritual they told you to do,
Hmm.
don't say it. What I'm saying is, did they give you any instructions to follow?
um, it kind of went within what they told me to do.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Um, yeah. Do not. I'm gonna give you a little caveat here of information. Do not tell people or announce what they told you to do, right? And
Dang.
if they gave you a name, if they told you their name, damn sure don't ever tell nobody that. I don't care who it is. You
Well,
don't
I
tell,
already told you what the name was that I got.
what?
The Almighty.
Oh, no, 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 no. What I'm saying is a personal name. You
Oh
understand?
no, I never got a personal name.
All right, so don't right. So don't give that up. If you ever get one, don't tell people names. Don't tell people, like where they're from. If they tell you where they're from, if they tell you, just personal, intimate stuff, and if they tell you what to do and how to do something for your own defense or for your own good, don't tell people. Don't tell people what they told you. You understand?
Mhm.
Because that could all be used against you. Because there are people who are spiritually adept in snatching what people have, and and and
Right.
and, and interrupting the natural flow of things in people's lives.
Well,
Just
can I give a direction, like a pointer, to
yeah.
basically give you a grand assumption of what I might have been told
What, like, no?
as far as me?
You could. You
Like I'm not gonna say exactly what they told me my purpose was.
or what to do, or any kind of ritual or anything. No, I don't even want to
Oh
hear.
no, I wasn't given any rituals. I
Okay.
wasn't like what I'll say is this.
Mm-hmm.
Um because I needed my mom. I wasn't sure what I was going through, and they say that it's very dark and lonely. You get what I'm saying? But in the midst of going through it, I didn't know what was going on. She's the only spiritual person that I know. As far, Christians, they have a spiritual thing or whatever. And
Mm-hmm.
so, I mean, I frightened her. I frightened her real bad. And she questioned me. It got so bad to the point where she was like, "What are you trying to do to me?"
Oh yeah, yeah. I've had that too before.
Yeah, because the voice even went to her to confirm what I was saying.
Oh, see, well, that kind of thing. See, when things are verified, right,
Right.
that's the best
Yes.
because it lets you know you ain't crazy. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
I thought I was crazy. She made me feel like I was crazy. Sometimes she still do a little bit, but she done calmed down a little bit. But she kind of discredits it now, basically to stick in her own, keep her in her safe place of what she believes in.
Mm-hmm.
It took me a while to understand that, but I get it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. See,
Um, but basically, I'm very, I'm very, well, uh, I want to just say it because it's so simple.
say it then. I mean, if it's
But well, it's not what I was saying specifically,
okay,
but it basically was grandmaster teacher.
okay.
But that's not how it was given to me.
I
That's
understand.
not what it was said.
Okay.
And basically, and the wisdom behind what was stated. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Um, it's so grand. And I couldn't understand because I'm like, well, what is it? Because I don't know. Like, I'm in a place of wonder. And they basically was like, that is the perfect place, and that is why.
Mhm. Well, see. The thing is that what you want like an open line of communication between you and that entity.
Right.
So maybe, mm, mm, you know, see, spiritual. See, I'm gonna tell you something. It's not. I don't mean to disrespect anyone or their practices, but spiritual work. It's not like just putting on a suit or a dress and going to church every Saturday.
Right.
It's hard work,
Yes, it is.
and you can't trust everyone. And and I've seen it when people take advantage of others spiritual, and it's ugly. I can tell you this. My best friend, right
Hmm.
now, my best friend, he was going uh to someone's house, that was doing Santeria, right?
Right.
So they all went to this bembe, which is like a spiritual drumming, and praising ceremony, right?
Right.
And this elder brother comes to him and starts speaking straight Yoruba. And he gets someone to translate. And what the brother was saying basically was the people that you're around are using you like a battery. They're
Yep.
using you up.
Yep.
And they're supposed to coronate you for free. And he said that the man who I'm speaking through will coronate you for free. Tell him, say, I said so. And that was his ancestor speaking through him. And he
Okay.
had to get this guy to translate. So at a Bembe, that's what happens sometimes. You'll see people who are possessed and it will tell you all types of things. And if it's real, it's only you and the creator knows.
Right.
And you'll be sitting there with tears rolling down your eyes, like, because you don't know these people. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
so a seance is different. A seance is spiritual. It's for your
Right.
ancestors.
Right.
Bembe is deities. That's deities, Um, wait a minute.
Right.
That might not have been a bembe. That was something else. Because that was
Okay.
a white table. That was a misa blanca. Yeah. So that was a misa also. So that was also I believe ancestral also, right?
Right.
Because deity is a whole different energy, and that oh whole different.
Right.
So right, so that was like a toke or something. That was something totally different. Um, um, and these people, this I mean, this person actually what was called a babalao, which is a father of mystery, which is the one that does the divining, the divination.
Okay.
He uses a specific tools, right, to render that divination, and he will actually tell you what to do, right? Which is called ebo, which is like some sort of ceremony that needs to be done, some kind of ritual, what have you, for your benefit. That's what your Odu. That's what your Odu says you have to do. That's what you have to do. So you have to do it,
Right.
right? So for me, mine had to deal with Obatala, so I had to do something for Obatala, right?
Okay.
Um, so so this Babalao had to do what his ancestors said to do,
Right.
and he did my friend's coronation for free. That means he crowned him. So when my friend received Shango Kabiesi, when he received Shango, who was another Orisha, right?
Mhm.
It was for free, and that person became his godfather. Yep.
Okay.
So so the thing is, um,
Well, what about okay, you say crowned. Okay. When I was going through this experience,
mm-hmm,
I actually felt like I don't know if a lot of people identify, but my third eye started to come in, and I can feel it to this day, like in my forehead. But not only that, I started having like these feelings of light bulbs just coming on,
in your head.
like in a circle format of my head in placement of a crown. I wouldn't necessarily say light bulbs, but it gives me the feeling of candles being lit.
Oh boy. Well, I'll tell you what. You really need you need to have uh, a séance. And you call them in Spanish, you call them misas. You need to have our mass. You need that. You need
Is
to.
that a good thing?
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Okay.
But unfortunately,
Mhm.
don't know anyone down here like that.
Okay. Well, I was told that I could anything I needed can come from within myself.
Okay, okay.
What does this mean?
I don't know, but what I can say is that um, if that's what's being told to you,
Right.
then that's what's being told to you.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
That's all. That's awesome. Are you kidding?
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome.
What does that mean about me?
There is something in you that's untapped, and there's something in you that you need to develop. You understand? Um,
Now, see, I got in touch with somebody, and she's on YouTube. I watch her to this day. Her name is Shavi Zane, and she did a reading. She did a reading on me. I got a guess. Okay, you here?
me?
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm still
It
here.
it was saying one guess, but she did a reading, and she was like, "You're very intuitive," and she was just like, um. "You are very aware," basically letting me know like um she was saying like you're very aware. She kept getting that, and she was like you know, and she was like she was advising me of doing a spiritual cleanse and doing like a fasting or something like that, so that I can further tap into it. Um,
But let me ask you, can I ask you a question?
uh-huh.
How did she read you?
How did she read me? She just did tarot cards.
Tarot cards? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Personally, for me,
Uh-huh.
they don't work for me.
Okay.
Like I said, we are of African descent, pretty.
Okay.
So I would look for somebody that does like uses shells. Um, or if you want to spend some money, you go see like a babalao.
Okay.
Babalao, they usually cost a pretty penny, and they can, you know,
Okay.
but their method is, as long as their reputation is good, have a great reputation, that because that is paramount when you're dealing with this type of thing, people's reputations. Um, as long and that Babalao's reputation is good, is solid, and they can read you. And it's not a reading. Sorry, they can divine for you because what Babalaos ask Ifa. So it goes,
Okay.
so Ifa is Orumala, and Babalaos are children of Orumala. So Orumala is the deity of divination.
Okay.
So there's a tray that the Babalao uses, and he puts a foon in it. So it's like a sandy type material, right?
Right.
And he's asking those questions with those pieces in your hand, right?
Right.
Now I've been excuse me, I've been divined uh with those pieces plus a human metatarsal,
Okay.
human finger bowl, right? Uh,
Right. I got that.
That's for your ancestors. That's for your past,
Okay.
right? So see those kind of tools when he has the Oponifa, which is the tray. He has
Right.
the Iroko, which is the tapper. So he's tapping, and he's going through a mild trance because he's trying to get a communication between because it goes like this. It's like from Eshu to Ifa. So because Eshu is the the courier, let's say. So he's another Orisha, right? To Ifa.
Right.
So so when you see like an upon Ifa, which is the divining tray, you see a face in it. That's Eshu's face. Eshu is like the divine messenger, right?
Right.
So he's going back and forth, right? Um, and that is so they'll start to like mark certain things with their finger, like mark formations. That's your Odu. So that's your
Okay.
law for life. So it's like boop 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 boop, right? And
Right.
there's no good Jay just put. Um, and so he'll mark out, and then there are 16 major Odu, and excuse me, and there are like I think is it 256 stories? Or no,
Right.
it's like 16, or is it 16 stories a piece? Right? So
Right.
you have you I know it's a crazy amount of number like of these stories that you have to know, right? For you to be a blah blah blah. I'm sorry, I'm misrepresenting right now, actually, but it's a lot of. I think it's 256 stories, I believe. I'm not sure. People be blah blah. I mean, they study and learn and for years, for years.
Okay.
But somebody could be 5 years old and have the Lakers of Arumala. So
Yeah,
age,
because I got an interpretation of that too, because my mom was like, I've been studying the Bible for years.
yeah.
And she was like, I never knew you paid attention in church. And I basically got a lot of my perception and understanding through that moment, and she was just like, "But how?" And she just couldn't believe it. And another thing,
Mm-hmm.
my name. You notice how it is with the J, Angie,
Yes.
and it's short for Anjani. Now
Mm.
my grandmother, when I was born, they wasn't sure what to name me. I'm a twin. I have a twin brother,
Mm.
and they wasn't sure what my name was going to be. And she went to sleep, and she said she had a dream, and she woke. She had a dream, and she was. I think it was an angel or something like that. However, she depicted it,
Mm-hmm.
and they told her my name is going to be Katia Anjani.
Okay.
And when I looked it up, you can't get a firm confirmation, but what I could look from like urban translations and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
Katia means pure,
What language?
and Anjani means the goddess of the native people.
Mm. Mm. Which what which language is this?
I don't know. She don't know either. I just looked it up and like I Googled it and it was some little urban thing that popped up
Mm, okay.
and I couldn't find anything further and but based upon what I saw, I was like, what a coincidence that that would mean that.
Mm. Hmm. That's
I
deep.
mean, you can Google it right now. I'll spell it out for you.
Well, hold on, let me talk to Jade real quick. Yes, Jade, I've been through several seances. Um, some with drumming and some not, and where believe it or not, they would read from a Christian book actually, and it would be like 20 of us in a room, and my ancestors came down and started speaking to the head spiritualist and told them that I had an attitude problem, that I had an anger problem. And I didn't know these people like that because I sure as hell did. And the main spiritual said, um, they're using me to talk to you because he had 5 stents in his heart. 5 stents. And you know where from? From anger issues.
Mm.
He said, I have 5 stents. They said they're seeing the same thing for you. And they're pointing to me. I'm like, oh shit.
Oh wow.
Because I really had a serious anger issue, you know, um, and that really helped me to calm down. And then I had a reading. Let's say no, I shouldn't say reading. One, I had a divination done for me by Babalao. Um, and told me to stop going into dark places and stop playing with women, loose women all the time. So that's what I was doing. I was hanging out in these bars and clubs, and I should not have been doing that because the darkness in there messed with my, let's just say, my aura. Let's say
Mm.
my ability to spiritually defend myself
Hey
and to
V.
to think. Who's that? Oh, V Bennett.
V.
Hey, VB. Yeah. So not for nothing. That's what. So when I received that divination there, I
Right.
swore off because I was told I was going to die.
Ooh.
When he said Iku to me, I know what that meant in Yoruba. I know what that meant. That means death. So I got the death letter. Right.
Mm.
So, whew, so the thing is that I stopped going to bars and clubs. I stopped. That was 2012. I stopped cold turkey. I was going almost every day. I was I was the life of the party. You know.
Okay. You know what's so strange to me right now?
mhm,
And see, most of the time, like when we have these type of conversations,
mhm,
I've always been the person where I was like, oh, I'm gonna back away a little bit. You get what I'm saying? Because
mm.
it can seem a little what some people would classify as weird, but
It's
based
not
upon receiving my own experience,
right.
I'm like, this needs to be discussed. It's very um it is like it really does happen.
The-
Like right now, like my third eye is booming so hard.
and see your ancestors, right? But
Hmm.
well, see, for me, your Orisha lives in your head also. Your,
Right,
your inner head is an Orisha as well. It's not your crown Orisha. Your, you know, because only Babalaos can tell you who that is through divination, what have you, right?
right.
Um, um, but no, they confirm it actually. They confirm it.
Okay.
You know, I've had a I've had a santero, someone who's also crowned. He's not a Babalao, right? But he's a
Right.
priest. I had a priest tell me who my crown Orisha who he is, right?
Okay.
But a Babalao confirmed it, and they didn't even know each other.
Okay.
But my ex godfather, who I'm talking about, right?
Hmm.
He was a priest, right?
Hmm.
He knew my best friend's godfather. Now here I am. I'm a black man in Santeria, right?
Hmm.
My best friend's a Puerto Rican, and he's in traditional Ifa from Nigeria.
Right.
That's crazy, right? But to show you how small that world is, people of a certain, reputation, they travel
Mhm.
together. They know each other.
Right.
So it's a real small world when you're doing spiritual stuff. It's real small.
Yes,
People
it is.
people know each other. Especially in the Orisha traditions, they know each other. You know, um, now now, and let's say like a Isheshe or a traditional priest from Nigeria, he's he may not be able to officiate in Orisha's tradition or whatever in the Americas, let's say, like not,
Okay.
you know, because he might figure that he's like overstepping his boundaries or what have you, and it goes vice versa. But could they really do it? Yes, they could, because Yemeya is Yemeya, Shango is Shango, Obatala is Obatala. So the fact that they all had permissions to do certain things, you know,
Okay.
but yeah. So the thing is that, and there's a cultural exchange going on right now between Africa and the islands in America. You know,
Yeah,
Be-
because all of this is like different. You get what I'm saying? Especially for me, because I have no ideas of these things. My journey is solely uh, walking alone. You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
So I don't know sometimes, like you know what to do or where to go.
See,
I
not for nothing. I don't. I wouldn't tell you anything different. Uh,
Right.
what to do? You know, because I don't want to upset whatever you have that's on you, that's dealing with you, right?
Hmm.
Or I should say, what whomever you have dealing with you, right? Um, and maybe they're all you need, you know?
So do you think? So this is not because see, when it first started happening to me, I had no idea of what a third eye was. And when it was happening, I felt like, like the cracking, and it felt like motion of an like the feel of an eyeball, and then it started getting bigger and stronger, and I really feel like it's like a big old muscle right over my eyebrows constantly. And it tends to get heavier and heavier, like right now when we have this conversation, as if it's spreading,
Okay.
and then sometimes it calms down. But when this first started happening, I was scared because based upon religion, some people interpret it as being evil, like you're not supposed to open your third eye, that's evil. And
Yeah, but see, the thing is, though, unfortunately, due to our captivity here, we are taught that various forms of spirituality is evil. I've been told by some of my family members I'm going to hell. You understand?
right,
So, but the thing is that when I have to deliver a message to them, right, it's a little different.
right,
You understand?
right,
So, which I have done. I had to deliver messages to people on my job that I didn't even know,
right,
like the tenants there. Certain tenants that I would come in contact with, and I would ask them certain questions. There's one dude. He he was on he was it was told to me in a dream that he was on cocaine really really bad. Right now I'm like, oh boy. So I gotta tell this dude to stop doing what he's doing. I don't know this
right,
dude like that. We say hello back and forth. I work there. You see what I'm saying? So he
right,
lives there, right?
right,
So thankfully, in a way, thankfully, my best friend's brother, he's in a religion, but he's mostly in Palamoyombe, which is something totally different from Angola, right?
right,
Or actually, Angolan slaves in Cuba created that, right?
right,
So I told him, I said, listen, man, what am I supposed to do, man? This is just driving me crazy. He said, yeah, I know, but this is your job, and you want to risk it, man. You're telling this guy stop sniffing cocaine, man. You
right,
know. But I said it's bothering me. It's not that it's bothering me. I'm being pushed to tell him to stop. So one day, it took me 2 or 3 weeks. So one day, this guy's coming to get his car. He used to work in this, big garage, right? So he's coming to get his car. He said, "Hey, man, what's happening?" I said, "Hey, come here for a minute, bro." I said, "Man, you sniff?" He's like, "Yeah, you got some?" I
oh
said,
wow,
so I said, "Look, man, let me tell you something, bro. I had a dream. I had something. I said I had a dream with you in it, and you were sniffing, and they told me, I don't know what you believe in, but my spiritual guides are telling me for you to stop it, man. Stop it."
right,
He started crying. He broke down. He said, "Big man, it's killing me. It's killing me." And he was crying. He said, "No, man, you know people that I know." I said, "I don't know you. I don't know your friends. I'm telling you, man. It took me 2 to 3 weeks to tell you this, bro.
oh
2 to 3 weeks
wow.
for me to tell you this. You think I want to tell you this shit?
Mm.
But it was driving me crazy. So you got to stop." He was crying. He shook my hand and everything. I'll never forget that.
That was the same thing I was getting with my mom. It was driving me crazy,
Mhm.
but she didn't really receive it. It's okay. I think because I didn't understand how to like my words and what I was going through. Like
Mhm.
communication was definitely a little off, and it was scary. I
Yeah,
think she was
yeah,
petrified.
yeah, it's scary. See, I can put you into the right direction, but I'm scared. And the reason why I'm scared or apprehensive to do certain, something like that is because, you know, um, I don't know what it might turn on in you. You understand? And I can tell you
Like as
very
far
simple.
as good or bad.
I don't know. I can tell you to do something very, very, very simple in your house for you to do something.
Hmm.
But I don't want to be responsible because let's say it might turn on a switch in you.
Hmm.
and you might start seeing all kinds of stuff.
Well, I've been losing the fear of that because throughout my journey,
Hmm.
um I've been coming into understanding of fear can be a hindrance, and most of the time, especially if something is good for you, if
Hmm.
they notice fear, they won't do it. They'll go. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you're not prepared and you have to be ready. But they is very they they recommend losing the fear on your own so that it can happen. So I've been because Christianity, boy, it takes a toll on people. Sometimes a lot of people are scared to even want to witness or hear from God based upon, so much fear that's placed upon you. So, just losing a lot of that fear. And like when I had that experience, I
Hmm.
lost a lot of fear. Now, I do have moments where I'm like, I don't know about um let me see, let me add V. Hey V, I don't know about
Hey.
you know um you know spirits and stuff like that, but I'm coming to my fear is kind of breaking to that. I do a lot of meditation in the dark for the sole purpose of that too. Hey V,
Hey, how you doing? I see y'all up
good.
here live. I was like, oh, really? Let me
Yeah.
check this out. Yeah, yeah. Well, I've been listening to the conversation. I had to make some coffee and stuff, and
All right.
but I hear y'all. It's y'all in a certain space right now with the Shango, the spirits, and the meditation.
Hmm.
Your inside, your spirit, your being. The
Yeah,
spiritual world, pretty much. If you believe in it,
Right.
and I definitely believe in it, even though I don't talk a lot about it
Hmm.
yeah,
because I always had this philosophy that the more you I mean, this is just for me,
right.
the more I talk about it, maybe the less power I have with it. So I just do me with my, spiritual things, but you could see that if you accept that I do believe I have a spirit and I believe in the spirit world, you could just talk to me or come around me and you will get a strong sense that, oh, this guy believes in something.
Most definitely.
Right.
you know
Right.
so I believe in a force for real, but everybody deals with that in their own way.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's it's a shame that we're raised like to actually shun this type of behavior. People say it's supernatural and it's paranormal. No, it's just natural and normal. You know,
Right.
I mean, and in fact, everyone's ancestors had some sort of system: black, white, red, whatever you, Chinese, whatever, whoever. They all have certain spiritual systems. That that at one time their ancestors employed. You know, And when you start talking about them and talking to people who actually do them, it's kind of similar. You see what I'm saying? So it's something. It's something. But yeah, I mean, I don't go into too much detail because certain things are for you. So you're right about that,
Yeah.
VB. Certain things are for you and for you only. You know.
Right.
So yeah, so that's why I was telling Just here. I said, listen. If it's about rituals and shit, I don't want to hear it. Whatever a spirit tells you to do, you do it. You do it, and that's it. But
And see,
particulars, no,
mhm.
I
See,
don't want particulars. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm so new. I'm
Hmm.
so new to it all. So I guess I'm intrigued because with the different growing up with the different reality and understanding, and then you get this information out of your own experience and you have no idea what is happening.
Hmm.
The after effects, it always leaves you in questions like, what, what is, does anybody have any? understanding what is your idea of it? What is your idea of it? Like I I've I've been wanting to know everybody's idea and understanding ever since.
Well, well, everyone's not going to have the same idea and understanding as you.
Right,
Everyone's path and journey is different.
right.
You know, like I was told basically that I have a threefold walk because I'm supposed to be in three different systems
Okay,
because my ancestors demand it. So,
okay.
and they're all three African systems or African based systems, I should say too. Um, and let's just say a lot of verification happened, right, with that because that was at a séance, and I wasn't even supposed to be the main focus of that séance.
Right.
But the spiritualist turned to me. God bless the dead. She turned to me and said, just open the floodgates, like, because I had questions, but this is not my seance. I'm not going to ask these questions because it's not for me.
Right.
It was for my god brother, and actually, it was a spiritualist cousin. Actually, and this woman was. Let me tell you, she was incredible, incredibly blessed because she would tell you stuff that you never talked about to anyone, you know.
Right.
And I was having these visions, these dreams, what have you, and she put everything in perspective, you know. And then when my ancestors decided he wanted to come speak through me, and I fought it, and she's like, "Don't do that, don't do that." I fought it because imagine you giving up, yourself
Right.
to you see what I'm saying? I couldn't give up control of myself like that.
I've never done that.
To
I've
be
done
honest,
yeah,
it's,
I've
it's
never
it's
done
so hard for me. For some people, it's like bloop, bloop. Like I've seen it done, and it's no BS either because, like I said, when certain people are mounted, they'll give you a story about yourself, you know,
yeah.
um, and I've experienced when someone was two times when some people were mounted and they were mounted by enslaved ancestors.
Do you think something like that is relatable as far as like um in the Christian faith when they have the Holy Ghost and stuff like that?
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you what it is. Sometimes spirits will affix themselves to those services because let's
Mm,
say if you want to be fed, you're going to eat anything, right?
right.
So you have to understand that it's all about energy and it's all about, you know, sometimes spirits want to hear, they want to hear those songs because that's what they're used to. You understand?
Right. And like speaking in tongue and stuff like that. Well, the songs are like chants. And
Well,
then
yeah, I have something about that speaking in tongues thing, right?
Mhm.
Some of that is just for show because that E
Yeah.
Honda Rabashai all no that
And
tongue
based upon the Bible, if you actually look at what the Bible is saying, tongues was supposed to be interpreted as different forms of languages.
it's a
Not
be
yeah.
it has to be proven. It says in the Bible if you're speaking in tongues and no one understands you, then what's the point? I'm paraphrasing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So so when you go to a séance, right? And especially like one of these African based ones, what have you, when they start speaking in tongues, it's a real language. I've
But
seen people
it-
go from
uh,
Spanish to Yoruba like bloop, like that. Like, uh-oh,
but you know how I simplify it? You
what's
know,
that?
I just simplify it through like your conscience, like knowing right from wrong. I mean,
Right.
you know, just what's the point of having a spirit if you don't even know what the difference between right and wrong is and how important they are? Because a
Exactly.
lot of your spirits, wrong has been done to. A lot of your ancestors, wrong has been done to.
Right. But
Right.
you know what, 2VB?
Yeah, go ahead.
Some shit. Now this is going to sound crazy, but it's the actual absolute reverse to that. Some people want that. Some people want those spirits, those negative spirits to come. They want the evil spirits to come.
Oh, right. Yeah. I see what you mean.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and that's I'm gonna get into something that's really kind of unsettling, you know. But people will actually, you know, do other people ritualize it. You understand? They'll
Hmm.
they'll do that. They'll give like sacrifices, whatever, like animal sacrifices. They don't care whatever it is. They want that spirit to empower them to do dirty shit on earth, man. And that's what some people do.
I
You
mean, because if you think about it with religion, and they don't identify this as a form of possession, but what they'll say is, basically, I'm denying myself to receive the spirit of Jesus. And it's like, so you're allowing yourself to be possessed with another spirit. But they don't see it like possession. They don't see that as,
well, well, well. That's what it is. I mean, you know, point blank period. For me, Jesus doesn't work for me. You see what I'm saying? I've never been
yeah,
to a seance or any kind of drumming or anything where Jesus has come down. You know, I don't believe in that. Respect people who do. That's their thing.
right,
Um, but the thing is that have I seen people come down? You know, mounted by the Orisha? Yes. Have I seen ancestral possession? Yes. I've seen that. I mean, real deal stuff, not woo, not no fake stuff. I'm talking about where they say, okay, they see somebody that's heavy. Oh, you have knee problems. Yeah, no shit. He's gonna have knee problems because he's heavy, right?
right.
But I've been in my office, right, and the security guard comes in, and he, and I know about him already. He's a spiritualist, right? And I
Right.
know that he's on the dark side of shit, right?
Right.
And he came to me and said, "Hey, I see a man working in the fields, right? And he's related to you, and he's wiping his head, what have you, with this rag, and he's like a farmer or something. And his name is Can Man." I said, "Man, I don't know. I don't know about that. I knew exactly who he was talking about. That's my great grandfather's name. He almost got my great grandfather's name right, first
Okay.
and last, right? So I said, holy shit. I said, this dude right here, you know, and his godmother was working against me spiritually. And
Okay.
I helped that lady. I
Oh,
helped I helped her um um get better pay for herself, because when I was a shop steward there, I helped her do a lot of things, right? Or actually get better pay and be and I think join the union. I'm not sure, but I know I helped her, with the pay, right?
right.
So she turned around and started plotting against me.
Mm,
You know, she was also the godmother of my best friend's brother. You know, but and she was the one using my best friend as a battery.
mm.
Her. And you know what happened to
Okay.
her?
Mm-hmm.
She died.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh goodness.
When people play around with certain things
Yep.
and you want
Yes.
to click and you want to try to mess people up spiritually, shit. Let me tell you something. there's justice for you, you know. And she got sick and she died.
Oh wow.
Yo, I know a person, man. I was told a story of one of my homeboys. He told me I told well, here's the thing. One of my homeboys, he's from DC, but he grew up in DC, but his family's from Trinidad, right?
Okay.
So that his mother every once in the summertime they go down there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we had a run in with the police out in Maryland, right? So he was dealing with that type of thing, some brutality, police brutality. They actually didn't, and they tried to charge us with a whole bunch of stuff because they was basically foul and we wasn't following instructions, because we were like, these police foul. What we go, they got dogs on the side of the road and we like, what the hell? They told us to get out the car anyway. It ended bad, but so they tried to throw a bunch of charges at us to cover up, right, what they was up to. And so after that, he went down to Trinidad with his family, his mom's, and she took him to get a reading, right, from a you know w- from one of the priests down there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And she said that somebody had put while she was talking about his thing, dealing with his trouble, she said, and by the way, somebody put something on your friend, right? And
Yeah.
when he came back, he told me, right? And I was like, I was like, damn, that's interesting. But then I ran into another friend of mine later, a little bit of time later, and then he started talking. He's also into this, and
Mm-hmm.
a few of our friends, right? And he told me that another one had gotten sick out of the blue, and they went to the hospital
Oh boy.
many times, and they couldn't find out anything. The hospital kept telling them they were fine,
Mm-hmm.
but they were sick. They was getting really sick over time, a short period of time, and then and I told him, I said, you know what? I always had this thought, like, did they try to put something on, because I knew they were angry at me, right, about something, and something kind of childish, but I would say, but yeah, I always had this thought in my mind, and he was telling me, you never know, because if you're using these things to, you put them on the wrong people, or you try to use them on people, and I guess when you misuse them, I would say that misuse those things, they can come back on you. And that's why I don't mess with people, yo. I don't mess with people in any type of way, shape, or form. I don't
Right.
mess with anybody because I believe people should know right from wrong, and they should operate that way, and you shouldn't make exceptions to it. And I believe
Right.
every time you make exceptions to right and wrong, you know, you're opening up a door for something else,
Sure
for
you are.
in your spirit, in the
Yeah.
spirit world, and so that's why I just try to operate as straight as possible with people, and because I believe it give you more power in the end.
Yeah.
Yes, it
Well,
does.
right. And see the thing is that um like you don't want, you're right, you want to stay as positive as you can be, right? You want to stay pretty much like in the light, let's just say, right? And and you damn sure don't want no one's dirty spiritual attention either, where people start
Right.
putting stuff on you, because that's really real. That's a real thing, man.
I believe that
And,
too.
and people and but people have to, that person has to be really evil to do that. And I've known for people to do things in cesspools, man. They'll drop your name in shit. That's what they're gonna do.
Well, do you guys believe in being born into a what they call it, karmic family, uh uh basically based upon contracts and stuff like that, you're born into your karma family, and basically, you know life is subsequently hard, based upon them not wanting you to be able, and they may not understand in the natural sense, but based upon the behaviors and treatments that you receive, they're trying to keep you from the ultimate goal of your own awakening and your purpose.
I think that that some people have a letter of, when I say a letter or a number, like they're predisposed to hardship
Right,
spiritually,
right.
and yeah, that could be that too. Excuse me, 1 minute.
V, did you get the beginning of the video today?
No, no, no. I just actually got up. It's the weekend now. I'm off, but I just got up. I missed the whole thing. I'm just glad to catch the end. But I see the title's Double Standards, and
Oh yes, it started off, of course, with a different topic. I'm kind of I'm lifted right now, and it kind of helped me with getting through this video. So, of
mhm.
course, the dialogue did change towards the end, but I just had I'll give you an overview, basically
Okay.
giving understanding of perception and how everything is basically built off of perception and you know, getting to the root cause of this, breaking the understanding and how men aren't necessarily considered in certain things, and
Oh, right.
basically
We can't be
speaking
victims.
right,
We have to be the perpetrator in every
right,
story. You know.
speaking in reference to you guys and basically wanting to get to a point of what because I don't want to go through a whole bashing spree of different videos. It's evident that that
True.
will continue. So I'm just like, so how do we figure this out? And basically, my stance on it was more so of we can just give different dialogues of intellectual insight, and based upon that, people can grasp, the truth based upon, you know what you already been doing, like I don't, cause I was,
I know what
I,
you mean. Don't the conversation doesn't have to be singling out a person for it to be a real
yeah,
conversation people can have. Because if there's one, then there's many.
right,
That one doesn't just exist on its own. It's existing in a pool and a
right,
microcosm of others that kind of make a vacuum which is
right,
their existence
right.
in a nutshell. But it's not my existence.
Ah,
you
Yeah,
know.
so that was that, and I want you to go through that because it's a video that I'm gonna drop, and the reason why I went live, I get nervous really, really bad. I think that's evident, right? And I made the video first.
It doesn't mean you're not clever. It doesn't mean you're not intelligent.
exactly.
Right. And then I
So
went live to play the video. But we had a lot of technical difficulties with the internet, and I don't think it was the internet. I really think it was my computer because now I'm on my phone and I'm doing fine.
mm,
And it was just glitchy and everything. But I got through it. I'm gonna drop the video separately
mhm,
because we didn't get through the whole thing. But in reference to that, you get what I'm saying?
mhm, mhm.
But
No
I
worries.
I I don't like to normally speak of my personal habits,
Mm.
but I had to do it so that I can get through, the malfunction that we was going through and stuff like that. I really wanted to get what I had to say out. And
Mhm,
so,
mhm,
that's where I
mhm.
am now. I'm lifted.
Oh yeah, but that's fine. I mean, uh,
Okay.
so, people use YouTube for a lot of different things, and I think the beautiful part about it is that you get content that people connect with because
Right.
of the realness, you know, and people connect with different things. Some people connect with the raunchiness of it that could be there, or the curse words, the
Yep.
blah blah blah, you know, all of this stuff, the dehumanizing realm
Right.
and spirit. You know, it's just like we were talking about these spirits. Some people are connected with that for
Right.
some
Right.
reason, that resonates with them. Then other people, it's not it's not that they connect with. It's other things. So they may not mind the technical difficulty because they're vibing on your content, just specifically the character and the words you're speaking, you know. And
Yeah.
that's what it is for a lot of people. And I think we experience that on YouTube. Like when it gets to reading and comprehending, maybe everybody's not reading on the same level or comprehending the words the same way. So they
Right.
choose something else, another way to go at it, you know. And yeah, so I think it's fine. You know, we need more content creators, but we need them that are trying to be unifiers and in a peaceful way, you know, in
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
way that is lifting us up, giving everybody a chance to be something without violence involved in it,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So
Right.
I'm cool with you, girl. You know,
Cool.
I'm cool.
Definitely.
Yeah, no worries.
That is amazing because I was so worried. I was like, I don't want it to seem like I'm giving up a fighter stance without, but another part of me was like, based upon the intellect, I think they understand that the giving up of my stance is not what I'm doing, but get letting go of the direction with of what somebody is trying to take it to is what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
And
Good.
I wouldn't even say that she's fully trying to take it there because she did, you know, started acknowledging me by my name, and I have to honor that as a person. You get what I'm saying?
Oh,
Um,
instead of a derogatory term.
right, and you
Hmm.
know, and
Now
that
you're a human being because you are
right,
what you say you are. You're the person you say you are. You have a name. That's a good start.
right, right, and that was duly noted. And I feel like that, you know what I'm saying? Because I anticipated her response towards me to be a lot harsher. I was preparing myself for, you know, like it was gonna be like rah, rah, rah. But
Hmm.
realistically, I thought it was pretty dope. And so I was just like, um, I can work with that. You know, I really don't. You can't. My understanding, you can't determine how somebody responds to something that you caused, right? And I started it, so I'm not necessarily upset with the limit of her response. Like it wasn't what I predicted it to be. It was actually a lot calmer, and I think that's why I'm so accepting of it. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm. Hmm.
Even though it could have seemed very embarrassing to her crowd, it didn't embarrass me whatsoever. And so
Yeah.
I did take that into consideration. It doesn't negate the fact that what has happened to these men because it's not about me. Either way it goes, it wouldn't have affected me because I'm not speaking in reference to these men because of me. So, you
Right.
know, you can say whatever you will, because in my whole stance, I was willing to sacrifice myself for the sake of them. So, it doesn't necessarily change my stance on how these men have been treated. But with the acknowledgement of how you came with that, I have to play into some type of consideration of maybe, possibly, even if it's been given effort by anyone else, maybe possibly yet and still there might be an instance that I could give uh uh a response or a different perception in something,
Hmm.
you know, even if you don't change your mind about how you feel about these men,
Hmm.
uh there could be a possibility of changing your mind about how you go about it.
Right. And you know, it's yeah, how you go about it. Now that's the thing, because how you go about it explains a lot about your own character. That's
Right.
where the conundrum lies. And so nobody ever said we're not all free to disagree. Well, that
Right.
if anybody
Right.
ever thought that, then they haven't been paying attention.
Right.
In the
Right.
first
Right.
place. We're all free to disagree. We're all free to have different opinions. But we're not talking about, or at least the other day when I did my live, that's not simply what I was talking about, my opinion. So I was presenting facts. And the
Right.
fact remains that certain people are entering, have not are, have entered into an aspect that defies everybody's human rights, even their own, defies everybody's the law. Period. The law you can go to jail for. The
Right.
law you can be civilly sued for, and just your basic human rights. The basic human rights you are supposed to be claiming yourself. So
Right.
again, I'm sorry, but this is just about how invested people are in their own self, and you
Right.
can kind of see how how the lack of investment is projected on others. So you could have a disagreement or a difference of opinion, and all of a sudden you're going to find your face up plastered everywhere where you're being called something you're not.
Mm-hmm.
You're First of all, I'm not a nigga
Right.
and I'm not a bitch.
Right.
I mean, it's just very simple. Nobody is to say, well, if you ain't gay, then why do you care? Okay, well, if you're not a nigga or a bitch, why do you care if a man calls you a bitch? If you're not a bitch, it's simple. The rules apply. This,
Right.
you know, you can't want you can't claim to be standing up for the rights at the same time you're stepping on the same rights you claim you want.
Right.
It's it doesn't make sense. They're being hypocrites.
Right.
That's what that is. It at best hypocrites. That means if they know what they're talking about, they're being hypocrites. But I don't even think they know what they're talking about.
Oh, you're gonna love my video then. Y'all, I'm gonna upload that video for y'all. You're gonna love it. Based upon what you stated, I hope that the same like give that the understanding based upon what you stated, right? And that video is gonna be great.
And excuse my language, but it's important to illustrate what they've been a part of.
Right.
You see, what they're claiming to, what they're claiming is the space they want to exist in, and that's dangerous. So it's not really about us men defending us men or two particular men. No, because these two particular men live in a community of other people, and what's good for us is good for the other people too.
Right.
Right.
That's the problem that they're presenting. They don't realize that,
Right.
So it's like, okay, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I was telling just right. I said, listen, um, maybe she just can't get it. What's going on, what have you. She can't grasp it. It might be beyond her. You know, so
I don't know.
maybe yeah.
Honestly, looking at that last video and I watched the video twice, and
Mm-mm.
looking at it the first time, I honestly looked at it like that. Like I honestly don't think that she understands.
No, no. There's a disconnect there somewhere.
Right. And
Right, and
it's
you,
not
you
necessarily. I mean, one could question it as far as intellect, but it's not necessarily a question of her intellect with me. It's more so of um and it's the same thing that happens as far as religion. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Where people just cannot see it. They just can't see it differently from what they already understand. And then there's no question to see it differently because their understanding is that they should not, you know? So
No.
they don't even consider possibility that maybe they're not seeing it. They don't even like it's just that's the idea that I get about it. Because she's not the only person that that gives that understanding to me. It's a lot of people that do this, and they're basically stuck, and they call it a and I hate to put it in this term because again, terms, if you don't understand terms will make you feel offended, but it's like a mental cap.
Right, right.
And
That's what it is. It's a glass ceiling, you know,
right.
and she she's obviously not unable to break through.
I mean, I think it's very possible with everybody, but it's solely based upon oneself. She gotta want it herself. And if she doesn't want it, then it won't happen. And so basically we're fighting a
Hmm.
fight that we can't necessarily win to some extent because it has to be something that she, you know, wants for herself. Like so,
But but you have to be able to see it to want it.
right.
So if you can't see it, if you're that limited, which you could be, where you're that limited, and the people around you are limited, then you can only go but so far.
The environment plays a major role because you can want something and not necessarily go for it because of it just being an uncommon thought process around you too.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and the fact that a lot of people are on panels and you're the head of the platform, so to speak. You know, you don't want to seem a different way within the crowd that you formed based upon one perception. You get what I'm saying? Because how would that interfere? So there's like this hindrance. So, it's a lot of factors that play in this role. And from my understanding, you guys went from one story to the next story to the next story, and it just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. And then it started including me and Kevin from an entire different sector. You get what I'm saying? And
Mm,
it's just gonna keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going. And it's like ultimately the victims in this situation become all of us. Not only that, but it never ends for them.
right.
And it's like I see no justice in that because I feel like
You know,
even if you get to a point where you just say, "Well, I'm just not going to talk about it," or if you do talk about it, it be light. I would I would prefer that because I clearly can't fight a point to get you to at at the least acknowledgement within yourself. You know what I'm saying? That this may be wrong. So at some extent, let me at least give an understanding that maybe we can just agree to disagree and let it go. Or something close to something. Give
Mm,
me something.
well, I think it's you don't control what somebody else does,
That's
right?
true.
I mean, and it's not necessary to. Like, I
right.
mean, I'm getting a million things done while I stop and I do my little videos. So it's not like life stops. I mean, I'm accomplishing something by doing those types of videos too. You see,
Right.
people want my content and commentary on these little tiny scuffles you could have. Also, it doesn't mean they're not going to get some different products as well.
Right.
So I mean, it's difficult to know where a person lets go at or stops or decides to do something else. That's everybody's individual call. But I think the thing that we can hold ourselves to is to just try to have legitimate commentary, honest, real,
Right.
informative commentary if we're going to
Right.
have it, and keep some standards while we're having it, you know.
Right.
And in that, I like how you're doing your thing because you did recognize that somebody's deeply, like, emotionally invested where others may not be. You know,
Right.
I'm not emotionally invested in this because although I've been a target, right?
Right.
I see that, and of course that comes with its problems.
Mm-hmm.
But
Right.
you know, I'm gonna be honest. When somebody attacks me, my defense goes up, and that doesn't have anything to do a lot with it, the with emotions. It has something to do with my brain clicking on and examining this deeply first, just breaking down the pieces so I can understand what's going on first before I take some type of serious action. You
Right.
see,
Okay.
so it's like I'm not just because you take a stab at me doesn't mean I'm going, or you yell at me, it doesn't mean I'm going to yell back. Like if you notice, you could call me gay, you could call me a bitch, you can call me a nigga. It doesn't mean I'm going to call you that back. I'm not going to react.
Right.
I'm going to be proactive. That's different.
Okay.
You see what I mean? And so
So
and
you
so
basically get it. That's basically what I was trying to say, but I couldn't think of the word proactive.
yeah,
But I was
because you can't be in a
describing that.
cycle of reactionaries. And I think to some extent that's where they're at. You know, they don't see the difference between it's between thinking, analyzing something, and then giving a response and just innately reacting. You don't have
Right.
to react every time. But
No.
Right.
if you're gonna respond, offer something, some kernels that people can utilize. And what's happening here is they're just stuck on trying to either dismiss or okay basic um, basic bad principles, anti-human right and civil right principles that they claim to uphold themselves, principles they claim to want themselves. And that's where the double standard comes. And I think overall that's the big problem in that community. Like you can't want something at the same time you're belittling the thing that you want. You can't claim both. You have to decide what direction you're going. And so you know, people just are just free to choose for themselves. I try not to I think there's room for criticism of anybody. And some people do it better than others. You know, there's some platforms I think have a purpose, but again, I've stated that nobody bats 100.
Right.
Nobody bats 100. Um, so if you're thinking you're somebody that bats 100, you're not. And a conscious person will always reflect and pick and choose cautiously, carefully, and readjust where
Yeah.
necessary. So the question is, how much readjusting one is going to do, or any individual is going to do. So for me, I think I laid out my view of it. Um, I don't believe that there's any way, shape, or form some of those acts that have been committed against me can be justified at all by the principles that those individuals claim, right? And the ones that I claim human and civil rights for all people, regardless
Right.
of who you are,
Right.
including the gays, the niggas, and the bitches. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If they want to call themselves that, I
Right.
I say those are decent human rights too. But that's them claiming to want those things.
Right.
Right.
See, that they're the ones using upholding those words and those terms, right? So they're claiming them. So if that's what they claim, fine, I understand you. But at the same time, if I accept your human and civil rights, you have to accept my right that I'm not a bitch, I'm not a nigga, and I'm not gay.
Right.
It's just simple. You have to accept it, or you don't make no sense.
Right.
and
Right.
and I've also outlined that in therapy, it's a very well known phenomenon that must be discussed. Sometimes perpetrators mask themselves as
It's
victims
victims.
for two reasons. One reason is because it allows them to keep power over the one they're victimizing.
Right.
The other reason is because they can't really accept, they can't really accept what they have done themselves, pretty much.
Right.
They need to always be that victim, because if they stop become being that victim for one moment, they're forced to confront what they've done to others. You see? So, I mean, people don't have to discuss that if they don't want to.
Right.
But if we're going to discuss victims and perpetrators, let's discuss it. You see? And I just don't think they're really there yet to have that conversation. But I'm willing to have the conversation, and that's what I was trying to do in my video. I don't really think I need to go on with this particular topic too much,
Right.
because
Right.
it speaks for itself. It's it's there. There's
It
nothing.
does.
They're not attempting to confront the content of that video, of
I
that live.
think that some of them are kind of getting it though, because I read some of the comments. I know KB is a familiar follower of hers, and it wasn't necessarily about the topic, but it was stemming from this topic, right? And he basically was stating, because she did ask an honest question, and it was based upon men. The question was, do men need to feel wanted, or do they need to feel needed? And based upon that, and I think that KB was more so explaining, like, of course anybody would want to feel wanted, but also, and his words were so insightful. And then there was somebody who commented after. So I think there's instances where some of the subscribers are telling her, like, you're either going in too deep about something, or you're drifting off about something. They're catching these things here and there. You get what I'm saying? And with
Mm.
that, I wouldn't necessarily hope for anything to be of someone's downfall. I'm not that type of person. But I would hope for this to be encouragement for some form of enlightenment or improvement or change.
Yeah, well, I would tell you the supporters have a lot to do with it. The people that validate it,
Yeah.
indirectly or directly, have a lot to do with the outcome. And
Right.
I've seen this before. Um, there was a national figure over here, a black woman who was able to gain some kind of support through this concept of victimhood, personal victimhood, um, and they were propped up very, very high. A lot of people look past a lot of these things, troubling issues that this individual had, because they identified with the victim part of it, right? And they gave excuses for that individual's actions towards others along the way. There was always a pass given. And what happened was is that this person became a national figure. That national means in the newspapers everywhere. That means
Mm.
everybody knows who you are, even if they don't know you personally, that through the newspaper, the radio, these kind of things. And in the end, this person fell flat on their face
Mm.
because of some things they did, and even found themselves in some criminal things because they had misplaced some fundings and things like that. And in the end, all those people that propped that individual up, they scattered because the reputation was so soiled, not even
Right.
about the money, but because of the the way that this person fell in the public's eye by their own commentary and their own actions. Um, People
Mm.
just didn't want it, they couldn't associate it with. You can't, if you say that person's name, and you for a second, if a person asks you, do you know them, and then they're going to ask you, what do you think about that, if you claim to want to have anything to do with that, you're finished.
Mm-hmm.
That's how
And
bad
that's
it is.
that's so crazy that you stated that, because even in one of my videos, that 9-hour video, me and Kevin, we literally had a conversation about that. Was it Kevin's video or was it my
No, but
video? Or it
check this out. Check this out, sister. Hold up, my fault. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
go
But
for
check
it.
this out. It's the people were asking me about this individual on the rise, on the way to the rise, when they started getting in the national newspaper. And I told a person, I don't know if you know what a Fulbright fellow is, right? But you could Google Fulbright Fellowship, a
Mm-hmm.
PhD that was here working on a national project. Asked
Right.
me, asked me about this person, and I told them my opinion is that, man, I'm sorry, but the people that are propping this person up are cruel people. They're very cruel because who's going to prop up a person that you can see has issues like this to
Right.
only for them to fall in the end when they come out? And that's exactly what happened.
Right.
So, you have to ask yourself, what type of person is going to, you know, what type of person is propping this behavior up, making excuses for the behavior. They're thinking that they're doing that. I don't even think they're thinking about the person. I think they're
Right.
thinking about their agenda,
Themselves.
Yep.
themselves,
It's
and
all
when
about
that,
themselves.
right. So it's not about love, I don't think.
Heck,
So that's all I gotta say. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to.
No, you right. You made a lot of sense. And 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 at some point it's kind of like um we end up when it comes to that topic, we end up talking literally in circles. Because you said that before. Um I've stated certain things over before. Even Kevin has stated things over before. And it's like, oh my goodness. And I guess because you guys are like teachers, you sometimes you don't necessarily notice it, or sometimes you're just not you don't easily get tired of having to repeat certain things. But I noticed it and I was like, they're repeating themselves. Am I off?
no, no, you no.
I've heard it and I'm just like, that's so crazy how many times they've repeated the same thing. And you guys literally do it, and you guys have different examples and everything. And and what you're saying is so true. It doesn't even change.
Mm.
It doesn't even change at all. You don't have to re-identify something and say, well, this is the reason why I said this, and that's not what I meant. You're literally saying the same thing. And you know what happens with that? Eventually, somebody's going to realize. They're going to finally realize what you've been trying to say this entire time, because they're going to give different points of views, different stances. They're going to have so many things, and you continue to give them the same answers. It don't change.
Yeah.
It has not changed. You literally repeated yourself. That's how much I've been listening to you, V.
Because I would never, it's like when you're defending yourself, you're not attacking someone. So I'm
No.
not defending myself because I wish harm on the individual or I hate the individual
Right.
no, I'm just breaking it down, you know, in a way that befits my character, who I am, the
Right.
individual I've become. And
Right.
that's only my responsibility. Another person can defend themselves in the manner that befits who they are, who
Right.
who they've become, their character. If that's their choice, and I can't be fake about this. I can't be fake about it. Like we were talking about the glass ceiling.
Right.
I
Right.
broke my glass ceiling some time ago. That's the point. That's the reason why I'm a content creator. That's the reason um, why I can be successful in different areas and be respected in those
Right.
areas. You see, because I was willing to break a glass ceiling. I come from a town where we had to grow up and witness violence and death, black violence and death as a norm. You see what I mean? And I shouldn't have to go backwards to those moments. Um, because I do already in my own way. We're all grown people now. So when we get together and we deal with each other, when I'm in my hometown, we deal with that reality together. But none of us try to make it seem like that's normal. You know, craziness and vengeance and bloodshed and none of that stuff is normal. You
No.
see what I mean? But so I'm not going to revisit it because as a grown man, I see what that was about. We were also all victims back then to some degree. You see what I mean? We didn't choose the epidemic that hit the United States of America. We didn't choose it. We were just there and
Right.
things fell apart. You see what I mean? So we don't have to accept things falling apart as normal, as what is normal and healthy, or what should be normal and healthy. It was normal, but it wasn't healthy.
Right.
So I'm not going to go back just because someone wants to drag me down and drag my name down in the mud. You see what I mean? I'm not going to go backwards to that. I don't have to because
No.
I'm more skilled ever than ever before. All those skills that I had when I was a teenager, when I was 20s in my 20s, which were some were positive and some were negative. Well, I don't need, I have to rely on the negative skills because I got way more positive skills now.
Yes.
So
I need some tutorials on this platform stuff.
Hmm.
I be looking at y'all videos and I say, how? How do they do that? I don't get it yet. You guys are amazing. And like
yeah,
the different, like when y'all bring up like the different videos and you show it on the full screen the way you do it, and then y'all have the music playing sometimes, and you guys backgrounds. I know I gotta pay for that, but just like everything, it's just like it. I mean, it's something I didn't know. I had no idea the effort behind this stuff. You get what I'm saying?
a lot of us met on Shaka's platform. I mean, everything is
Oh, yeah.
as far as the YouTube stuff. I learned all that from Shaka. I didn't know anything about StreamYard or anything, and it was a goal of mine to actually learn from his streams. And I told him that he knew that. You see what I mean? And he helped me. Any kind of question I had, he helped me figure it out. Gave me the pointers and the tips, and YouTube even. You know, so I always thank Shaka for that because but at the same time I get good content from Shaka too. So the learning experience is one that is suitable for me as a
Right.
person. I'm into African history. I believe Kemet is important to African people, an important topic, not the only one, but one of them.
Yeah.
And so some of us like divinely inspired and a few others, many others, we kind of have shared that a little bit in common. African history,
Yes.
um, yeah, these kind of elements, these points. So we have a one particular thing in common, and that is we don't disrespect that history.
Right.
Oh, definitely.
Yes.
See, I was given divinely my insight of as far as my aboriginal stance, and it's not a necessarily a stance as if I'm opposed to anything, but because I'm not that deep into that information as well as far as aborigine, but
But
I was
there are
telling
some Aboriginal Black people, so
right.
there it
I think,
is.
yeah, I we was talking about some of that information,
Mm-hmm.
based upon my own genealogy research and based upon what my eldest taught me. I grew up with that understanding that we were like Indians, but of course, my family is black, so I just always had that understanding. So it was so easy for me to, when people were talking about Aboriginal things, it was easy for me to try to find a connection into that. I never got deep into it, but it was easier. And so, he divinely was giving me the insight and the full understanding of and from an aspect of Pan Africanism, because um I was having this question like, okay, so if we know that the colonizers lied to us, what is the full understanding of the Pan Africanism? And that was the question that I gave, but he gave me insight based upon what I was saying about Pan Africanism, and he gave me insight, the reasoning and the background information, which was very insightful because I never knew, you know.
Right.
And so when you guys are, I'm big on learning, and so when you guys are actually like speaking on things that I'm not aware of, I'm really learning, because most of my dialogue, the things that I take a deep dive into is mental development, mental health, and all of that from a conscious point of view, and spirituality from within, because I can't necessarily prove anyone's fact based upon our ancestral history, except for what I already have, you know what I'm saying? And that can still be in question, to a certain extent.
Right. Right. It's just, room to learn, because no one knows it all.
Right,
So it's room to learn, and being able to accept, you know, other people's points of view, information, correction, what have you.
that's right.
Yeah, because no one here is beyond, learning something new. Um, and it should be all about fellowship. Yeah, right. That's what it should.
Right.
It all come down to some sort of positive space. You know. Um,
I think with the majority of the people,
yeah.
they're trying to build one understanding.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? But it takes away from the whole purpose of it all, right? Because everything is perception. But we need to be understanding that perception is not real. And that's what my video was about earlier. You get what I'm saying? But the truth in everything, there is one truth. I get it. But perception is also something that is necessary and healthy. And that's why we are all able to perceive the truth. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And we have our own mental impression based upon based upon how we perceive it. I'm short, you guys may be tall. You get what I'm saying? So we're going to perceive things differently based upon that. So that's understood. You get what I'm saying? Is it the truth? No, it's not the truth. But is it far from the truth? Yeah, no, like it's not far from the truth. But the truth is the point.
Right.
And depending on where you're standing at towards the point or against the point is your perception. Your perception is not reality. The point is.
Yeah, perception is not real. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Sure.
simple. Facts are facts.
Right.
Perception is perception. You
Right.
know,
Right,
that's different. You can. What I try to do is, because to acknowledge that you don't always know the truth about somebody. Come on, that is ridiculous. Especially
right,
you discover. That's different.
Mm-hmm.
You can discover, but you can't. But facts have to be debated um, with facts, and they can't really be debated. Even facts, once something becomes a fact, it's in a timeline now of events with other facts. And so when you're doing it based on fact, you're actually examining everybody, not just the person you think you're examining, but also yourself. Because if you want to now jump out of the rule of fact finding, that says something about you too.
Right.
The moment you claim to know the truth, which is not exhibited beyond the facts, okay, that's interesting. Maybe some people might, because if you have direct contact, if you have witnessed things, sure, you know that truth, right? But for others that are not directly involved, we have can only go about it another way, and we have to
Right.
be cautious in that. Um, we should be, if we want to be doing good,
Right.
Hmm.
because if you're wrong, you know, about what you're putting out there about somebody. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. What's so crazy is that I, I don't even feel sorry for myself. Some of the nasty things said about me, I because I can kind of how can I say this?
Brush them off.
Yeah, I can brush them off and
Right.
kind of deal with them in a certain way. I can speak to the logical senses of people.
Right.
but but I mean, there's other people that that they're not in a situation always to be able to do it given the environment or given certain circumstances, whatever they are.
Right.
Hmm.
And sometimes I feel sorry for those people, because it's like, damn, like, wow. And then you get a good look at who we are as a people, and and not just people like black people or anything like that, but or African Americans or abos, but just humans. Like,
Right.
Right.
humans
Just
sometimes can be
human.
very, very vicious.
Oh, you gonna love my video. See, I was worried for nothing. I was like, I don't know how this video may come off. That's why I decided to go live and do an overview of the video. But of course it was glitching. But you guys, hey, you guys are amazing. I really that was you guys are amazing. I have
And we
nothing to be
appreciated you
worried
too,
about.
sister. You're amazing. Don't worry, and you getting started, but a lot of these channels, they start
Mhm.
exactly like, even mine started exactly like how yours started. You
Hmm.
saw something where you could offer in a good word, and then you realized, aha, wait a second, this is something that more needs to be said about, and then you
Yeah.
just continue and you find your way in. So, but it all starts with just who you are as a person.
As a person,
Yeah.
your channel is should be an extension of you,
Right.
and it shows. So you like to take your time. You're very easygoing. You're insightful, and you care about other people's feelings. So
Right.
so that's so your channel is an extension of you.
Yes.
You
Thank y'all.
so
Oh.
so you have nothing to worry about. Nothing to be worried about. Put out what you want to put out. You know, because your track record, is already speaking for itself. So you're not gonna, even if you ruffle some feathers, good.
Oh yeah. I'm not worried about ruffling the ones who are in opposition of like mindset. I'm worried about being misinterpreted by the ones that I receive as my intellectual fellow peers, you
Yeah, but
know?
that's all that could happen with anything. So not everyone's going to see the same thing. Not everyone's going to be on the same wavelength at all times. But as long as your intentions, you see what I'm
Are
saying?
good,
Yeah.
right?
So, yeah. So as long as you're being altruistic with yourself,
And everybody is open to tell me what I did because that's how I'm gonna learn. And a lot of people do this. They say that they're open
mhm,
to critiquing and things in that sort, but when they get it, it's like this emotional thing where they automatically build a fence. But so I get it, and it hinders a lot of people of giving. Hey, Miss Andrea, welcome back, Mom. It it builds a hindrance. But me personally, and a lot of people in my life, they notice that about me. I've been called to be a nerd a time or two. I'm intrigued by, someone telling me where I may have went wrong, or giving me, enlightenment on certain things. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I beg for it. Like, tell me, tell me, tell me.
Right, right. Well, that's how you grow as a person. I mean, to tell you the truth, when you're able to receive information from others, you know, hey, and 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 you may not even take it all in, depending on whatever vibes with you, and whatever you're looking for.
I'm
Uh,
gonna write it down and come back to it like 1,000 times, because
yeah,
you could perceive, it in, one way in a moment, and then the next moment you could find a totally different type of understanding the next moment. So I'm all about analyze, reanalyze,
well,
analyze, reanalyze.
do your wheels spin? Your wheels spin a lot, like like you start like overthinking things sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes that is a complication of myself. And then, but I've learned to, because it used to be a problem all the time, and I think that it was stemmed from traumatic experience.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I've learned to balance myself so that it doesn't become uh an unhealthy habit. So I've improved. I'm all about not necessarily trying to get rid of my identity, but more so accepting and able to exist within it.
Okay. All right. And it's good you say that you meditate and things, so that can also help you realize certain things, and correct certain things also internally.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So look, you're on the right track already. I mean, hey,
Well, I'm new, so in the beginning, for anybody, it can appear this way. So I try not to waver anyone from, continued observation of me. You know what
right.
I'm saying? So that you can give me perspectives, and so that you can thoroughly see my true efforts, and me being a genuine person. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I, that that is how I feel. I no longer try to prove myself to people necessarily, but I try to give praise for those who still want to gain a, a, a further observation on their own.
Right. Right. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, but I mean, just to me, you're doing okay. Keep doing what you're doing. Your
Your
person,
person,
you know,
you know,
you make
you
sense.
make sense.
So
So
you're
you're
good.
good. Thank you so much.
Of
Of
course.
course. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are like dope. I don't understand why anybody would be offended with y'all.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
But you,
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't understand myself, but offended? Nah, I don't understand that. Disagree? I can understand that. I mean, disagreements happen. But you can't force someone. See, this is where we get into tricky ground, where you have to understand you cannot force something upon somebody.
mm-mm.
You
right.
can disagree all you want. That disagreement is fine, because disagreement should allow good debate, at
Yeah.
least. The cream can rise from the how good the debaters are, right? But you can't force and penalize someone for not sharing your view. And and I think that's where some people get into tricky water because they're attempting to penalize people, you know. So but back to your point, I think it's fine to think retrospectively. That means you're intelligent, you're thoughtful, you're considerate, and you're reasonable. You know, reasonable is the thing because again, nobody bats 100.
Nope.
So that should be a normal feature in people's thought process to go back and say, wait a second, there was a new piece of information introduced. Bing, a light should go off in your head, and you just go back carefully and examine the pieces again. But that doesn't mean you have to do it in a traumatic way. You know what I mean? It's just like, aha, I noticed this, and that will happen. But at the end of the day, you do that. That's what police do all the time. If you come to the problem, the scene of the crime, with bias, right, already thinking that I think that's the problem a lot of people are having. And once you realize that there's some things you didn't know, and once you realize that people are coming with bias, the investigation is already finished. There's no proper investigation going. There's no wanting to know the truth. There's no wanting to know what's going on. There's none of that, And so a bad detective is a person that comes with bias, and I think that's more so what we're dealing with. A police officer is going to always think retrospectively. They're going to be like, wait a second. They're going to be cautious about claiming to know the truth in the first place. Very cautious, because it's the facts that are going to present themselves. That's what they want to know. What are the facts? Regardless of what anyone else think or says the truth is. You see, so I don't know. And that's just any detective. That's any reasonable person. And I use the word detective because that means you don't know none of the people yourself. That's basically it, You're just trying to find out.
Hey, Miss Andrea, how you doing, Mama?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Good. We've been rocking and rolling.
I see. I kind of went to sleep and woke back up, and y'all still at it. Yeah, I was just calling to tell you you are doing just fine. Don't
you.
I mean, it's good to have like what BB was saying, it's good to, have those things, but don't do it too often to yourself. Don't beat yourself up too much.
Yeah.
Which a lot of us ain't even in your space. I know I don't have a site. I'm not out there on no platform.
Right.
So you are doing great. And then also be careful what kind of critiquing you receive, because everybody ain't saying it with good intentions. You don't have to, you ain't got to receive everything everybody tells you and then make you go think about, oh, that was this. No. Sometimes the people just jealous, and they, do anything to try to get to you and get to your self-esteem and all that kind of stuff. You ain't got to do all that. You were doing, like I said, there are a lot of people out here. I don't have no platform, you know. So how am I going to critique somebody who's out there trying to do a thing that I'm not doing? Even those who are out there, if they, a lot of times they can tell when somebody is real genuine and is really meaningful and really wants to do what's right. And if that's not their agenda, they're going to come at you and say stuff to make you doubt yourself as to why you're there. You're there for a reason, and you know why you're there, and that's all that matters.
Thank you.
The rest of us are here. Those of us who are coming out here are here to try to, support you and let you know, hey, we're here. Because people hear we can hear your sincerity.
Right.
Because you're not coming from a place of, I'm trying to prove myself right. You're actually trying to come from a place to get understanding, to get a better picture of what's going on that other people may not care to know, and so they're not going to do what you're doing. So you just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing just fine.
Thank you.
I'm
so
enjoying
much.
it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You guys, y'all, oh my God, you don't get this often. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um, you don't get like when you go into a group of people and you just automatically feel welcome. Like from day one, I just jumped right in there and you guys were like family automatically. And it was just like it's an amazing feeling, especially to me because I don't I don't hang around a lot of people. Like I'm really to myself. So you guys are like awesome.
Yeah,
I
and the
really
thing is,
appreciate it.
we don't know any. We didn't know each other. We came and we stood on a particular. We took a particular stance,
And that's right.
and that's what we're on here for. That's what we're here for. So, and then taking that stance, we don't care if we disagree or stuff like that. I mean, we don't. We're not here to push everybody's thought processes out of the way. Like, I'm right, you're wrong. No, bring it and we can discuss it and have it. That's the thing we're here for. So anytime somebody tries to make you feel like your stance is wrong, then you take it harder because we're not here for trying to put people down and stuff. That's not what we're here for.
Right.
That's
Right.
not what the group of us, we don't, like I said, I've met these guys along just here in the last year or so, talking to them and stuff like that, and the stance has remained the same. So
Amazing
when you
people.
can do that, that's what to me matters in the long run. All this other stuff that people fly by night trying to say particular things.
The
Um,
very thing that people uh fight for every day. You guys find it within yourselves and each other. And it's just so amazing, you know? And
it,
it's being at times overlooked. And it was like I found what people call a treasure. You get what I'm
huh.
saying?
You know that's
Yeah.
right, girl. Because you know I'm a diamond. I'm a
Yes,
diamond with
ma'am.
some. I'm perfectly flawed diamond. That's what I tell people. I'm a perfectly flawed diamond. I love every shine I bring. Yeah.
Every bit. Every bit. Yes.
Where did V Bennett go? He had to go somewhere. Where'd he go?
I don't know. He dropped down.
He
I
sure
don't
did.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of, trying to make me feel some type of way. V Bennett, just drop off when I get up here. What's wrong with you? Just go back up here.
I
I'm
guess
just
he
saying.
said it's about the sun not to come back up.
Yeah, yeah. I was sleeping good too. I said, let me see if they still out here. And there y'all is. Yeah.
Mm.
Well, V, if you're still listening, I wanted to tell you, um, I never and with that chat information you sent, I didn't act on it yet. I gotta relook at it and see if maybe that was something you ended up going over anyway. Um, but I've been trying to tell you since the last time that I was on live that I was meaning to get to you, but I couldn't. I really couldn't, and I'm sorry.
Mm.
Yeah.
You guys are
So
amazing, man.
so so I haven't heard the backstory. So why did you decide to come out here and do what you do?
Okay, I've been following Kevin Wesley years.
Uh-uh.
But not I his platform has basically been about, information, based upon his perception and stuff like that. It's never been like personal or whatever. And I've also followed his wives. Lacey, she gives a lot of insight as well. And I think that they speak from different forms of life coaching too. And so I want to say about 2 years ago, 2023, 2 or 23. I want to say 2022. His brother started going through a very public and toxic divorce, and the wife, because they have a platform as well, right? And so, and their very major platform as well. Um, his his wife started coming out saying that the reason for their divorce is because he was physically abusive and coming up with all of these things, right? And so um, Kevin's brother wasn't in no nasty way. His brother is no different from him as far as just being stand up men, and he basically was in defense of himself, stating that these allegations are not true. I have never placed my hands on a female. I would never do anything in the light of that, right? And so, in the beginning, nobody's believing him. Of course, she's the victim, but it was a lot of flaws and questions within her statements and some of the things that she called evidence. And not only that, but the behavior that she was sending across to him through online, like, just doing a lot of things. She sent out his nude pics. Um,
Mm.
she a lot of people would like to say she formed a manipulation towards the relationship between him and his older daughter. They have a 3-year-old child right now. And this is one of her last antics where she's been taking the child to counseling, and I guess giving off a perception that the child is traumatized due to the abuse. And also, Kevin has given guidance or counseling sessions to them before their final say so of wanting a divorce, but it didn't work out. And they also have a sister as well who fell victim to this situation. And basically the wife started spreading rumors based upon Callie that nobody knew about from this sector. Nobody had any idea. She started saying, um, that's why your brother's gay and his
Well,
second wife don't want the other wife to be there, and then started talking
Is
about the
Callie a
sister.
woman? Is Callie a man or a woman?
No, Callie is the one that Neo X is cool with on her platform.
Right, but is that person a woman or a man or?
It's a dude.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just thought I misheard. Then I'm listening. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a dude. And so it was drama. And then she found, I guess, some females online. One of them happens to be Amora that was speaking with Neo X in regards to Kevin. Well, she's been giving them information to plaster all over the internet about them. They've been, I guess, in chats about how they're going to go about taunting them in so many words. And this has been happening since October of 2022. It is now 2024, January. And it's been hard. Like it's been a lot. She went out and said that the husband was threatening her life. She actually has a boyfriend in the household who's also taunting him with his child. And I mean, the abuse and some of the followers, like if you comment or anything like that, they'll look up your information, they'll plaster you on the internet, they'll
so
they'll
docs.
call your yeah, they'll dox your address. They'll if they find out your job, they've called jobs before. They've placed CPS calls on people. I mean, it is a full on mess. It's a mess.
Mm.
And so, their mother passed away when they were children, and they all have this genetic cancer uh, that all of them could possibly receive, except for the sister, right? Well, Kevin, he had preventative surgery, um, but the brother actually experienced the cancer. And at the last call, after Kevin's last plea, he ended up removing his stomach to get rid of the cancer. Um, well, I would say it was about April or May when he had this surgery, and then I want to say August he had another surgery because he pulled, I want to say, his hemorrhoid, not hemorrhoid but hernia or something like that, from picking up his daughter. And
Uh,
then in October, that's when all of this came out. I mean, the man was, I mean, he was still trying to heal from cancer. He was so skinny. They started making fun of his looks because of that. Now they call him Latif because his teeth would appear bigger now because they have those veneers. Him and the wife got their teeth fixed, but he used to be a heavy set guy. He was
uh,
quite big. He was bigger than Kevin. And so when he actually went through cancer, he lost a lot of weight. And
mm,
so the teeth, of course, gave him a look, an appearance. And they mocked all because of her. She gave him the names to do. She went on the line on the internet calling him a shrimp and how they've been bumping coochies and you know I mean the torment, the abuse, and even including the children. She has 3 other kids that he raised as his own before they
oh,
even had a child together. Um, you know, when he met her, she was working at Best Buy. He basically changed her life, you know, and I guess that she didn't want to accept that he was filing for divorce, and he wanted to keep it all a secret. Well, not really a secret, but he wanted to keep it off of the internet. But she brung it to the internet with these accusations,
mm,
you know. And he basically, when she brung it the first time, he wanted to tell everybody that it was a skit so that they can get back together, as far as counseling or having an understanding as adults that this does not go online. But she refused to listen to that understanding. She had people calling him a narcissist. I mean, if you go down in his comments and pictures, and videos and everything, it's calmed down a little bit, but from the very beginning until this day, people are in his comments taunting him, saying how he should have died from cancer.
wow,
Um,
wow.
I mean, the abuse. And when I tell you this family held up together so strong. It's unimaginable. A lot of us couldn't endure what they have endured. I'm telling you, and it's all over YouTube. If you guys want to look at old videos, content creators. Now, LaTruth and Kevin and Toya, they majority of the content creators are on their end. So if you want to see some of the hateful things based upon YouTube, you got to go look at them more. Now, if you want to
But
go on
can I ask you
Facebook,
something?
they got fake pages galore.
Um,
Can I ask something? Um,
Hmm.
the the abuse, right?
Hmm.
That that I think Kevin's ex, right? If I'm saying that right,
No,
says occurred.
LaTruth's ex.
Oh, Latrice. I'm sorry.
Hmm.
Yeah, because I confused them now. The Latrice ex did. What professionals did she go and like? Is it documented somewhere? Were the police involved? Did she make a report? Did she
No.
call the police?
Now,
Has
see,
she seen?
they had a video of where the police was called, where she called the police and was stating, he's following me and he's got a gun, but he's recording. He said, I'm not following you. I don't have a gun. Her dad was there, and of course her dad was upset with him at first, but then they have the showing of where the police were there and asking questions. She tried the thing is they were having a disagreement, and basically they had just moved into this new home, and she had dropped off the kids to school and came in the house, and he asked if she was going to help, finish unpacking with him or cleaning up. She said she didn't feel like it. And then she went upstairs and he was like, well, Do you want, basically, you want to spend some time together? She didn't want to feel like it. So there was obvious frustration between the two. So she started watching something on the TV, and basically he even acknowledged that maybe he shouldn't have said it, but it was off the reality TV show, and they're familiar. I think they know this couple that's on this reality show, and basically was like, yeah, I'm gonna do what he does and find affection elsewhere. And so this brung a rage in her, right?
Mm.
And she basically was trying to get his phone and get his computer and everything to go through his phone and stuff like that. And he kept saying, give me back my stuff. I guess he was at a point where he didn't want to deal with that anymore. This is clearly toxic behavior, right? Well, ultimately, as a result, she couldn't take the response of him denying her access. So she started to be very aggressive, just catching a whole fit. She started trying to kick him in his stomach, and he just had the surgery or whatever. And then she was pepper spraying, and he was blocking himself with the pillow at first. And I think he picked up the tote, and there was a tote involved, and he said he was using that to guard her from kicking him. But she went along and stated how that injury ended up breaking her finger, which wasn't documented in the police report. He did not end up going to jail. I think there was something within the police report that was in regards to asking if he wanted to press charges. Um, she admitted to spraying the pepper spray. She admitted to the reasons because of not being able to get access to his phone and computer. Um, and then from there, it just started going from there, where he would try to talk to her and try to see how can we get this stuff off of the internet. You know, how can we handle this like adults? And she would say, well, if you just say that you did, then I'll stop. So basically trying to force him into caving into something that he's not agreeing on.
Mm.
Um, she's she sent false documentation to the courts as far as her financial status, seeking child support from him. So it's been a hold on the divorce case because of that, which she did not want to admit to. Um, it's just been, I mean, it's been
Mm.
so
So now
much,
it's on the internet and it's everywhere. The internet
everything,
world
That's
all
crazy.
over
is,
the internet, all over the internet. And he did try to avoid it. For the most part, he doesn't say much or go into deep details. He lets the content creators do their own investigation, and he might come in and give a comment if they have to ask a question. He don't really get on the platforms and say too much. On his platform, he might say a small statement about something, but other than that, he really tries to let it go. It got to a point where he almost cracked on live, like he almost broke down. But his sister came in and really, helped them out in that moment, and it was beautiful. They really scolded her and her family as well. They also they just recently moved to Atlanta, and the husband got a job, and one lady that works at the staffing agency took their address because him looking for the job, and basically doxed their new home. And the reason why they moved was because their first home was doxed, and that they had CPS called to their home based upon this whole situation. And Kevin and his wives were accused of running fake pages and taunting people. And even when proven that these fake pages were from someone else, there was no regard of how these women were treated. I mean, I would be in Lacey's comments, and these people, I mean, the things they would say to her, as far as being, oh, you're the second choice or you're the side chick, and he got you living in a basement, and I mean the things that this entire family as a whole has received is unbelievable. You would literally have to be there to understand or to witness.
Yeah, that's a lot. Definitely a lot.
And so now when
You
I
know,
see what is happening now, as far
well,
as in addition,
I would say
mm,
this. You know, the I didn't know a lot of this stuff. I definitely didn't know a lot of this stuff. I mean, even some of it I'm hearing now for the first time.
First
But
time.
this 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 has been my point. My point is that however invested people are in Kevin Williams, is that his last Wesley?
What?
I'm sorry.
Wesley.
yeah,
I'm sorry. Not on purpose. I'm doing that. But Kevin
no, you fine.
Wesley and his brother. When you begin to mix me up, attack me, use the same imagery that you use towards him, put the same vigor towards me that you do those kind of allegations, you harm anything you're doing because I'm not doing none of that.
Right,
And it's just to me, it confuses people. It confuses people. It stops people from actually being able to do good. It undermines the purpose. Now, from what I hear right now, and again, I told people every time I speak on this, I say the same things. I can't defend or condemn because I
right,
don't know. I'm not in there personally. I'm
Right.
not in
right,
the center of events, knowing the ins and outs before they come out to the public, right? But
right.
what it sounds like to me is that the individuals involved, like I heard the word father come into play here, like father
Mhm.
was mentioned. So it sounds to me like the woman has a father or has family members there,
Yeah, but the
right?
father
That we talk
in
to.
in that video, the father, basically understood where the son was coming from, but he doesn't defend his daughter whatsoever as far as online. And I'm not
But
saying that yeah,
I'm just saying that, some things are like some things you if you don't have direct um n- if you're not at the source of the problem of the events, it becomes complex in
right,
some of these facts to really know any to really know who's right or wrong, who knows at the beginning, because it's starting inside of a marriage and inside of a home, and that's a lot to have to figure out. But
right,
you know, I myself, I would just say to people, that some of the other things that I heard you mention, like thinking you can solve it online, thinking
right,
that you should be cautious because you don't want to commit acts yourself that prove you to be something too, you know. And that's the thing about it. I mean, I just, I wish both of them the best though, by the way. The
oh yeah. I
wife,
mean, it's gotten so far.
the all of them.
People
You
people
know,
have
I
actually
don't have
been
anything
in
to do
jail
with
because
it.
of this.
Wow.
The wife has went to jail. One of her followers has went to jail.
Wow.
Other people have charges pressed against them, and these people are actually going to jail. Like it's real. Like this, it's been, yeah, and they're actually going to jail. Like the results are clear. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And based upon a lot of the information that was given in her defense being faulty, and like I mean, and that's solely what everybody was given based upon information. It's not making any sense, and a lot of people was just starting to bring up question because for the most part, who's gonna go against a woman who says she's been abused?
Mm.
um so small numbers started to pop up and say, I don't know, I'm starting to question this right here not adding up, or this right here isn't making sense. And then before you know it, the numbers just started popping up. Like, I'm starting to believe the husband. I'm starting to believe that he's not that type of guy, that he she's portraying him to be. And it's like the more people didn't really resonate with her story, the more stories started coming out. The worse the stories would sound. First, she said it was never physical, it was only mental and verbal and emotional. And then before you know it, you in the beauty salon talking about how he was dragging you and locking you in the closet and
Wow.
punching you and just it was like, okay, so which one is it? Because when you get extremely mad, it turns into like an all-out brawl. But when you're calm, it's just y'all you just couldn't understand and you felt like he was just mind effing you. And there's a clear difference. And I'm not saying neither one is better or worse, but there's still a clear difference.
Hmm. That's so.
You could be, there's plenty of situations, and I'm not saying it's this one, but
Mhm.
it's plenty of situations where people are in a toxic relationship, and the toxicity can be from both sides, and it's not necessary to try to claim one is this or one is that, and that's what independent counseling is for,
You know
you know,
what?
and
That's what
independent.
Kevin's standpoints was. Kevin said that. He said it so many times since the beginning, since the wife brung him into it. And, he was just trying to clear his name of the gay accusations and stating his whole reason of counseling them in the first place, you know. And he was not
Well,
emotional about it. But once he was included, of course, he was defending his name. And he basically said, based upon my own observation, in so many words, it was clearly evident a toxic relationship. Is it domestic violence? No, I wouldn't think so. I honestly don't feel like my brother would put his hands on her, but I
well,
I am
what I
I
mean,
am aware.
yeah, but I
Mhm.
mean, when I mean independent, I mean totally independent, like no connection to any one of the individuals, no desire to have any, because that's the problem. You will have trust issues there if it's not
Right.
somebody completely independent, and that's what I mean. And but at the same time, again, I don't know enough, and I don't even want to know. I'm gonna be real honest
No.
with you, because at this point, you got people going to jail. You
Yep.
have a lot of people. You got thousands of people invested now. Thousands of
Yes.
people invested. Um,
Yes.
so at this point, and I just think, at the end of the day, still, it's always going to go back to if there's a real claim of domestic abuse, it needs to be resolved by the correct parties. If there's a criminal claim, it needs to be resolved by the courts and the police. If there's a civil claim, it needs to be addressed in civil court. The public can get involved as much as they want, but if it's not addressed on the criminal or the civil, it's kind of just like a never-ending spiral.
Right. And they actually go to court this month for their divorce. The judge is going ahead and just rushing the divorce because it's been prolonged for so long.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, and you know, I mean, it's it's a lot, and she's already been to jail. Um, I'm not sure. He doesn't really state what his moves are, but he stated that he is seeking full custody as far as I knew. I don't know what it is necessarily he is doing, but I think because and respectfully, he's trying not to have his business on the internet, y'all.
Right.
And so he basically, I think that a lot of people want him to, seek for defamation. And I mean, he had a page of 8 million followers. And before she actually went on this whole little rant, he lost his page and he couldn't understand how.
Yeah.
But she had access to the page. But I mean, no worries. he's built up his new page, and he's over 1 million followers right now. So he's coming back. See, the history of Robert is he is what some would call an underground rapper or songwriter artist, and also when Facebook first came out, he actually was one of the main content creators that a lot of people would come to, like doing skits and stuff like that. He's one of the ones that started when Facebook started. So um, he's done work with DC Young Fly, different artists and stuff like that. He's got a song with Snoop Dogg. I mean, he's not like a major celebrity, but he's known enough to, get his following back at a certain amount of time. He got a lot of work and a lot of background as far as the industry that he professes in. So, you know, it's coming back for him. He all right.
Well, good for him. Good. Hmm.
I mean, it's extreme.
Mm, mm, mm.
And I just witnessing that, and seeing that it's not gonna end. It's just gonna be ongoing, and it's so devastating. But most of the content creators are kind of like, we just gonna let them have it, and just because he's been vindicated. That's what they say. He's been vindicated. The new boyfriend is allegedly the true abuser, and they have pictures and documents from her phone, showing that. And so they're changing their content. And right before they even made that stance, that's when everything started happening. This situation with Kevin, and I got really frustrated. I had to clearly be frustrated enough to make a video. Like,
Mm.
I just couldn't take it no more. It became torture for me. Like, when are we gonna ease up off of this family?
Yeah. But
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have much I don't have anything invested in their dispute, to be honest with you.
I don't
Um
blame you.
hmm.
and to me it's like what I know about is what I hear on the internet. Um I don't claim to be a person that can resolve their dispute. Um but the only advice I could give anybody is that in order to come to a resolution and some sort of reciprocity, it's really going to come from the immediate people involved, like from her family, his family, the courts, and their involvement, and however civil or criminal or whatever. That's it, because there's a lot that has happened apparently. It has a long there's a long history behind it. Um, and nobody likes to hear abuse. No one likes to hear that it arises, and when people hear that, it triggers a lot of people too. Like
Hmm.
some people are like, "Wow, I was abused like that, and
Right.
I'm going to support this person or that person." And I think that's fine, but I would just say, um, what happens when it goes wrong? When you go to the internet and you present things in a particular light, and you turn out to be incorrect, you you, what happens then? What is the burden of your responsibility for the person that you have harmed to help them get reciprocity? And what
Right,
I would say is that if you ask a person that and they claim none, then you already know what it is.
right,
So from their perspective, that's all I mean. So um, I I know that life relationships can be very complex, and they could be very different, from one to another, um, and they don't always work out, and that's okay. Um,
Hmm.
just because they don't work out doesn't mean it turns into a family feud or
That's correct.
something the internet is crazy. You know, people don't always go to jail when somebody gets divorced. People, you know, there aren't always friends popping out of the woodwork or enemies or anything like that on the internet. You know, this is a really special thing going on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so I just would advise people that if you do, if you're not happy in your marriage, then just divorce. File the
Yeah.
paperwork. If you're involved in abuse, go to the police if there's abuse going on. And if there's not criminal abuse that can be proven, go to a psychologist or a psychiatrist and ask for help. Today, there's a lot of help out there that wasn't there 10 years ago, by the way.
Right.
So even if you're not correct, even if your claims aren't correct, you still get access to help to figure it out, you know,
Right.
psychologically figure out. Even if it's not criminal, you could be right, but it may not be criminal necessarily. And but you could still get help with the you know, as a victim, any type of victim. So
Right.
so I would just encourage people to seek that and just know that, you know, you choose your own path. You know, you really have to choose your own path to resolve these things. But my relationship with the other individual, you know, that
Mm,
myself and Kevin have in common,
mm,
it got me and Kevin almost have nothing in common outside of we plastered up on that person's website.
Right.
Um, I don't have nobody's accusing me of nothing except shit that I ain't like. These are identity accusations being made about me.
Right.
That's what that is. And
Yeah.
that's the
Right.
most bizarre thing. And I would think that if you want people to believe you in your argument about Kevin, then you might want to resolve this situation. You know, why you could go out there and name call somebody that's not in a divorce on the internet, somebody that's not.
Right.
You know, so that's all that was my personal interest in that said person. That said person is not the only person that's been mentioning Kevin. You know what I mean? And but this person in this specific person that I have in common with Kevin, I just don't think they're they're the best judge. I'll put it to
No.
you that way. That's
Hmm.
all. So
No. They're not. And even with Callie, you know, watching his video myself, I couldn't I couldn't even entertain it, and and I thought that a lot of people wouldn't, but it's actually people who are they're actually entertaining this, and I'm like, it's got to be for a reason, like because it doesn't make sense to me. I know that I'm not the only one that sees that,
Yeah.
but you know, I mean, I'm talking about I wasn't moaning. Like, did you want to moan? I'm confused. And how you had to build up confidence to go save him, and you were looking for him for like 2 hours, and then you ended up arguing with him. At the end, it's like, did you want to get away from someone who you thought was gonna try to do some Illuminati stuff to you and
Hmm.
wanted to, get you to sell your soul and perform gay acts, and you know what I'm saying? Like, why in the minute in the midst of you actually having the opportunity to leave, you felt like it was time to have a moment of disagreement, like leave. And why are you if your story is true about you having to look for him for 2 hours, why would you want to look for him if you felt discomfort in his his the shaking of the hips while he was trying to give you some fruit,
Now
like,
that's weird.
like it's just like none of it was logical. But not only that, but you were high and they're considering your high perspective, but they're not considering that Kevin was high. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, is everybody high? Like, what is this? Like, you high. Everybody's determining a fact based upon you being high. You didn't even sober up and question, like, maybe I might have been tripping. You didn't question that?
And but you know, and then also if a man's going to be doing that in my face, you know, and I'm not with that, you know. So
Right.
my reaction ain't going to be just to go on the internet. I'm going to
I'm
flip,
about to get up out of here.
yeah, or knock somebody out. You get the hell away from me with that mess, you know.
Right. And
So
not only that, because at the house,
uh-huh.
um, Kevin actually had an apartment because he was actually the house manager. He wasn't just living there, he was working there. His friend from high school helped him with a job to help take care of his children. Him and
Mm-hmm.
his wife were separated at the time. And he was, of course, dating, but they were separated. So he helped him with a job, and he also helped him with getting clients as far as his life coaching career. And so you guys were at Kevin's apartment
Uh,
first before y'all even went into the main house, right? You guys actually took the mushroom at Kevin's house
mm.
and then walked over to the main house. So my question is, why would he have waited until y'all in the area with a bunch of different people if he was gonna suggest anything when y'all had the opportunity in the privacy of his own home?
Wow.
None of this is making sense.
No. No. Mm.
And
Yeah.
then he was upset. He this is a different time where so clearly you've been to this house more than once, right? Um your wife was there and you weren't. And she was outside. The car had broken down, and Kevin had paid for a tow to come to get the car. He asked the wife if she wanted to come inside until the tow came, and she said no. Callie gets online and say, "Why didn't you sit out there and wait with my wife?"
What?
And you didn't you know anything could have happened to her. First of all, let's think about where this neighborhood setting is. First of all, it's completely safe.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, but she was offered to come in, and not only that, but if it was that bad, where were you, and why weren't you there? Where's the accountability for this man? None of it is making sense. All of it was crazy, so I didn't even feel a need to necessarily, respond towards to him. I just felt like, whatever. I can't argue with that. It wasn't enough to argue towards.
Wow. Mm. Well, Jess, I got to tell you, I got to go to sleep.
Me too. I gotta go
It's
too.
past my bedtime.
Yeah. Yeah, me
Me too. I gotta be up for cook breakfast in the morning.
It is.
yeah.
You might as well stay up.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a couple of hours, and kids don't
Mhm.
care if you're tired. So,
Mm, mm.
well, thank y'all for
Yeah.
rocking it out with me. I think this the second longest video I've done. So,
All right.
I'll
Yeah.
see you
Well,
guys. Huh?
I learned a lot listening to some things that I haven't heard before,
Right.
and but that's what happens when you just up to have the dialogue. From what it sounds to me, it sounds like you're not personally invested in their affair,
No.
that you've just been following it and seeing how it's developed and the public has been involved maybe. And
Yes.
yeah, so I learned something from listening to you, so I appreciate it.
Oh
Thank
yeah.
you
Yeah.
so much. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
All right.
We gonna talk. We talk real soon too.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hotel.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
right, y'all.
Okay. Bye,
Good
y'all.
morning. Bye bye.
Bye.